Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 4 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Mrs. Sturgis had a way of tapping the ivory keys of the piano with her pencil when she was counting the beat during a music lesson. It made her little pupils nervous and sometimes upset them completely. She abruptly interrupted herself and rapped the keys sharply. "Mildred, dearie, it doesn't go that way at all. The quarter note is on 3. It's 1 and 2 and 3 and... You see?" "Mama!" A tall, dark girl stood in the doorway of the room. Mrs. Sturgis affected not to hear, and drew a firm circle with her pencil about the troublesome quarter note. There was another insistent demand from the door. Mrs. Sturgis twisted about and leaned back on the piano bench so that Mildred's thin little figure might not obstruct the view of her daughter. Her air was one of martyred resignation, but she smiled indulgently. Very sweetly she said, "Yes, dearie?" Jeanette recognized the tone as one her mother used to disguise annoyance. "It's 5:45. Jeanette left the sentence unfinished. She hoped her mother would guess the rest, but Mrs. Sturgis only smiled more sweetly and looked expectant. "There's no bread," Jeanette then said bluntly. Mrs. Sturgis's expression did not change, nor did she ease her constrained position. "Well, dearie, the delicatessen shop is open. Perhaps you or Alice can run down to Kratzmer's and get a loaf." "But we can't do that, Mama." There was a note of exasperation in the girl's voice. She looked hard at her mother and frowned. "Ah!" Mrs. Sturgis gave a short gasp of understanding. Kratzmer had been owed a little account for some time, and the fat German had suggested that his bills be settled more promptly. "My purse is there, dearie." She indicated the shabby imitation leather bag on the table. Then, with a renewal of her alert smile, she returned to the lesson. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and... "Mama, I'm sorry to interrupt." Mrs. Sturgis now turned a glassy eye upon her older child, and the patient smile she tried to assume was hardly more than a grimace. It was eloquent of martyrdom. "I'm sorry to have to interrupt," Jeanette repeated, "but there isn't any money in your purse. It's empty." The expression on her mother's face did not alter, but the light died in her eyes. Jeanette realized she had grasped the situation at last. "Well, dearie," Mrs. Sturgis began. Jeanette stood uncompromisingly before her. She had no suggestion to offer. Her mother might have foreseen they would need bread for dinner. The little music teacher continued to study her daughter, but presently her gaze drifted to Mildred beside her, perched on a pile of music albums. "You haven't a dime or a nickel with you, dearie?" she asked the child. "I could give you credit on your bill, and your papa, you see, could pay 10 cents less next time he sends me a check." "I think I got some money," lisped Mildred, wriggling down from her seat and investigating the pocket of her jacket, which lay near on a chair. "Mother always gives me money when I goes out." She drew forth a small plush purse and dumped the contents into her hand. "I got 20 cents, she announced. "Well, I'll just help myself to 10 of it," said Mrs. Sturgis, bending forward and lifting one of the small coins with delicate fingertips. "You tell your papa I'll give him credit on this bill." She turned to Jeanette and held out the coin. "Here, lovey, get a little gram, too." There was color in the girl's face as she accepted the money. She drew up her shoulders slightly, but without comment turned upon her heels and left the room. Mrs. Sturgis brought her attention once more cheerfully back to the lesson. "Now then, Mildred dearie, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Now you have it. See how easy that is." Jeanette passed through the dark intervening rooms of the apartment, catching up her shabby velvet hat from her bed, and came upon her sister Alice in the kitchen. There was a marked contrast between the two girls. Jeanette, who was several months past her 18th birthday, was a tall, willowy girl with a smooth olive-tinted skin, dark eyes, brows, and lashes, and straight, lusterless braids of hair almost dead black. She gave promise of beauty in a year or two, of austere stateliness, but now she appeared rather angular and ungainly with her thin shoulders and shapeless ankles. She was too tall and too old to be still dressed like a schoolgirl. Alice was only a year her junior, but Alice looked younger. She was softer, rounder, gentler. She had brown hair, brown eyes, and a brown skin. "My little brown bird," her mother had called her as a child. She was busy now at the stove, dumping and scraping out a can of tomatoes into a saucepan. Dinner was in process of preparation. Steam poured from the nozzle of the kettle on the gas range and evaporated in a thin cloud. "Mama makes me so mad," Jeanette burst out indignantly. "I wish she wouldn't be borrowing money from the pupils. She just got 10 cents out of Mildred Carpenter." She displayed the diminutive coin in her palm. Alice regarded it with a troubled frown. "It makes me so sick," went on Jeanette, "wheedling a dime out of a baby like that. I don't believe it's necessary. At least Mama ought to manage better. Just think of it, borrowing money to buy a loaf of bread. We've come to a pretty state of things." "Aw, don't, Janny," Alice remonstrated. "You know how hard Mama tries and how people won't pay their bills. The Cheneys have owed $86 for 6 months, and it never occurs to them we need it so badly." "I'd go and get it if I was Mama," Jeanette said, with determination, putting on her hat and bending her tall figure awkwardly to catch her reflection in a lower pane of the kitchen door. "I wouldn't stand it. I'd call on old Paul G. Cheney at his office and tell him he'd have to pay up or find someone else to teach his children." "Oh, no, you wouldn't, Janny. You know that'd never do. Paul and Dorothy have been taking lessons off Mama for nearly 3 years. Mama'd lose all her pupils if she did things like that." "Well," Jeanette drawled, suddenly weary of the discussion and opening the kitchen door into the hall, "I'm going down to Kratzmer's." In the delicatessen store, she was obliged to wait her turn. The shop was well filled with late customers, and the women especially seemed maddeningly dilatory to the impatient girl. "And 15 cents worth of ham? And some that chow-chow? And a box of crackers?" Jeanette studied the rows of salads, pots of baked beans, the pickled pig's feet and sausages. Everything looked appetizing to her, and the place smelled fragrantly of fresh cold meat and creamy cheeses. Most of the edibles Kratzmer offered so invitingly she had never tasted. She would have liked to begin at one end of the marble counter and sample everything that was on it. She looked curiously at the woman near her, who had just purchased some weird-looking pickled things called mangoes, and gone on selecting imported cheeses and little oval round cans with French and Italian labels upon them. Jeanette wondered if she, herself, would ever come to know a time when she could order of Kratzmer's so prodigally. She was sick of the everlasting struggle at home of what they should get for lunch or dinner. It was always determined by the number of cents involved. "Well, dearie," her mother invariably remonstrated at some suggestion of her own, "that would cost 30 cents, and perhaps it would be wiser to wait until next week." A swift, vague vision arose of the vital years that were close at hand, the vital years in which she must marry and decide the course of her whole future life. Was her preparation for this all-important time ever to be beset by a consideration of pennies and makeshifts? "Well, Miss Sturgis, what is it tonight?" Fat Mrs. Kratzmer smiled blandly at her over the glass shelf above the marble counter. Jeanette watched her as she deftly crackled thin paper about the 2 loaves, tied and snapped the pink string. Kratzmer and his wife were fat, with big stomachs and round double chins. Even Elsa Kratzmer, their daughter, who went to the high school with Jeanette and Alice, was fat and had a double chin. The family had probably all they wanted to eat, and a great deal more. There must be an enormous amount of food left on the platters and dishes and in the pans at the end of each day that would spoil before morning. Kratzmer, his wife, and daughter must gourmandize, stuff themselves night after night, Jeanette reflected as she began to climb the 4 long flights of stairs to her own apartment. It was disgusting, of course, to think of eating that way, but oh, what a feast she and Alice would have if they might change places with the trio for a night or 2. As she reached the second landing, a thick smell of highly seasoned frying food assailed her. This was the floor on which the Armenians lived, and a pungent odor from their cooking frequently permeated the entire building. The front door of their apartment was open, and as Jeanette was passing it, Daikran Najarian came out. He was a tall young man of 23 or 4, of extraordinary swarthy beauty, with black wavy masses of hair and enormous dark eyes. He and his sister Rosa, she was a few years older and equally handsome, often met the young Sturgis girls on the stairs or fumbling with the key to the mailbox in the entranceway below. Jeanette and Alice used to giggle sillily after they had encountered Dicron, and would exchange ridiculous confidences concerning him. They regarded the young man as far too old to be interested in either of themselves, and therefore took his unusual beauty and odd foreign manner as proper targets for their laughter. Jeanette now instinctively straightened herself as she encountered her neighbor. Upon the instant, a feminine challenge emanated from her. "Hello," Dicron said, taken unawares and obviously embarrassed. "Been out?" For some obscure reason Jeanette did not understand, she elected at that moment to coquette. She had never given the young Armenian a serious thought before, but now she became aware of the effect their sudden encounter had had upon him. She paused on the lower step of the next flight and hung for a moment over the balustrade. Airily she explained her errand to Kratzmer's. "What smells so good?" she asked presently. She thought the odor abominable, but it did not suit her mood to say so. "Mother's cooking mussels tonight. They are wonderful, stuffed with rice and peppers. Have you ever tasted them? Could I send some upstairs?" Jeanette laughed hastily and shook her head. No thanks. Very much. I'm afraid we wouldn't. She was going to say appreciate them, but left the sentence unfinished. I must go on up. Mother's waiting for the bread. But she made no immediate move, and the young man continued to lean against the wall below her. Their conversation, however, died dismally at this point, and after a moment's uncomfortable silence, the girl began nimbly to mount the stairs, flinging over her shoulder a somewhat abrupt, "Good night." "Get your bread, dearie?" Mrs. Sturgis asked cheerfully as Jeanette came panting into the kitchen and flung her package down upon the table. Her daughter did not answer, but dropped into a chair to catch her breath. Mrs. Sturgis was bustling about, pottering over the gas stove, stirring a saucepan of stewing kidneys, banging shut the oven door after a brief inspection of a browning custard. Alice had just finished setting the table in the dining room, and now came in to break the string about the bread and begin to slice it vigorously. Jeanette interestedly observed what they were to have for dinner. It was one of the same old combinations with which she was familiar, and a feeling of weary distaste welled up within her. But a glimpse of her mother's face checked it. Mrs. Sturgis invariably wore lace jabots during the day. These were high-collared affairs reinforced with wires or whalebones, and they fastened firmly around the throat, the lace falling in rich, frothy cascades at the front. They were the only extravagance the hard-working little woman allowed herself, and she justified them on the ground that they were becoming, and she must be presentable at the fashionable girls' school where she was a teacher, and also at Signor Bellini's studio, where she was the paid accompanist. Jeanette and Alice were always mending or ironing these frills, and had become extremely expert at the work. There was a drawer in their mother's bureau devoted exclusively to her jabots, and her daughters made it their business to see that one of these lacy adornments was always there, dainty and fresh, ready to be put on. Beneath the brave show of lace about her neck and over the round swell of her small, compact bosom, there was only her little old black, or the Macy blue. Mrs. Sturgis had no other garments, and these two dresses were unrelievedly plain affairs, with plain V-shaped necks and plain untrimmed skirts. The jabots gave the effect of elegance she loved, and she had a habit of flicking the lacy ruffles as she talked, straightening them or tossing them with a careless finger. The final touch of adornment she allowed herself was 2 fine gold chains about her neck. From the longer was suspended her watch, which she carried tucked into the waistband of her skirt, while the other held her eyeglasses, which, when not in use, hung on a hook at her shoulder. The tight lace collars creased and wrinkled her throat, and made her cheeks bulge slightly over them, giving her face a round, full expression. When she was excited and wagged her head, or when she laughed, her fat little cheeks shook like cups of jelly. But as soon as her last pupil had departed for the day, off came the gold chains and the jabot. She was more comfortable without the confining band about her neck, though her real reason for laying her lacy ruffles aside was to keep them fresh and unrumpled. Stripped of her frills, her daughters were accustomed to see her in the early mornings and evenings with the homely V-shaped garment about her withered neck, her cheeks, lacking the support of the tight collar, sagging loosely, Habit was strong with Miss Sturgis. Jeanette and Alice were often amused at seeing their mother still flicking and tossing with an unconscious finger an imaginary frill long after it had been laid aside. Now, as the little woman bent over the stove, her older daughter noted the pendant cheeks crisscrossed with tiny purplish veins, the blue-white wrinkled neck, and the vivid red spots beneath the ears left by the sharp points of wire in the high collar she had just unfastened. There were puffy pockets below her eyes, and even the eyelids were creased with a multitude of tiny wrinkles. Jeanette realized her mother was tired, unusually tired. She remembered, too, that it was Saturday, and on Saturday there were pupils all day long. The girl jumped to her feet, snatched the stirring spoon out of her mother's hand, and pushed her away from the range. "Get out of here, Mamma," she directed vigorously. "Go into the table and sit down. Alice and I will put dinner on. Alice, make Mamma go in there and sit down." Mrs. Sturgis laughingly protested, but she allowed her younger daughter to lead her into the adjoining room, where she sank down gratefully in her place at the table. "Well, lovies, your old mother is pretty tired." She drew a long breath of contentment and closed her eyes. The girls poured the kidney stew into an oval dish and carried it and the scalloped tomatoes to the table. There was a hurried running back and forth for a few minutes, and then Jeanette and Alice sat down, hunching their chairs up to the table, and began hungrily to eat. It was the most felicitous, unhurried hour of their day usually, for mother and daughters unconsciously relaxed, their spirits rising with the warm food and the agreeable companionship which to each was and always had been exquisitely dear. The dining room in the daytime was the pleasantest room in the apartment. It and the kitchen overlooked a shabby backyard, adjoining other shabby backyards, far below, in the midst of which during summer a giant locust tree was magnificently in leaf. There were floods of sunshine all afternoon from September to April, and a brief but pleasing view of the Hudson River could be seen between the wall of the house next door and an encroaching cornice of a building on Columbus Avenue. At night there was little in the room to recommend it. The wallpaper was a hideous yellow, with acanthus leaves of a more hideous and darker yellow flourishing symmetrically upon it. There was a marble mantelpiece over a fireplace, and in the aperture for the grate a black lacquered iron grilling. Over the table hung a gas cellier, from the center of which 4 arms radiated at right angles, supporting globes of milky glass. Mrs. Sturgis's bedroom adjoined the dining room and was separated from it by bumping folding doors, only opened on occasions when Jeanette and Alice decided their mother's room needed a thorough cleaning and airing. The latter seemed necessary much oftener than the former, for the room had only one small window which, tucked into the corner, gave upon a narrow, light well. It was from this well, which extended clear down to the basement, that the evil smells arose when the Najarians, 2 flights below, began cooking one of their Armenian feasts. In the center of the apartment were 2 dark little chambers occupied by the girls. Neither possessed a window, but the wall separating them was pierced by an opening, fitted with a hinged light of frosted glass, which, when hooked back to the ceiling, permitted the necessary ventilation. These box-like little rooms had to be used as a passageway. The only hall was the public one outside, at one end of which was a back door giving access to the kitchen and the dining room, and opposite this a front one opening into the large, commodious sitting room, or studio as it was dignified by the family, in which Mrs. Sturgis gave her music lessons. It was this generous front room, with its high ceiling, its big bay window, its alcove ideally proportioned to hold the old grand piano, which had intrigued the little music teacher 12 years before, when she had moved into the neighborhood after her husband's death and begun her struggle for a home and a livelihood. Whether or not the prospective pupils would be willing to climb the 4 long flights of stairs necessary to reach this thoroughly satisfactory environment for the dissemination of musical instruction was a question which only time would answer. Mrs. Sturgis had confidently expected that they would, and her expectations had been realized. The $1 an hour, which was all she charged, had appealed to the more calculating of their parents. Moreover, Henrietta Spaulding Sturgis was a pianist of no mean distinction. She was a graduate of the Boston Conservatory, was in charge of the music at Miss Loughborough's concentration school for little girls on Central Park West, and was the accompanist for Tommaso Bellini, a well-known instructor in voice culture who had a studio in Carnegie Hall. These facts the neighborhood inevitably learned, and that lessons at such a price could be had from a teacher so well equipped was confided by one shrewd mother to another. The stairs were ignored. A little climbing, if taken slowly, never hurt any child. But while year after year it became more and more advertised that bustling, round-faced, cheerful Mrs. Sturgis did have charge of the music at Miss Loughborough's school on Tuesdays and Fridays of each week, and did play the accompaniments for the pupils of Signor Bellini at his Carnegie Hall studio on Mondays and Thursdays, no one suspected that sharp Mrs. Loughborough handed Mrs. Sturgis a check for only $25 twice a month, and that thrifty Signor Bellini paid but $5 a day to his accompanist. Wednesdays and Saturdays were left for private lessons at $1 an hour, and although Mrs. Sturgis could have filled other days of the week with pupils, Miss Loughborough and Signor Bellini represented an income that was certain, while nothing was more uncertain than the little pupils whose parents sent them regularly for a few months, and then moved away or summarily discontinued the instruction, often without explanation. Jeanette and Alice had urged their mother repeatedly to drop one or the other of her close-handed employers and take on more pupils, but to these entreaties Mrs. Sturgis had shaken her head with firm determination until her round little cheeks trembled. "No, no, lovies. That may be all very well. They may be underpaying me. Perhaps they are, but the money's sure, and that's the comfort. It's worth much more to me to know that than to earn twice the amount." It was the dreary hot summers that Mrs. Sturgis and her daughters dreaded, when Miss Loughborough's school closed its doors and Signor Bellini made his annual pilgrimage to Italy, and the little pupils who had filled the Wednesday and Saturday lesson hours drifted away to the beaches or the mountains. July and August were empty, barren months, and against their profitlessness some provision had to be made. A little must be put by during the year to take care of this lean and trying period. But somehow, although Mrs. Sturgis firmly determined at the beginning of each season that never again would she subject her girls to the self-denials, even privations, they had endured during the summer, every year it became harder and harder to save, while each summer brought fresh humiliations and a slimmer purse. Even in the most prosperous seasons the small family was in debt, always a little behind, never wholly caught up, and as time went on it became evident that each year found them further and further in arrears. They were always harassed by annoying petty accounts. Miss Loughborough's and Signor Bellini's money paid the rent and the actual daily food, and when a parent took it into his or her head to send a check for a child's music, the amount had to be proportioned here and there. So much to the druggist, the dentist, and doctor, so much to the steam laundry, so much to the ice company and dairy, so much for gas and fuel. Emerging from the chrysalis of girlhood, Jeanette and Alice were rapidly becoming young women, with a healthy, normal appetite for pretty clothes and amusement. These were simple enough and might so easily have been gratified, Mrs. Sturgis often sadly thought, if her income would keep but a lagging pace with modestly expanding needs. It required a few extra dollars only each year, but where could she lay her hands on them? When a business expanded and its earnings grew proportionately, an employee's salary was sure to be raised after a time of faithful service. Mrs. Sturgis did not dare increase the rates she charged for her lessons. She felt she was facing a blank wall. She could conceive of no way whereby she might earn more. Skimping what went on the table was an old recourse to which she and her children were now thoroughly accustomed. She did not see how she could possibly cut down further and still keep her girls properly nourished. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 4. Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 5 through 7 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 5 through 7. She watched them affectionately now as they finished their dinner, observing her older daughter's fastidious manipulation of her fork, the younger one's bird-like way of twisting her small head as she ate. A fleeting wonder of what the future held in store for each passed through her mind. Jeanette was more impetuous and daring, was shrewd-minded, clear-thinking, efficient, was headstrong, and actuated ever by a suffering pride. She would undoubtedly grow into a tall, beautiful woman. Alice, her mother's brown bird, seemed overshadowed by comparison, and yet Mrs. Sturgis sometimes felt that Alice, with her simpler, unexacting, contented nature, her gentle faith, her meditative mind, was the more fortunate of the two. She herself turned to Jeanette for advice, for discussion of ways and means, and to Alice for sympathetic understanding and uncritical loyalty. They were both splendid girls, she mused fondly, who would make admirable wives. They must marry, of course. She had brought them up since they were tiny girls to consider a successful, happy marriage as their outstanding aim in life. She had trained them in the duties of wives, even of mothers, but she shuddered, and her heart grew sick within her, as she began dimly to perceive the time approaching when she must surrender their bloom and innocence, and her complete proprietorship in them to some confident, ignorant young male, who would unhesitatingly set up his half-baked judgment for his wife's welfare against her hard-won knowledge of life. Yet both girls must marry, her heart was set on that. Marriage meant everything to a girl, and to the right husbands her daughters would make ideal wives. With the speed of long practice, the remains of the dinner were swept away and the kitchen set to rights. Both girls attempted to dissuade their mother from performing her customary dishwashing task, urging her that tonight she must rest. But Mrs. Sturgis would not listen. She was quite rested, she declared, and there was nothing to washing up the few dishes they had used. Why, it was 10 minutes' work. She invariably insisted upon performing this dirtier, more vigorous task. Alice's part was to wipe, Jeanette's to clear the table, brush the cloth, put away the china and napkins, and replace the old square piece of chenille curtaining, which had for years done duty as a table cover. Then there was the gas drop light to set in its center, and connect with the gaselier above a long tube ending in a curved brass nozzle that fitted over one of the burners. Where this joining occurred, there was always a slight escape of gas, and it frequently gave Mrs. Sturgis or her daughters a headache, but beyond an impatient comment from one of them, such as, "Mercy me, the gas smells horribly tonight," or, "Open the window a little, dearie, the gas is beginning to make my head ache," nothing was ever done about it. It was one of those things in their lives to which they had grown accustomed and accepted along with the rest of the ills and goods of their days. Mother and girls used the dining room as the place to congregate, sew, read, or idle. They rarely sat down or attempted to make themselves comfortable in the spacious front room. It was not nearly so agreeably intimate, and they felt it must always be kept in order for music lessons, and for rare occasions when company came. Company usually turned out to be a pupil's mother or a housemaid who came to explain that little Edna or Gracie had the mumps or was going to dentist's on Saturday, and therefore would not be able to take her lesson. Or a messenger from Signor Bellini to inquire if Mrs. Sturgis could play for one of his pupils the following evening. Such was the character of the callers, but the fiction of company was maintained. The group Mrs. Sturgis and her daughters made about the dining-room table in the warm yellow radiance of the drop-light was intimately familiar and dear to each of them. There was always a certain amount of sewing going on, mending or darning, and hardly an evening passed without one or another industriously bending over her needle. Usually they were all three at it, for they made most of their own clothes. Each had her own particular side of the table and her own particular chair. They were extremely circumspect in the observance of one another's preferences, and would apologize profusely if one happened to be found on the wrong side of the table or incorrectly seated. Mrs. Sturgis, on the rare occasions when she found herself with nothing particular to do, spread out a pack of cards before her and indulged in a meditative solitaire. Alice had always a novel in which she was absorbed. Generally 3 or 4 books were saved up in her room, and she considered herself dreadfully behind in her reading unless she had disposed of one of them as soon as she acquired another. Jeanette studied the fashions in the dress magazines, and sometimes amused herself by drawing costume designs of her own. But dressmaking occupied most of the evenings. There was usually a garment of some kind in process of manufacture, or a dress to be ripped to pieces and its materials used in new ways. Alice acted as model no matter for whom the work was intended. She had infinite patience and could stand indefinitely, sometimes with a bit of sewing in her hands, sometimes with a book propped before her on the mantel, indifferent and unconcerned, while her mother and sister crawled around her on the floor, pinning, pulling, and draping the material about her young figure, or else sitting back on their heels and arguing with each other, while they eyed her with heads first on one side, then on the other. Tonight, Jeanette was making herself a corset cover. Alice was struggling over a school essay on home life of the Greeks in the age of Pericles, and Mrs. Sturgis was darning. They had not been more than half an hour at their work, when there was the sound of masculine feet mounting the stairs, a hesitating step in the hall, and a brief ring of the doorbell. They glanced at one another questioningly, and Alice rose. Alice always answered the bell. "If it's old Bellini wanting you tonight," Jeanette began in annoyance. But the man's voice that reached them was no messenger's. It was polite and friendly. It was for Alice's sister, he inquired. Jeanette found Dikron Najarian in the front room. The young man was all bashful breathlessness. "There's an Armenian society here in New York, Miss Sturgis. My father was one of the organizers, has been a member for years. We're having a dance tonight at Weiderman's Hall on Amsterdam Avenue, and my cousin Louisa, who was going with me, is ill. She has a bad toothache. I have her ticket, and... Will you come in her place? Rosa's going, of course, and tell your mother I'll bring you home at 12 o'clock. It was said in an anxious rush, with hopeful eagerness. Jeanette, bewildered, went to consult her mother. Mrs. Sturgis hastily pinned one of her jabots around her neck, and appeared to confront young Najarian in the studio. She listened to the invitation thoughtfully, her head cocked upon one side, her lips pursed in judicial fashion. Janny was still very young, she explained. She had never attended anything quite so grown up. She was usually only to the parties her school friends sometimes asked her to, and Mrs. Sturgis was afraid. Suddenly, Jeanette wanted to go. She pinched her mother's arm, and an impatient protest escaped her lips. "Oh, please, Mrs. Sturgis," pleaded the young man. A rich contralto voice sounded from the hallway of the floor below. The door to the apartment had been left open, and now they could see big handsome Rosa Najarian's face through the banisters as she stood halfway up the stairs. "Do let your daughter come, Mrs. Sturgis. They are all nice boys and girls. I will keep a sharp eye on her and bring her home to you safely." "Well," said Mrs. Sturgis, "I just wanted to feel satisfied that everything was right and proper." There were some further words. Jeanette left her mother talking with Dikron and flew to the dining room to her sister. "Quick, Alice, dearie. Dikron Najarian's asked me to a dance. I must fly. Help me get ready. He's waiting." Instantly, there was a scurry, a jerking open of bureau drawers, a general diving into crowded closets. The question immediately arose, what was Jeanette to wear? In a mad burst of extravagance, she had sent her dotted Swiss muslin to the laundry. There remained only her old party dress, which had been done over and over, lengthened and lengthened, until now the velvet was worn and shiny. The covering of some of the buttons was gone and showed the bright metal beneath. The ribbon about the waist was split in several places. Yet there was nothing else, and while the girl was hooking herself into it, Alice daubed the metal buttons with ink and sewed folds of the ribbon over where it had begun to split. Jeanette borrowed stockings from her sister and wedged her feet into a pair of her mother's pumps, which were too small for her. Her black lustreless locks were happily becomingly arranged, and excitement brought a warm dull red to her olive-tinted cheeks. She was in gay spirits when Najarian called for her some 15 minutes later and went off with him chattering vivaciously. Mrs. Sturgis stood for a moment in the open doorway of her apartment and listened to the descending feet upon the stairs, to the lessening sound of gay young voices. She assured herself she caught Rosa Najarian's warmer accents as the older girl met her brother and Jeanette 2 flights below. She still bent her ear for the last sounds of the little party as it made its way down the final flight of stairs, paused for an interval in the lowest hallway, and banged the front door behind it with a dull reverberation and a shiver of glass. As the house grew still, she waited a minute or two longer with compressed lips and a troubled frown, then shook her round little cheeks firmly, turned back into her own apartment, and without comment began to help Alice hang up Jeanette's discarded clothing and set the disordered room to rights. Jeanette found her mother sitting up for her when she returned a little after 12. Mrs. Sturgis was engaged in writing out bills for her lessons, which she would mail on the last day of the month. The old canvas-covered ledger with its crisscrossed pages, its erasures and torn edges in which she kept her accounts was a familiar sight in her hands. She was forever turning its thumbed and ink-stained leaves, studying old and new entries, making half-finished calculations in the margins or blank spaces. She sat now in the unbecoming flannelette gown she wore at night, her thin hair in 2 skimpy pigtails on either side of her neck, a tattered knitted shawl of a murderous red about her shoulders, and a comforter across her knees. In the yellow light of the hissing gas above her head, she appeared haggard and old, with dark pockets underneath her scant eyebrows and even gaunt hollows in the little cheeks that bulged plumply and bravely during the day above her tight lace collars. "Well, dearie!" Bright animation struggled into the mother's face, and her voice at once was all eagerness and interest. "Did you have a good time? Tell me about it." Immediately she detected something was amiss. There was none of the gay exhilaration and youthful exuberance in her daughter's manner she had confidently expected. One searching glance into the glittering dark eyes as the girl stooped to kiss her told her Jeanette was fighting tears, struggling to control a burst of pent-up feeling. "Why, dearie, what's the matter? Tell me." "Oh!" There was young fury in the exclamation. Jeanette flung herself into a chair and buried her face in her hands, plunging her fingertips deep into her thick coils of black hair. For several minutes she would not answer her mother's anxious inquiries. "Wasn't Mr. Najarian nice to you? Didn't he look after you? Didn't you have a good time? Tell Mama," Mrs. Sturgis persisted. "Oh, yes, he was very nice. Yes, he took good care of me. And Rosa did, too." "Then what is it, dearie? What happened? Mama wants to know." Jeanette drew a long breath and got brusquely to her feet. "Oh, it's this!" she burst out, striking the gown she wore with contemptuous fingers. "It's these miserable things I have to wear. There wasn't a girl there tonight, not even one, that wasn't better dressed. I was a laughingstock among them. Oh, I know I was. They all felt sorry for me. A poor little neighbor of Dikron Najarian's on whom he had taken pity and whom he had asked to a dance. Oh, I can't and won't stand it, Mama." Tears suddenly choked her, but she fought them down and stilled her mother's rush of expostulations. No, Mama. It's nobody's fault. You work your fingers to the bone for Allie and me. You work from daylight till dark to keep us in school and in idleness. I'm not going to let you do it any longer. No, Mama, I'm not going to let things go on as they are. I needed some experience like tonight's to make me wake up." "What experience? Don't talk so wild, baby." "Finding out for myself I was the shabbiest dressed girl in the room. There were a lot of other girls there, really nice girls. I didn't expect it. I suppose I thought I wouldn't find any American girls like myself at an Armenian dance. I don't know what I thought, but there were only a few like Rosa and Dikron, and all the other girls were beautifully dressed." Jeanette broke off and began to blink hard for self-control. Her mother, her face twisted with sympathy and distress, could only pat her hand and murmur soothingly over and over, "Dearie, my poor dearie. My dearie girl." "I saw one old lady sizing me up," Jeanette went on presently. "I could see right into her brain, and I knew every thought she was thinking. She looked me over from my feet to my hair and from my hair to my feet. There wasn't a thing wrong or right with me that old cat missed. She didn't mean it unkindly. She was merely interested in noting how shabby I was. And, Mama, it was a revelation to me. I could just see ahead into the years that are coming, and I could see that was to be my fate always wherever I went, to be shabbily dressed and be pitied. Now, dearie, don't take on so. Mama will work hard, we'll save." "But that's just what I won't have," Jeanette interrupted passionately. "I'm not going to let you go on slaving for Allie and me, making yourself a drudge. What's it all for? Just so Allie and I can marry suitable rich young men. Isn't that it? Ever since I can remember, I've heard you talk about our future husbands and what kind of men they are to be. You've been describing to us for years the time when we'll be going to dances and theaters. Going, yes, but how? Dressed like this? Worn, shabby old clothes? To be pitied by other women? No, Mama. I won't do it. I'd rather stay home with you for the rest of my life and grow up to be an old maid. Oh, Janny, don't talk so reckless. You take things so seriously, and you're always imagining the worst side of everything. There are thousands of girls a great deal worse off than you. There are thousands of mothers and fathers and daughters in this city right this minute who are facing just this problem. It's as old as the hills, but there's always a way out, a way that's right and proper. Don't let it trouble you, dearie. Leave it to Mama. Mama'll manage. No, Mama, I won't leave it to you. I've got eyes in my head, and I see how hard you have to struggle. We're always behind as it is, pestered by bills and the tradespeople. Why, this very afternoon we didn't have a cent in the house, not even a copper, and you had to borrow a dime from Mildred Carpenter to buy bread. Just think of it. We didn't have money enough for bread. But, dearie, I've got Miss Lowborough's check in my purse. Yes, and we owe 10 times its amount. We're running steadily behind. I don't see anything better ahead. It's going to be this way year after year, always falling a little more and a little more behind until people won't trust us anymore. Perhaps we could cut down a bit somewheres, Janny. Oh, Mama, don't talk nonsense. I'm going to work. That's all there is about it. Jeanette, you can't. You mustn't. Well, I am just the same. Rosa Najarian is a stenographer with the Singer Sewing Machine Company, and she gets $18 a week. Think of it, Mama. $18 a week. She took a 10 weeks course at the Gerald Commercial School, and at the end of that time they got her a job. She didn't have to wait a week. No, I'm not going to high school another day. Tomorrow I'm going down to that commercial school. But, dearie, you don't want to be a working girl. You're a working woman, aren't you? But, my dear, I had no other choice. I had my girls to bring up, and I've grubbed and slaved, as you say, just so my daughters would never have to take positions. I've worked hard to make ladies of you, dearie, and no lady's a shop girl. Oh, I couldn't bear it. You and Allie shop girls, Janny. It would finish me. Well, Mama, you don't feel so awful about Rosa Najarian, do you? You consider Rosa a lady, don't you? She's an Armenian, Jeanette, and I know nothing about Armenians. Besides, she's not my daughter. The kind of men I want for husbands to my girls will not be looking for their wives behind shop counters. But, Mama, stenographers don't work behind counters. Oh, yes, they do. Anyway, it's the same thing. Jeanette felt suddenly too tired to continue the discussion. Her mind began turning over the changes the steps she contemplated would occasion. Mrs. Sturgis's fingers played a nervous tattoo upon her tremulous lips. She glanced apprehensively at her daughter, and in that moment realized the girl would have her way. "Oh, dearie, she burst out, "I can't have you go to work." Jeanette knew that no opposition from her mother would alter her purpose. Where her mind was made up, her mother invariably capitulated. It had been so for a long time, and Jeanette, at least, was aware of it. As she foresaw the full measure of her mother's distress when she put her decision into effect, she came and knelt beside her chair, gathered the tired figure in its absurd flannelette nightgown in her arms, and kissed the thin silky hair where it parted and showed the papery white skin of her scalp. Mrs. Sturgis bent her head against her daughter's shoulder, while the tears trickled down her nose and fell upon the girl's bare arm. Jeanette murmured consolingly, but her mother refused to be comforted, indicating her disapproval by firm little shakes of her head, while she managed now and then between watery sniffles. There were finally many kisses between them and many loving assurances. The girl promised to do nothing without careful consideration, and they would all three discuss the proposition from every angle in the morning. When they had said a last good night, and the girl had gone to her room, Mrs. Sturgis still sat on under the hissing gas jet with the red, torn shawl about her shoulders, the comforter across her knees. The tears dried on her face, and for a long time she stared fixedly before her, her lips moving unconsciously with her thoughts. The little suite of rooms she had known so intimately for 12 long years grew still. The chill of the dead of night crept in. Jeanette's light went out. Mrs. Sturgis reached for the canvas-covered ledger on the table beside her and began a rapid calculation of figures on its last page. For a long time she stared at the result, then rose deliberately and went into her room. There she cautiously pulled an old trunk from the wall, unlocked its lid, raised a dilapidated tray, and knelt down. In the bottom was an old papier-mâché box, battered and scratched, with rubbed corners. She opened this and began carefully to examine its contents. There was the old brooch pin Ralph had given her after the first concert they attended together, and there were her mother's coral earrings and necklace, and the little silver buckles Jeanette had worn on her first baby shoes. There were some other trinkets, a stud, Ralph's collapsible gold pencil, a French 5-franc piece, a scarf pin from whose setting the stone was missing. Tucked into a faded leather photograph case was a sheaf of folded pawn tickets. That was the way her rings had gone, and the diamond pin, Ralph's jeweled cufflinks, and the gold head of her father's ebony cane. She picked up the pair of silver buckles and examined them in the palm of her hand. Presently she added the gold brooch and the collapsible pencil before she put back the contents of the trunk and locked it. For some moments she stood in the center of her room, gently jingling these ornaments together. Then her eye traveled to her bureau. Slowly she approached it and one after another lifted the gold chains she wore during the day. These she disengaged from her eyeglasses and watch, and wrapped them with the buckles and the brooch in a bit of tissue paper pulled from a lower drawer. But still she did not seem satisfied. With the tissue paper package in her hand, she sat on the edge of her bed, frowning thoughtfully, her fingers slowly tapping her lips. Presently a light came into her eyes. She lit a candle and stole softly through the girls' rooms into the great gaunt chamber that was the studio. In one corner was a bookcase, overflowing with old novels, magazines, and battered schoolbooks. It was a higgledy-piggledy collection of years, a library without value, save for 5 substantial volumes of Grove's Musical Dictionary on a lower shelf. Mrs. Sturgis knelt before these, drew them out one by one, and laid them beside her on the floor. She opened the first volume and read the inscription, "To my ever-patient, gentle Henrietta, for 5 years my devoted wife, true friend and loving companion, from her grateful and affectionate husband, Ralph." There was the date, 12 years ago, and he had died within 6 months after he had written those words. Her fingers moved to her trembling lips, and she frowned darkly. She closed the book, carried the 5 volumes to a shelf in a closet near at hand, and tucked them out of sight in a far corner. There was one last business to be performed. The books in the bookcase must be arranged to fill the vacant place where the dictionary had stood. Mrs. Sturgis was not satisfied until her efforts seemed convincing. At last she picked up her wavering candle and made her way back to her own room. As she got into bed, the old onyx clock on the mantel in the dining room struck 3 blurred notes upon its tiny harsh gong. Only when darkness had shut down and the night was silent did tears come to the tired eyes. There was then a blinding rush and a few quick strangling sobs. Mrs. Sturgis stifled these and wiped her eyes heartily upon a fold of the rough sheet. She steadied a trembling lip with a firm hand and resolutely turned upon her side to compose herself for sleep. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 5 through 7. Instantly there was a scurry, a jerking open of bureau drawers, a general diving into crowded closets. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 3. It took all Jeanette's young, vigorous determination to carry into effect the plan she had conceived the night of the Armenian dance. She met with an unexpected degree of opposition from her mother, and even from Alice, who was, as a rule, indecisive, and the vaguest of persons in expressing opinions. It was too grave a step. Janny might come to regret it bitterly some day, and it might be too late then to go back. Alice thought perhaps it would be wiser to wait a while, but Jeanette did not want to wait. The more she thought about being a wage earner and her own mistress, free to do as she pleased and spend her money as she chose, the more eager she was to be done with school and the supervision of teachers. She felt suddenly grown up, and looked enviously at the young women she met hurrying to the elevated station at 93rd Street in the early mornings on their way downtown to business. She noted how they dressed, and critically observed those who carried their lunches. She thought about what she should wear, the kind of hat and shoes she would select when she was one of them. If it meant skipping her noonday meal entirely, she decided, she would never be guilty of carrying lunch with her. Alice and her intimates at school on a sudden became drearily young to her. She was irritated by their giggling silliness. She chose to treat them all with a certain aloofness, and began to regard herself already as a highly paid, valued secretary of the president of a large corporation. In the evenings she found excuses for visiting Rosa Najarian, and eagerly listened to the older girl's account of the business routine of her days. The tuition at the Girard Commercial School for 10 weeks' instruction in shorthand and typing was $50 payable in advance, and it was her inability to get this sum that prevented Jeanette from putting her plan immediately into effect. She made herself unhappy, and her mother and sister unhappy, by worrying about it. Mrs. Sturgis fretted uncomfortably. She alone was aware of an easy way by which the money could be obtained. But since she did not approve of her daughter's purpose, she had no inclination to divulge it. A $5,000 paid-up insurance policy from a benevolent society had become hers at the time of her husband's death. It represented a nest egg, the thought of which had always been the greatest comfort to her. In sickness or in case of her death, the girls would have something. They would not be left absolutely destitute. She had never mentioned this policy to her daughters, always being afraid she might borrow on it, and many a time she had been sorely tempted to do so. With the knowledge of its existence unshared with anyone, Mrs. Sturgis felt herself equal to the temptation, but once taking her children into her confidence, she feared she would soon weakly make inroads upon it. Now, as Jeanette became restive and impatient for want of $50, her mother grew correspondingly depressed. It was to protect herself against just such wild goose schemes as this, she told herself over and over, that she had refrained from telling her darlings anything about the money. But events unforeseen and from her point of view calamitous robbed her of her fortitude and forced her to play into her daughter's hands. Scarlet fever broke out in the neighborhood. An epidemic swept the Upper West Side. The Wednesday and Saturday lessons, all of them, had to be discontinued. Miss Loughborough's school closed its doors. Mrs. Sturgis found some music to copy, but the money she earned in this way was far short of the meager income upon which she and her daughters had depended. The days stretched into weeks, and still new cases were reported in the district. The time came when there was actual want in the little household, literally no money with which to buy food, and no further credit to be had among the tradespeople. Jeanette applied for and secured the promise of a job in a small upholsterer's shop in the neighborhood at $6 a week, and in the face of her firm resolution to accept the offer and go to work on the following Monday morning, Mrs. Sturgis confessed her secret. As she had foreseen, Jeanette had little difficulty in persuading her, since now she would be compelled to borrow on her store to make the amount of her loan $50 additional. "Why, Mama, I'll be earning that much a month in 10 weeks, and I can pay it back to you in no time." I know, dearie, but I just hate to do it." Eventually she gave way before her daughter's flood of arguments. It was what she had feared ever since Ralph died. There would be no stopping now the inroads upon her little capital. She saw the beginning of the end, but Jeanette went triumphantly to school. After the first few days, while she felt herself conspicuous as a new pupil, she began to enjoy herself immensely. The studies fascinated her. Hers was an alert mind, and she was unusually intelligent. She had always been regarded as an exceptionally bright student, but she had achieved this reputation with little application. Her schoolwork heretofore had represented merely lessons to her. It had never carried any significance. But now she threw herself with all the intensity of her nature upon what seemed to her a vital business. She realized she had only 10 weeks in which to master shorthand and typing, and at the end of that time would come the test of her ability to fill a position as stenographer. She dared not risk the humiliation of failure. Her pride, the strongest element in her makeup, would not permit it. She must work, work, work. She must utilize every hour, every minute of these precious weeks of instruction. The girl knew in her heart that she had many of the qualifications of a good secretary. She was pretty, she was well-mannered, intelligent, and could speak and write good English. To find ample justification for this estimate, she had but to compare herself with other girls in the school. These, for the most part, were foreign-born. A large percentage were Jewesses, thick-lipped and large-nosed, with heavy black coils of hair worn over ill-disguised rats. Jeanette detected a finer type, but even to these exceptions she felt herself superior. They chewed gum a great deal, and shrieked over their confidences as they ate their lunches out of cardboard boxes at the noon hour. She could not bring herself to associate with such girls, and forestalled any approach to friendliness on their part by choosing a remote corner to devote the leisure minutes to study. In consequence, she became the butt of much of their silly laughter, and though she winced at these whisperings and jibes, she never betrayed annoyance. There was a sprinkling of men and boys throughout the school, but the male element was made up of middle-aged dullards and pimply-necked raw youths, none of whom interested her. The weeks fled by, and Jeanette was carried along on an undiminished wave of excitement. Everything she coveted most in the world depended upon her winning a diploma from the school at the end of the 10 weeks' instruction. She discovered soon after her enrollment that while this might be physically possible, it was rarely accomplished, and most of her fellow students had been attending the school for months. A diploma represented to her the measure of success, and as the time grew shorter before she was to take the final examinations, she could hardly sleep from the intensity of her emotions. At home, matters had materially improved. The epidemic was over. Miss Loughborough's school had reopened its doors, and Mrs. Sturgis was again beginning to fill her Wednesdays and Saturdays with lessons. But the problem of finances was still unsolved. There was a loan of $500 now on the insurance policy, and Jeanette foresaw her mother would not cease to fret and worry over that until it had somehow been paid back. Everything, it seemed to her, depended on her success at school. There was no hope for the little family otherwise. Alice, trusting, complacent little Alice, was not the type who could shoulder any of the burden. Her mother was perceptibly not as strong as she had been. There would always be debts, there would always be worry, there would always be skimping and self-denial, unless she, Jeanette, got a job and went to work. Weary with fatigue, she would drive herself at her practice on the rented typewriter in the studio every evening until her back flamed with fire and her fingertips grew sore. She made Alice read aloud to her while she filled page after page in her notebook with her hooks and dashes until her sister drooped with sleep. Mrs. Sturgis protested, actually cried a little. The child was killing herself to no purpose. There wasn't any sense in working so hard. She was wasting her time, and it would end by their having a doctor. Jeanette shook her head and held her peace. But when the reward came, and old Roger Mason, who had been principal of the school for nearly 20 years, sent for her and told her he wanted to congratulate her on the excellent showing she had made, she felt amply compensated. But none of those who eagerly congratulated her, not even her mother nor Alice, suspected how infinitely harder than mastering her lessons had been what she had endured from the jeering, mimicking girls who had made fun of her through the dreadful 10 weeks. But that was all behind her now. She could forget it. She had justified herself, and stood ready to prove to her mother and sister that she could now fill a position as a regular stenographer, could hold it, and moreover bring them material help. She was all eagerness to begin, frightened at the prospect, yet confident of success. Graduates of the Girard Commercial School ordinarily do not have to wait long for a job. The demand for stenographers was usually in excess of the supply. Little Miss Ingram, down at the school, who had in hand the matter of finding positions for Girard graduates, was interested in obtaining the best that was available for Miss Sturgis, who had made such an excellent record, and Jeanette was thrilled one morning at receiving a note asking her to report at the school without delay if she wished employment. Miss Ingram handed her an address on 4th Avenue. "It's a publishing house. They publish subscription books, I think. Something of that sort. I don't urge you to take it. Something better may come along, but you can look them over and see how you think you'd like it. They'll pay $15. $15 a week?" Jeanette raised delighted eyes. "Oh, Miss Ingram, do you think I can please them? Do you think they'll give me a chance?" Miss Ingram smiled and squeezed Jeanette's arm reassuringly. "Of course, my dear, and they'll be delighted with you. You're a great deal better equipped than most of our girls." The Soleil Publishing Company occupied a spacious floor of a tall building on 4th Avenue. Jeanette was deafened by the clatter of typewriters as she stepped out of the elevator. The loft was filled with long lines of girls, seated at typewriting machines and at great broad-topped tables piled high with folded circulars. Figures, silhouetted against the distant windows, moved to and fro between the aisles. It was a turmoil of noise and confusion. As she stood before the low wooden railing that separated her from it all, trying to adjust her eyes to the kaleidoscope effect of movement and light, a pert young voice addressed her. "Who did you want to see, please?" A little Jewess of some 14 or 15 years, with an elaborate coiffure surmounting her peaked pale face, was eyeing her inquiringly. "I called to see about a position as stenographer." Jeanette's voice all but failed her, the words fogged in her throat. "Typist or regular steno?" "Stenographer, I think. Shorthand and transcription. Wasn't that what was wanted?" "See Miss Gibson, first desk over there, end of 3rd aisle." The little girl swung back a gate in the railing, screwed up the corners of her mouth, tucked a stray hair into place at the nape of her neck, and with an assumed expression of elaborate boredom, waited for Jeanette to pass through. It took courage to invade that region of bustle and clamor. Jeanette advanced with faltering step, felt the waters close over her head, and herself engulfed in the whirling tide. Once of it, it did not seem so terrifying. Already her ears were becoming attuned to the rat-a-tat-tatting that hummed in a roar about her, and her eyes accustomed to the flying fingers, the flashing paper, the bobbing heads, and hurrying figures. Miss Gibson was a placid, gray-haired woman, large-busted and severely dressed in an immaculate shirtwaist that was tucked trimly into a snug belt about her firm, round person. She smiled perfunctorily at the girl as she indicated the chair beside her desk. Jeanette felt her eyes swiftly taking inventory of her. Her interrogations were of the briefest. She made a note of Jeanette's age, name, and address, and schooling. She then launched into a description of the work. The Soleil Publishing Company sold a great many books by subscription. Secret Memoirs, The Favorites of Great Kings, a compendium of mortal knowledge. Their most recent publication was a 25-volume work entitled A Universal History of the World. This set of books was supposed to contain a complete historical record of events from the beginning of time, and was composed of excerpts from the writings of great historians, all deftly welded together to make a comprehensive narrative. A tremendous advertising campaign was in progress. All magazines carried full-page advertisements, and a coupon clipped from a corner of them brought a sample volume by mail for inspection. When these volumes were returned, they were accompanied by an order or a letter giving the reason why none was enclosed. To the latter, a personal reply was immediately written by Mr. Beardsley. Miss Gibson indicated a young man seated by a window some few desks away. He dictated to a corps of stenographers, and followed up his first letters with others, each containing an argument in favor of the books. Miss Gibson enunciated this information with a glibness that suggested many previous recitations. When she had finished with disconcerting abruptness, she asked Jeanette if she thought she could do the work. The girl, taken aback, could only stare blankly. She had no idea whether she could do it or not. She shook her head aimlessly. Miss Gibson frowned. "Well, we'll see what you can do," she declared. "Miss Rosen," she called, and as a young Jewess came toward them, she directed, "Take Miss, she glanced at her notes, Sturgis to the cloakroom, and bring her back here." Jeanette's mind was a confused jumble. "They won't kill me. They won't eat me," she found herself thinking.
Presently she stood before Miss Gibson once more. The woman glanced at her and rose. "Come this way." They walked toward the young man she had previously indicated. "Mr. Beardsley, try this girl out. She comes from the Girard School, but she has no practical experience." Jeanette looked into a pleasant boy's face. He had an even row of glittering white teeth, a small, quaint mouth that stretched tightly across them when he smiled, blue eyes, and rather unruly stuck-up hair. She wanted to please him. She could please him. He seemed nice. I beg pardon. Miss Gibson did not mention the name." "Sturgis." "There's a vacant table over there. You can have a Remington or an Underwood, anything you're accustomed to. We have all styles. Miss Flanagan, take charge of Miss Sturgis, will you?" A big-boned Irish girl came toward him. She was a slovenly type, but apparently disposed to be friendly. "I'll lend you a notebook and pencils till you can draw your own from the stock clerk. You have to make out a requisition for everything you want here. You'll find paper in that drawer, and that's a Remington if you use one." Jeanette slipped into the straight-backed chair and settled with a sense of relief before the flimsy little table on which the typewriter stood. She was eager for a moment's inconspicuousness. "This is the kind of stuff he gives you." Miss Flanagan leaned over from behind and offered her several yellow sheets of typewriting. Jeanette took them with a murmured thanks and began to read. "Deferred payment plan, $5 will immediately secure this handsome 25-volume set. On the 1st of May, the price of these books, as advertised, must advance. But my subscribing now—" She wet her dry lips and glanced at another page. "The authenticity of these sources of historical information cannot be doubted. Eliminating the traditions which can hardly be accepted as dependable chronicles, we turn to the Egyptian records which are still extant in graven symbols." She couldn't do it. It was harder than anything she had ever had in practice. She saw failure confronting her. The sting of tears pricked her eyes and she pressed her lips tightly together. Blindly, she picked up a stiff bristle brush and began to clean the type of her machine. She slipped in a sheet of paper and, to distract herself, rattled off briskly some of her school exercises. Those other girls could do it. She saw them glancing at their notes and busily clicking at their machines. They did not seem to be having difficulty. Miss Flanagan, that raw-boned Irish girl with no breeding, no education, no brains, how was it that she managed it? She frowned savagely, and her fingers flew. Miss Sturgis, young Mr. Beardsley, was smiling at her invitingly. She rose, gathering up her pencils and notebook. "Sit down, Miss Sturgis. This work may seem a little difficult to you at first, but you'll soon get on to it. Most of these letters are very alike. There's no particular accuracy required. The idea is to get in closer touch with these people who have written in or acquired about the books, and we write them personal letters for the effect the direct message—" He went on explaining, amiably, reassuringly. Jeanette thawed under his pleasant manner. Confidence came surging back. She made up her mind she liked this young man. He was considerate. He was kind. He was a gentleman. "The idea, of course, is always to have your letters intelligible. If you don't understand what you have written, the person to whom it is addressed won't either. I don't care whether you get my actual words or not. You're always at liberty to phrase a sentence any way you choose as long as it makes sense. Now let's see. We'll try one. Frank Curry, RFD1, Topeka, Kansas. I'll go slow at first, but if I forget and get going too rapidly, don't hesitate to stop me." Jeanette, with her notebook balanced on her knee, bent to her work. Beardsley spoke slowly and distinctly. After the first moments of agonizing despair, she began to catch her breath and concentrate on the formation of her notes. More than once she was tempted to write a word out longhand. She hesitated over historical, consummation, inaccurate. She had been told at school never to permit herself to do this. Better to fail at first, they had said, than to grow to depend on slipshod ways. The ordeal lasted half an hour. "Suppose you try that much, Miss Sturgis, and see how you get along." She rose and gathered up the bundle of letters. Beardsley gave her a friendly, encouraging smile as she turned away. How pleasant and kind everyone is, Jeanette thought as she made her way back to her little table. But her heart died within her as she began to decipher her notes. Again and again they seemed utterly meaningless. A whole page of them, when the curlicues, hooks, and dashes looked to her like so many aimless pencil marks. She frowned and bent over her book despairingly, squeezing hard the fingers of her clasped hands together. What had he said? How had he begun that paragraph? Oh, she hadn't had enough training yet, not enough experience. She couldn't do it. She'd have to go to him and tell him she couldn't do the work. And he had been so kind to her, and she would have to tell capable, friendly Miss Gibson that a month or two more in school perhaps would be wiser before she could attempt to do the work of a regular stenographer. And there were her mother and sister, too. She would have to confess to them as well that she had failed. The thought strangled her. Tears brimmed her eyes. "Perhaps you're in trouble? Can I help?" A gentle voice from across the narrow aisle addressed her. Jeanette, through blurred vision, saw a round, white face with kindly, sympathetic eyes looking at her. "What system do you use? The Munson? That's good. Let me see your notes. Just read as far as you can. His letters are so much alike. I think I can help you." Jeanette winked away the wetness in her eyes and read what she was able. "Oh, yes, I know," interrupted this new friend. "It goes this way." She flashed a paper into her machine and clicked out with twinkling fingers a dozen lines. "See if that isn't it," said the girl, handing her the paper. Jeanette read the typewritten lines and referred to her notes. "Yes, it's just the same." Her eyes shone. "I'm so much obliged. It seemed to me awfully hard at first. I thought I never could do it." "Did you?" Jeanette smiled gratefully. "Oh, yes, we all had an awful time. He uses such outlandish words." End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 3. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 4 through 6 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 4 through 6. The morning was gone before she knew it. She went out at lunchtime, walked a few blocks up 4th Avenue, and then turned back to the office. She did not eat. She did not want any lunch. Her mind was absorbed in her work. She had hardly left the building before she wanted to get back to her desk, to recopy a letter or two in which she had made some erasures. The afternoon fled like the morning. A whirl of confused impressions spun about in her brain as she shut her eyes and tried to go to sleep that night. Although she ached with fatigue, she was too excited to lose consciousness at once. The day's events, like a merry-go-round, wheeled around and around her. On the whole, she was satisfied. She had finished all of the letters Mr. Beardsley had given her. He had beckoned her to come to him after he had read them, had commended her, and given her back one to correct in which the punctuation was faulty. "I'm sure you'll do all right, Miss Sturgis," he told her. "You'll find it much easier as soon as you get used to the work." And Jeanette felt she had made a real friend in Miss Alexander, the girl across the aisle who had so generously, so wonderfully helped her. Among the riffraff of girls that surged in and out of the office, cheaply dressed, loud-laughing, common little chits, Beatrice Alexander was easily recognizable as belonging to Jeanette's own class. Each had discerned in the other a similarity of thought, of taste and refinement that drew them immediately together. A wonderful, tremendous feeling of importance and self-respect came to Jeanette as she made her way across crowded 23rd Street and encountered a great tide of other workers homeward bound. As she climbed the steep elevated station steps and with the pushing, jostling crowd wedged her way on board a train, as she hung to a strap in the swaying car and squeezed herself through the jam of people about the doorway when 93rd Street was reached, and as she walked the brief block and a half that remained before she was at last at home. Every instant of the way she hugged the soul-satisfying thought that she had proven herself. Now she was truly a full-fledged wage earner. A working girl. She had achieved, she felt, economic value. Life began to take on a new flavor. The future held hidden golden promises. Jeanette had always had a protecting, proprietary attitude toward her mother and Alice, but now she was actually aware of it, and the thought was sweet to her. She reveled in the prospect of the role she must inevitably assume. All her world was centered in her eager, hard-working, ever-cheerful, fussy little mother, and her gentle brown-eyed sister, who looked up to her with such adoration and implicit faith. Jeanette felt she had forever established their confidence in her by this successful step into the business world. Her mother had been completely won by her good fortune, and her stout little bosom swelled with pride in her daughter's achievement. Eagerly she told her pupils about it, and even regaled with the news fat, good-natured Signor Bellini and politely indifferent Miss Loughborough. To Jeanette, the Soleil Publishing Company became at once a concern of tremendous importance. Before little Miss Ingram had mentioned its name to her, she was not sure she had ever heard it. Now she seemed to see it wherever she turned, heard about it in chance conversations at least once a day. It leaped at her from advertisements in the newspapers and from the pages of magazines. Books she casually picked up bore its imprint. A great pride in the big company that employed her came to her. It was the largest and most enterprising of all publishing houses. It was spending $1 million advertising the universal history of the world. It had hundreds of employees on its payroll. If there were less roseate aspects of the concern that paid her $15 every Saturday, Jeanette did not see them. She never stopped to examine critically the history she was helping to sell, nor to glance into the pages of the secret memoirs, nor to open the leaves of the set of books labeled Favorites of Great Kings. She never thought it curious that the firm employed so many cheaply dressed, vulgarly-tongued little Jewesses and sallow-skinned, covert-eyed girls. Nor did she wonder that she never observed any important-looking individuals who might be officials of the company, walking about or up and down the aisles of the racketing, bustling loft. There was only Mr. Kent. The others, whoever they might be, confined their activities, she came to understand, to the main offices of the company on West 32nd Street. This great loft with its sea of life was only a temporary arrangement, part of the great selling campaign by which 100,000 sets of the history were to be sold before May 1st. Something of tremendous importance was to happen on this fateful day, an upheaval in trade conditions, a great change in the publishing world. Jeanette was not sure what it was all to be about, but she was convinced that after May 1st the public would no longer have this wonderful chance to buy the 25 volumes of the history at such a ridiculously low price. Behind glass partitions in one corner of the extensive floor were the inner offices. The Holy of Holies, Jeanette thought of them, where Mr. Edmund Kent existed, pulled wires, touched bells, and gave orders that generaled the activities of the hundreds of human beings who clicked away at their typewriters or deftly folded thousands and thousands of circulars to tuck into waiting envelopes that were later dragged away in grimy striped canvas mail sacks. Mr. Edmund Kent was the Napoleon, the great king, the far-seeing master, who in his awesome, mysterious, glass-partitioned office ruled them with arbitrary and benevolent power. All day long Jeanette heard Mr. Kent's name mentioned. Miss Gibson quoted him. Mr. Beardsley decided this or that important matter must be referred to him. What Mr. Kent thought, said, did, was final. The girl used to catch a glimpse of the great man now and then as he came in the morning, or went out to a late lunch, a square-shouldered, firm-stepping man with a derby hat, a straight, trim mustache, and an overcoat whose corners flapped about his knees. He seemed wonderful to her. "Shh!" a whisper would come from one of the girls nearby. "There's Mr. Kent!" And all would watch him out of the corners of their eyes as they pretended to bend over their work. "Mr. Kent is president of the company?" Jeanette one day ventured to ask Mr. Beardsley. "Oh, no, just the selling agent," he replied. This was perplexing, but it did not make Jeanette regard with any less veneration the stocky figure in derby hat and flapping coat corners which strode in and out of the office. There were other mysterious persons who had desks in the Holy of Holies, but Jeanette was never able to make out who these were, nor what might be their duties. Miss Gibson was in charge of the girls on the floor. Mr. Beardsley was her immediate boss. There was a cashier who made up the payroll and whose assistants handed out the little manila envelopes on Saturday morning containing the neatly folded bills. She had no occasion to be concerned about anyone else. Her boss's full name was Roy Beardsley. Roy! She smiled when she heard it. He was young, 23 or 4. He was a recent Princeton graduate, was unmarried, and lived in a boarding house somewhere on Madison Avenue. She found out so much from the girls her second day at the office. They were glib with information concerning any one of the force. Jeanette liked her young boss, principally because it soon became apparent that he treated her with a courtesy he did not accord the other girls. She was, after all, a lady, she told herself, straightening her shoulders a trifle, and he was sufficiently well-bred himself to recognize that fact. He must see, of course, the difference between herself and such girls as Miss Flanagan, for instance. But more than this, Jeanette grew daily more and more convinced that he was beginning to take a personal interest in her for which none of these considerations accounted. Nothing definite between them gave this justification. There was no word, no inflection of voice that had any significance, but she saw it in a quick glimpse of his blue eyes watching her as she sat beside his desk, in the smile of his strange little mouth that stretched itself tightly across his small teeth when he first greeted her in the day and wished her good morning. Some strange thrilling of her pulses beset her as she sat near him. It irritated her. She struggled against it, even rose to her feet, and went to her desk upon a manufactured excuse to check the subtle influence that began to steal upon her when she was near him. All her instincts battled against this upsetting something, whatever it was. She could not identify it by a name, which began more and more to trouble her. Jeanette was a normal, healthy girl, budding into womanhood, with broadening horizons and rapidly increasing intimate associations with the world. She was growing daily more mature, more impressive in her bearing, and notably more beautiful. She was fully conscious of this. Her mirror told her so. The glances of men on the street contributed their evidence. The covert inspection of her own sex both in and out of the office confirmed it. She was becoming aware, too, of a growing self-confidence, of poise and power in herself that she had never suspected. With what constituted crushes, cases, with what was implied in saying one was smitten, she was thoroughly familiar. To a confidant she would now have frankly described Roy Beardsley as having a crush on her. He was not the first youth of whom she could have truthfully said as much. Various boys at one time or another during her school days had slipped notes to her as they passed her desk, or shamblingly trailed her home after school, carrying her books for her, and had hung around the doorstep of the apartment house, loitering over their leave-taking, digging the toe of a shoe into the pavement, grinning foolishly. Some of them had confided to her that they loved her and asked her to promise to be their girl. She herself had a terrible case on a vaudeville dancer named Maurice Monteagle, and on a youth of Greek extraction who worked in Bannerman's drugstore on the corner near home, tended the soda-water counter there, and whose name she never learned. But in none of these affairs of her young heart had there been anything like this. She began by being somewhat flattered by Beardsley's attention, and was guilty of provoking him a little at first with a smile and a glance. Like all girls of her age, she had been willing, even anxious, to whip his interest into flame. But she soon grew frightened. There was now something in the air, something in herself she could not quite control. She could not still the sudden throbbing of her heart, the swimming of her senses. The moment came when she actually dreaded meeting him in the mornings, when the minutes she was obliged to sit beside his desk and listen to the peculiar little twang in his voice were an ordeal. She dared not lift her eyes to meet his, but she could see his long white fingers moving about on the desk, playing with pencil and pen, and she could feel him looking at her when his voice fell silent. These were the moments that disturbed her most, when she could not for the life of her, control the mounting color that began somewhere deep down within her and swept up into her cheeks, over her temples, to the roots of her hair. She had to rest her hand against her notebook to keep it from trembling. During these silences, when she felt him studying her, she sometimes thought she must scream or do something mad unless he turned his eyes elsewhere. She seriously considered resigning and seeking another position. Jeanette drank deeply of satisfaction in being a wage earner. She walked the streets of the city with a buoyant tread. She gazed with pride and affection into the eyes of other working girls she passed. She was self-supporting like them. She had something in common with each and every one of them. There was a great bond that drew them all together, but while she felt thus affectionately sympathetic to these girls in the mass, no one of them drew the line of social distinction more rigidly, even more cruelly than did she herself. She felt she was the superior of the vast majority of them, and the equal of the best. She might not be earning the salary perhaps some of them did who were private secretaries, but she was confident that she would. Her experience with stenography confirmed this self-confidence. With 3 weeks of actual practice, the trick, the knack, the knowledge, whatever it was, had come to her of a sudden, Now she could sweep her pencil across the page of her notebook, leaving in its wake an easy string of curves, dots, and dashes, setting them down automatically, keeping pace with even the swiftest of young Beardsley's sentences. Nothing could stop her progress in the business world. She loved being of it, reveled in its atmosphere, realizing that she was cleverer than most men, shrewder, quicker, with the additional advantage of unerring intuition. This newborn ambition told her to keep herself aloof from other working girls. Not that she had any inclination to associate with them, they offended her, not only those in the office, but the giggling, simpering girls she saw on the street, who were obviously of the same class, teetering along on ridiculously high heels, wearing imitation furs and building their hair into enormous, bulging pompadours. They were the kind who did not leave the offices where they worked at the noon hour, but gathered in groups to eat their lunches out of cardboard boxes and left a litter of crumbs on the floor. They were the kind who crowded Child's restaurant, adding their shrill voices and shrieks to the deafening clatter of banging crockery. Jeanette, feeling that it was a working girl's privilege to become an habitue of Child's, eagerly entered one of these restaurants at a noon hour during the early days of her employment. Accustomed as she had become to the din of an office, the noise in the eating place did not distress her, but she shrank from rubbing elbows with neighbors whose manner of feeding themselves horrified her. A study of the price card and an estimate of what she could buy for 15 cents, the amount she decided she might properly allow herself for lunches, completed her dissatisfaction with the restaurant and similar places. She decided to go without lunch, and to spend the leisure time of her noon hour wandering up and down Fifth Avenue and Broadway, looking into shop windows, Lord & Taylor's, Arnold Constable's, and even Tiffany's on Union Square, and in making tours of inspection through the aisles of Siegel Cooper's mammoth establishment on Sixth Avenue. It was in the rotunda of this gigantic store, where stood a great golden symbolic figure of a laurel-crowned woman, that there was a large circular candy counter and soda fountain, and here the girl discovered one might get coffee creamed and sugared, and served in a neat little flowered china cup, and 2 saltine crackers on the edge of the saucer, for a nickel. In time this came to constitute her daily lunch. She could stand at the counter, sipping her drink and nibbling the crackers at her ease, feeling inconspicuous and comfortable, presenting, she realized, merely the appearance of a lady shopper who had taken a moment from her purchasing for a bit of refreshment. The nourishment, slight as it was, proved sufficient. On the days she had gone lunchless, she had developed headaches late in the afternoon, but the coffee and crackers, she found, were enough to sustain her from a 7 o'clock breakfast to dinner at 6:30. A nickel for lunch, a dime for car fare. Sometimes she walked downtown, took less than $1 out of her weekly wage. That left $14 to spend as she liked. She gave her mother $9 and kept $5 for clothes. $5 a week for new clothes. Her heart never failed to leap with joy at the thought. $5 a week to save or to spend for whatever she fancied. Oh, life was too wonderful. Just to exist these days and to plan how she would dress herself and what else she would do with her earnings filled her cup of joy to the brim. Her little mother protested vehemently when she put $9 in crisp bills into her hand at the end of the first week of work. "Oh, dearie, what's this? What's all this money for?" "It's what I'm going to give you every week, Mama." Mrs. Sturgis for a moment was speechless, gazing with wide eyes into her daughter's smiling face. She wouldn't accept it. She wouldn't hear of such a thing. It was the child's own money that she had earned herself, and not 1 cent of it should go for any old stupid bills or household expenses. She shook her head until her round fat cheeks trembled like cupped jelly. But Jeanette had her way, as she knew, and her mother knew, and admiring, exclaiming Alice knew she would from the first. That same evening, after the pots and pans and the supper dishes had been washed, Mrs. Sturgis established herself under the light at the dining-room table with the canvas-covered ledger before her, and began to figure. $36 a month! $36 a month! 6 times 6? That was... Why, they'd almost be out of debt in 6 months, and they wouldn't need to fall behind a cent during summer. It was too wonderful. It was too wonderful. Tears filmed Mrs. Sturgis's bright blue eyes. Her glasses fogged so that she had to take them off and wipe them. She didn't deserve such daughters. No woman ever had better girls. They got laughing happily, excitedly over this, an hysterical sob threatening each. They kissed each other, the girls kneeling by their mother's chair, their arms around one another, and clung together. And then Alice said she had half a mind to go to work too, and do her share. But there was an immediate outcry at this from both her mother and sister. What nonsense! What a foolish idea! She mustn't think of such a thing. Just because Jeanette had given up her schooling and gone out into the world was no reason why both sisters should do it. There was not the slightest necessity. Alice's place was at school and at home. Someone had to run the house. That was her contribution. She was fitted for it in every way. She was domestic. She liked to cook, and she liked to clean. A still more convincing argument that persuaded apologetic Alice that indeed she was quite wrong, and her mother and sister were entirely right, was voiced by Jeanette. Alice had much too retiring a nature to be a success in business. Assurance, self-assertiveness, even boldness were required, and Alice had none of these qualities. This was undeniably true. They all agreed to it. It seemed to be the last word on the matter. The topic was dismissed. Mrs. Sturgis went back to figuring on her bills, Jeanette to speculating about Roy Beardsley as she darned a tear in an old shirtwaist. "I've often wondered," ventured Alice after a considerable pause, "just what I could do, how I could support myself if both of you happened to die. I mean, well, if Jeanette should go off somewhere, to Europe maybe, and Mother should get sick, and I should have to—" Her voice trailed off into silence before the astonished looks turned upon her. "Well, upon my word," began Jeanette. "Why, Alice, dearie, what's got into you? You're going to kill us both off, is that it? I'm to run away and leave Mother sick on your hands?" "I mean, well, I meant—" struggled the confused Alice. "Dearie," said her mother, "you won't have to worry about the future. Mom'll take care of you until some nice worthy young man comes along to claim you for his own. You'll be married, Allie dear, long before I will. You're just the kind rich men fall madly in love with." "Oh, hush, Janny, please." But her sister's thoughts were already upon a more engaging matter. She was busy once again with Roy Beardsley. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 4 through 6.
Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread by Charles G. Norris. Spring burst upon New York with a warm breath and a rush of green. The gentle season folded the city lovingly in its arms. Everywhere were the evidences of its magic presence. The trees shimmered with green. Shrubbery that peeped through iron fence grillings vigorously put forth new leaves. Patches of grass in the areaways of brownstone houses turned freshly verdant. Hotels upon the avenue took on a brave and festal aspect, with blooming flowers in their windows. Florist shops exhaled delicate perfumes of field flowers and turned gay the sidewalks before their doors with rows of potted loveliness. The park became an Elysian field of soft invitingness, with emerald glades and vistas of enchantment like tapestries of Fontainebleau. Spring was evident in women's hats, in shop windows, in the crowded tops of lumbering three-horse buses, in the reappearance of handsome cabs, in open automobiles, in the smiling faces of men and women, in the elastic step of pedestrians. Spring had come to New York. The very walls of houses and pavements of the streets flashed back joyously the golden caressing radiance of the sun. Walking downtown to her office on an early morning through all this exhilarating loveliness, stepping along with almost a skip in her gait and a heart that danced to her brisk strides, Jeanette felt, rather than saw, a man's shadow at her elbow, and turned to find Roy Beardsley beside her, lifting his hat and smiling at her with his tight little mouth, his blue eyes twinkling. "Oh!" she exclaimed, her fingers pressed hard against her heart. She had been thinking of him almost from the moment she had left home. "Morning. You don't mind if I walk along? It's a wonderful morning. Isn't it glorious?" "Oh my, yes. It's glorious." She had herself in hand by another moment and could return his smile. They had never stood near one another before, and the girl noticed he was half a head shorter than herself. There were other things the matter with him. Seen thus upon the street while other men were passing, and with his hat on, Jeanette could not determine just what they were. Glancing at him furtively as they walked together down the avenue, she was conscious of a vague disappointment. "Do you walk downtown every morning?" he asked. "Oh, sometimes. How did you happen to be up this way so early?" "I take a stroll through the park occasionally. It's wonderful now." "Yes, it's very beautiful." "I think New York's the loveliest place in the world in spring." "Well, I guess it is," she agreed. "And you have to go through a long wet winter like this last one to appreciate it." "Yes, I think you do." "I thought we'd never get rid of the snow." "They clean the streets up awfully quickly, though. Don't you think so?" "Yes, they have a great system here." "The poor horses have a terrible time when it's slippery. There was a big electric hansom cab stuck in the snow for 4 days in front of the place where I live. They had to dig it out," he said. "It makes the spring all the more enjoyable when the change comes." "Yes, the people seem to take a personal pride in the weather. It's as though they had something to do with it themselves." "That's right. I noticed it the first year I was here." "You're not a New Yorker, then?" "Oh, no. My home's in San Francisco. I only came east 3 years ago to go to college." "I thought you were... one of the girls at the office mentioned you were a Princeton man." "I was, but I flunked out at Christmas. I was tired of college anyway. I wanted to go into newspaper work, but I couldn't get a job with any of the metropolitan dailies, so temporarily I'm trying to help sell the Universal History of the World." They talked at random, the man inclined to give more of his personal history, the girl pretending indifference, commented on the steady encroachment of stores upon these sacred fastnesses, the homes of the rich. She interrupted him with an exclamation every now and then to point out some object of interest on the street or something in a shop window. It was thrilling to be walking together down the brilliant avenue in the soft morning sunshine. They paused at Madison Square before beginning to weave their way through the traffic of the street and striking across the park, gay with beds of yellow tulips, trees budding into leaf, and fountains playing. Roy put his hand under the girl's forearm to guide her. The touch of his fingers burnt and set her pulses thrilling. She pointedly disengaged herself, withdrawing her arm when they reached the farther side of the avenue. Crossing the square, she glanced at him critically once more. He seemed absurdly young, a mere college boy with his cloth hat at a youthful angle, his slim young shoulders sharply outlined in the belted jacket. It was possible he was a few years her senior, but she felt vastly older. He was commenting on the portentous date, May 1st, when the price of the history was to advance. The company had somehow succeeded in postponing the fateful day for 2 weeks, and the public was to have a fortnight longer in which to take advantage of the low prices. "And after that, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps we'll all lose our jobs." "Oh, do you really think so?" Jeanette was aghast. "Well, some of us will go. They can't continue to keep that mob on the payroll. I don't think they'll let you go, though. You're such a dandy stenographer. I shall certainly recommend them to keep you, but I doubt if they'll have any further use for me. They'll let me out all right." He smiled whimsically. It was this whimsical smile the girl found so appealing and so disconcerting. "I shall be sorry if that happens," she said slowly. "Will you?" "Why, of course." "But will you be really sorry if I'm no longer there?" "Well... it will be hard getting used to someone else's dictation. I'm accustomed to yours now." "Yes, I'll be sorry to go," he said after a moment. "I like the work after a fashion, but of course it isn't getting me anywhere. I want to write. I've always been interested in that. If I could get any kind of work on a newspaper or a magazine, it would suit me fine. My father's awfully sore at me for being dropped at Princeton. He's a minister, you know." Beardsley laughed deprecatingly with a glance at his companion's face. "And he didn't like it a little bit. I didn't want to go back home like the prodigal son, so I wrote him I'd get a job in New York and see what I could do for myself." "I see," the girl said with another swift survey of his clean features and tight, quaint mouth. There was an extraordinary quality about him. He was pathetic somehow. She felt oddly sorry for him. "I'd like to make good for my father's sake. He's only got his salary." "I see," she repeated. "But summer's the deuce of a time to get a job on a newspaper or magazine in New York. Everybody tells me. I don't know what I'll do if I don't get something." Jeanette wondered what she would do herself. She had begun to enjoy so thoroughly her daily routine, and to take such pride in herself. Well, it would be too bad. They had reached the intersection of 4th Avenue and 23rd Street, where the ground was torn up in all 4 directions and hardly passable. "I'll say a prayer of thankfulness when they get this subway finished and stop tearing up the streets," Jeanette remarked. Once again Roy caught her elbow to help her over the pile of debris across the skeleton framework of exposed tracks, and again the girl felt the touch of his young fingers like points of flame upon her arm. She caught a shining look in his eyes. Love leaped at her from their blueness. A moment's giddiness seized her, and there came a terrifying feeling that something dreadful was about to happen, that she and this boy at her side were trembling on the brink of some dreadful catastrophe. Instinct rose in her, strong, combative. She turned abruptly into the open door of a candy shop and steadied herself as she bought a dime's worth of peppermints. Emotions, burning, chilling, conflicting, took possession of her the rest of the day. From her typewriter table she covertly studied Beardsley as he leaned back in his armed swivel chair before his flat-topped desk, his fingers loosely linked together across his chest, his eyes unseeing, fixed on some distant point through the window's vista, dictating to the stenographer who bent over her notebook as she scribbled beside him. What was it about him that moved her so strangely? What was it in his twinkling blue eyes, his quaint mouth, with its whimsical smile that stirred her and set her senses swimming? He was in love with her. Perhaps it was just because he cared so much that she was thus deeply stirred. There had been others, she reminded herself, who had been in love with her, but they had awakened no such emotion. Had she come to care herself? She asked the question with a beating heart. Was this love? The feeling about which she had speculated so long? Love, the great love? Was she to meet her fate so soon? Was her adventure among men to be so soon over? Was this all there was to it? The first man she met? She and Roy Beardsley? She denied it vehemently. No, it was nonsense. It was ridiculous. Roy Beardsley was a boy, a mere youth, who had been dropped from college. She would not permit herself to become interested in him. It was preposterous. Absurd! She assured herself she would have no difficulty in controlling her emotion in future, but the emotion itself continued to puzzle her. What was it she felt for this man? Was she in love? Really in love? In love at last? She looked at him a long time. She wondered. That he would meet her on the avenue next morning she felt was almost certain. She said to herself 100 times it would be much wiser for her to take the elevated train, or at least to walk down another street and avoid the possibility of such an encounter. If she were not to permit herself to become further interested, it was obvious she must see him as little as possible. But when morning came, it was into Fifth Avenue she turned. She felt so sure of herself. She wanted to see if he would really be there. Once or twice she thought she recognized his distant figure coming toward her. Each time her heart came into her throat, she stopped and made a pretense of studying a milliner's window while she wrestled with herself. She was mad. She was a fool. She had no business to let herself play with fire this way. At the next corner she would turn eastward and go down 4th Avenue. But when she reached the cross street she decided to walk just one more block, and in that interval he stepped from a doorway where he had been watching for her and joined her. "Good morning." "Oh, hello." The sudden sight of him, the sound of his voice affected her like fright. She hurried on, trying to still the pounding in her breast, turning her face toward the traffic in the street to hide her confusion. "What's the hurry?" He laughed. "It isn't 8:30 yet. I have a personal letter to type before office hours," Jeanette said abstractly, but she lessened her pace. "I love these early walks on the avenue," he said. "I always walk down if I have time," she replied. "I wouldn't miss it for anything." She gave him a quick inspection. He was insignificant. He had a weak, effeminate expression. His features were small and lacked resolution. And yet it was the same face with its blue eyes, always brightly alit, its twisted mouth and thin lips stretched tightly over his small, glittering, even teeth when he smiled, that haunted her through the day, pursued her to her home, gleamed at her from the blackness of her room after she had gone to bed, visited her in her dreams, and greeted her with its irresistible charm when she awoke in the mornings. She loved that irresolute face, with all its weakness, its curious eccentricities. She loved the grace of that slight boyish figure with its square, bony shoulders, its tapering slim waist. She loved those thin, almost emaciated white wrists, and those long, chalk-hued hands and attenuated fingers. She loved the way he bore himself, the poise of his figure, the lithesomeness and suppleness of his young body. And she despised herself for loving, and hated him for the emotion he stirred in her. She wanted to kiss him. She wanted to kill him. She wanted him in her arms. She wanted never to see him again. She wanted him to be madly, desperately in love with her, and she wanted herself to be coldly indifferent. The spring sunlight flooded the avenue gloriously. The green omnibuses, dragged by 3 horses harnessed abreast, rambled up and down, cabs teetered on their high wheels and weaved their way through the traffic at a smart clip-clap. Hurrying women, with the trimming of their flowered hats nodding to their energetic gait, bustled upon their early morning errands. Stores were being opened, shirt-sleeved porters were noisily folding the iron gates before the doors back into their daytime positions. Shop-girls and stenographers, briskly on their way to their offices, half smiled at one another as they passed. It was impossible not to respond to the infectious quality that was in the air. Jeanette laughed happily into her companion's face, and he gazed at her eagerly, his eyes shining, his mouth twisted in its whimsical smile. They were exhilarated, they were enthralled, they were oblivious to everything in the world except themselves. He stopped abruptly, a block from the office. I believe you would prefer it, Miss Sturgis, if you were not seen entering the building with an escort. It might be easier, pleasanter for you, He hesitated, floundering helplessly. They stood still a moment, facing one another, each thinking of impossible things to say. Then Beardsley murmured, "Well," lifted his hat, and she put her hand in his. He held it tightly in the firm grip of his thin white fingers until she had to free it. She laughed shakily as she turned away. That was really very nice of him, she thought as she hurried on. That was really very nice. I shan't mind walking with him occasionally if it doesn't set the office gossiping. Love swept them tumultuously onward. There was no time to pause, to consider, no time to calculate, none to take stock of oneself. In a week, Jeanette Sturgis and Roy Beardsley were friends. In 10 days, they were lovers. Every morning he met her on the avenue and walked with her to within a block of the office, and in the evening he joined her for the tramp homeward. He begged her again and again to lunch with him, but to this she would not agree. They knew they loved each other now, but dared not speak of it. He was diffident, eager to ingratiate himself with her, fearful of her displeasure, and she, while she confessed her love to herself, passionately resolved he should never guess it nor persuade her to acknowledge it. She had an unreasonable primitive dread of what might follow if Roy should speak. Their love was all too sweet as it was. She did not want to risk spoiling it, and trembling at the thought of its avowal. Yet in her heart she knew what must inevitably happen. Their attraction for one another was stronger than either. It was rushing them both headlong down the swift current of its precipitous course. On the very day the words were trembling on her lover's lips came the staggering announcement that on the 15th day of May the activities of the Soleil Publishing Company in selling the universal history of the world would cease, and the services of all employees would terminate on that date. The girls told Jeanette the news the moment she arrived at the office, and she found it confirmed on a slip of paper in an envelope on her typewriting table. "All? Everyone?" she asked blankly. She had confidently expected that she would be kept on, for a month at least. "Well, that's what they say. Mr. Beardsley, Miss Gibson, everybody." "Oh," murmured Jeanette, betraying her disappointment. "Did you think they'd keep you on the payroll after the rest of us were fired?" asked Miss Flanagan airily. Jeanette perceptibly straightened herself and leveled a cool glance at the girl. "Perhaps," she admitted. "Oh, is that so?" mimicked Miss Flanagan. "Well, you got another thing coming, didn't you?" Jeanette drowned the words by attacking her machine, her fingers flying, the warning ping of the tiny bell sounding at half-minute intervals. But her heart was lead within her, and her throat tightened convulsively. She was going to lose her job. She was going to be thrown out of work. She was going to be among the unemployed again. Her mother and Alice, that precious $5 a week that was all her own. The rest of the day was dreary, interminable. Demoralization was in the air. The girls whispered openly among themselves and filtered by 2s and 3s to the dressing room, where they congregated and gossiped. The spring sunshine grew stale and poured brazenly through the west windows. Miss Flanagan chewed gum incessantly as she giggled noisily over confidences with a neighbor. Even Beardsley seemed to have lost interest for Jeanette. Yet when she came to his desk later in the day for the usual dictation, he handed her a paper on which he had written, You mustn't be downhearted. There's always a demand for good stenographers. You won't have the slightest difficulty in getting another job. I wish I was as sure of one myself. May I walk home with you this evening?" She gave him no definite answer, but she liked him for his encouragement and sympathy. Whenever she sat near his desk, notebook in hand, waiting for him to dictate to her, he was to her a superior being, one whose judgment and perception were above her own. He was her boss. It was different when she met him outside the office. He was just a boy then, a boy who had flunked out of college. Now he, too, had lost his job. Like her, he would soon be unemployed. No longer need she fear his possible censure of her work, or take pleasure in his praise of it. She realized he had lost weight with her. After office hours that evening, he met her outside the building, and as he walked home with her was full of philosophical counsel. "Why, Miss Sturgis, it's never hard for a girl to get a job. A girl who's got a profession and who's shown herself to be a first-rate stenographer. The offices downtown are just crazy to get hold of girls like you. You won't have the slightest difficulty in finding another position. If you were me, you'd have something to worry about. I've got to get a job that will land me somewhere, a job in which I can rise to something better." "But so have I," said Jeanette. "Well, yes, I know, but girls are different. They only want a job for a little while, a year, 2 or 3 years perhaps, and then they get married. Working for girls is only a sort of stopgap." "No, it isn't. Not always. There's many a girl who perhaps doesn't regard matrimony with such awful importance as you men think. I mean girls who aren't thinking about marriage at all, and who really want to become smart, capable businesswomen." Roy smiled deprecatingly. "But I'm talking about the average girl," he said. "And so am I. Girls have a right to be economically independent, and I can't see why they have to stop working just because they marry, any more than men do. Girls have to stay home and run the house." "Oh, what nonsense!" cried Jeanette. "It's no more her home than it is the man's." Roy shrugged his slight shoulders. He had no desire to argue with her. He was more concerned with the thought that in the future there would be no office to bring them together daily. "There are only 2 days more. Saturday we get our last pay envelope." They walked on in silence. "I hope you'll let me come to see you. We've become such good friends. I'd hate to—" He left the sentence awkwardly unfinished. "Oh, I'd like to have you call some evening," she said with apparent indifference. "I'd like to have you meet my mother and sister." "I'd love to. I want to know them both." "Well, come Sunday to dinner. We have it at 1 o'clock. I suppose it's really lunch, but we're awfully old-fashioned, and we always have our Sunday dinner in the middle of the day. You mustn't expect much. We live very simply." "Thanks, awfully." "We don't have any servant, you know." "I quite understand. You're very good to invite me." "I'm sure my mother and sister will be glad to meet you." "I'm awfully anxious to know them." "Well, come Sunday." "You bet I will. Of course, they've heard about Mr. Beardsley." "Have they? Do you talk about me sometimes to them?" "Why, of course. Naturally. What do you expect?" "I hope you've given me a good character. I dare say they think you're an old bald-headed man with a thick curly beard." "Oh, no! Well, they'll be terribly disappointed. I'm going to tell them you're a gruff old codger with a perpetual grouch." "Miss Sturgis, please!" They were both laughing hilariously. "Here, you're home. I had no idea we had walked so far. Shall I see you tomorrow? I'll be waiting at the 72nd Street entrance to the park." "All right. At 8 o'clock?" She nodded, waved her hand to him, and ran up the stone steps. He waited until she had fitted her key into the lock, and the heavy glass-paneled door had closed behind her. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 3. Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 4 through 7, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 4 through 7, of Bread, by Charles G. Norris. Saturday was their first intimate little meal by a window in a cafe. It had been their last morning at the office, and by noon the activities of the Soleil Publishing Company in selling the universal history of the world had ceased. Pay envelopes had been distributed shortly after 11, and an hour later all the little Jewesses with their absurd pompadours and high heels, the Mrs. Rosens and Flanagans, The office clerks and office boys had packed the great elevators for the last time, laughing and squeezing together, and swarmed out of the building not to return, and Roy and Jeanette were among them. "You will go to lunch with me?" he had written on a sheet of paper and pushed toward her as she sat at his elbow. "I've got a lot of things to talk to you about, and it's our last day here together." She had tried to consider the matter dispassionately, but a glimpse of his bright, eager eyes fixed on her had sent the blood flooding her neck and cheeks, and before she quite knew what she had done, she had nodded. He joined her at the street entrance, and together they made a happy progress toward Broadway. A great felicity descended upon them. Their senses thrilled to the beauty of the warm day and their being thus together. Roy piloted her through the hurrying noontime throng, his hand about her arm. She tingled again at the touch of his fingers and loved it. Then they entered the café of a hotel and found a cozy table for two by the window there. Dazzled and enthralled by their great happiness, they smiled into one another's eyes across the white cloth glittering with cutlery and glasses. Love was wonderful. He loved her. She loved him. They both knew it. They were drunk with the thought. This was their adventure, theirs and theirs alone. "I may have to go home this summer," Roy said with a troubled air after he had given their order to the waiter. He stared at the winding crowd that surged back and forth between their window. "But I'm coming back right away. In August." "You mean to San Francisco?" "My father wants me to come west for a month or two. He sent me my tickets. I guess he expects me to settle down out there. Of course he wants me to. The ticket is only a one-way one, but he's in for a disappointment. I can't be happy in San Francisco. I want to come back to New York." They both fell silent, thinking their own thoughts. Jeanette was conscious of the dreariness and drabness of life once more. It was disheartening and depressing to be unemployed. All these people hurrying past the window, she reflected, were intent upon some particular errand. Each one had a job. The whole world had jobs but herself. There would be nothing for her to do but apply for employment. "Please, can you give me a position?" "Excuse me, sir, I'm looking for work. Could you use a stenographer?" Oh, it was detestable. It was intolerable. It dragged her pride in the dust, and there would be no one to sympathize, to advise her, or help her. She would be alone all summer in New York with no one interested. Roy, watching her, guessed her thoughts. "I'm coming back." She flushed warmly. "Would you like me to come back? Would it make any difference to you if I did? If you'll just say you'd like me to come back, I will. I'll promise. Will you?" The girl bent over her plate, hiding her face with the brim of her hat. The giddiness she had experienced that day in the street threatened her. "Would you want me to come back?" Roy insisted. She raised her eyes and met his gaze. He held them with the burning intentness of his own, and for a long, long moment they stared at one another. "You know I love you," he said tensely. His lip quivered. His face was aglow. "I love you with every fiber of my being. I'll come back to you. I'll come back from the ends of the earth. Only just say you love me, too. Jeanette, you do love me, don't you? You're the most wonderful girl I've ever known, Jeanette. God, Jeanette, you're just wonderful." Why was it that in the supreme moment of his great avowal he seemed a little ridiculous to her? She felt suddenly like laughing. He was so absurdly young, so juvenile, so schoolboyish, leaning toward her across the table in his youthful Norfolk jacket, with his unruly hair sticking up on top his head. He kissed her when they parted from one another late that afternoon. They had been absorbed in talk, and the hours slipped by until before they were aware it was 5 o'clock. He walked home with her, and just inside the heavy glass doors of the old-fashioned apartment house where she lived, he put his arms about her. Their faces came close together, and for the briefest of moments their lips met. It was a shy kiss, hardly more than a touch of mouth to mouth. For another moment they stood raptly gazing into each other's eyes, their fingers interlocked. Then Jeanette fled, running up the stairs, nor did she grant him another look, even when she reached the landing above and had to turn. But on the 3rd flight of stairs she paused, held her breath to still the noise of her panting, and listened. There was nothing. A cautious glance over the balustrade down through the narrow well of the stairs revealed his shadow on the stone flagging below. She sank to the step and waited to catch her breath. Her ears strained for a sound. Presently she heard him moving. There was a crisp clip of his shoes. She guessed he was searching the gloom of the stairwell for a glimpse of her. But she would not look, and sat motionless with tightly clasped hands. After a long interval she heard his hesitating step again. The half-opened door swung slowly back, brightening the hallway below a moment with yellow daylight from the street.
then closed with a dull jangle of heavy glass. She sat for a moment more. Then a tiny choking sound burst from her close-shut lips, and she buried her glowing face in her hot hands, pressing her fingertips hard against her eyeballs until the force of them hurt her. That night, Jeanette experienced all the exquisite joy and fierce agony of young love. It was an exhausting ordeal. She lived over and over the thrilling hours of the day that had terminated in that glorious, intoxicating second when the boy's thin lips were against her own, and she had felt their warm, tingling pressure. The recollection brought to her wave upon wave of hot flushes that began somewhere deep down inside her being and flooded her with ecstasy. She strove against it, yet had no wish to control her thoughts. Shame, some curious sense of wrong, distressed her. It was not right. It was all wrong. Instinct grappled with desire. She wept deliciously, convulsively, burying her head in her pillow and pressing its smothering softness against her mouth to stifle her sobbing breath, that neither her mother nor Alice might hear it. Past midnight she rose and went noiselessly to the bathroom, where she washed her face, carefully brushed and rebraided her hair. Her head ached and her swollen eyes were hot and painful, but she felt calmer. She studied her face for a long moment in the battered mirror that hung above the washstand, and as she looked, a great quivering breath was wrung from her. "Roy, I can't. It can never be. Never, never be," she whispered despairingly to her image. For the moment she felt triumphant. She had conquered something. She did not know what. She dimmed the gaslight and found her way back to bed. Sleep came mercifully, and she did not wake until her mother kissed her the next morning. It was Sunday, the day he had promised to come to dinner. Dinner with the Sturgises on Sunday was always the noontime meal. Cold meat or a levy on Kratzmer's delicatessen counters with weak hot tea constituted Sunday supper. Dinner, however, invariably involved roast chicken and ice cream, which was secured at the last moment from O'Day's candy parlor and carried home by one of the girls, packed in a thin pasteboard box. There was seldom ice in the leaky icebox, and Sunday dinner was therefore usually a hurried affair, as Mother and the girls were always acutely conscious during every minute of its duration of the melting cream in the kitchen. For this Mrs. Sturgis was responsible. Her frugality would not allow her leisurely to enjoy her meal at the sacrifice of the ice cream. The fear of its becoming soft and mushy pressed relentlessly upon her consciousness. "Now, dearie, don't talk. Eat your dinner. It's much more digestible if it's eaten while it's hot," she would urge her daughters almost with every mouthful. No one ever spoke of the ice cream itself. The reason for such close application to the business of eating was never voiced. It was part of the ritual of Sunday dinner that it should not be mentioned. Not until Alice had piled and crowded the aluminum tray with the soiled dishes, carried these away, and returned with the mound of cream sagging upon its platter, could Mrs. Sturgis and her daughters allow themselves to relax. No matter how well the rest of the dinner might be cooked, it might be gulped down and its enjoyment wasted for the sake of a quarter's worth of frozen cream. It was upon these circumstances that Jeanette's rebellious thoughts centered on the morning of Roy Beardsley's visit. She was worn out after her troubled night, and the prospect of seeing him so soon after the tremendous occurrences of the previous afternoon and her stormy reflections upon them made her nervous, apprehensive. She wanted time to think things out, to consider matters. Anyhow, what would her mother and sister think of him? What would he think of them? "Dearie, dearie," Miss Sturgis expostulated more than once. "Whatever makes my lovey so cross this morning? You'll get another position, dearie, if that's what's troubling you." "Oh, you make me tired," thought her daughter angrily, though the words were unsaid. "Well, I do hope we can at least have some other kind of dessert," she said aloud. "We always have to rush so infernally through dinner. It makes me sick. Or I'll tell you what," she went on hopefully, "we can get in a little ice." "It will leak all over the floor," Alice objected. "The old thing is full of holes." "There's nothing better than O'Day's strawberry cream," Mrs. Sturgis declared, "and there isn't a thing in the house, so I can't make a pudding." Jeanette said nothing further, but gloomed in silence. She elected to be furiously energetic and undertook a thorough cleaning of the studio, strewing strips of damp newspaper over the floor, sweeping vigorously, her head tied up in a towel. The broom shed its straw, and she discovered little triangles of dirt in obscure corners which Alice had evidently deliberately neglected. The white curtains were dingy, the front windows needed washing, and in the midst of her cleaning, Dikran Najarian came in upon her to ask her to walk with him in the afternoon. In a fury, she attempted to move the piano to pull loose a rug, and in the effort, which was far beyond her strength, she hurt herself badly. Her mother found her lying on the floor, crying weakly. "Dearie, dearie, what happened to you? My darling! You shouldn't work so hard. There's no necessity for your being so thorough." The girl had really injured herself. Mrs. Sturgis called wildly for Alice, and between them they carried her to her room and laid her on her bed. She had wrenched her back, but she refused to admit it. She wouldn't be put to bed. She was all right, she told them. Just a few moments' rest, and she would be herself again. It was 12 o'clock, and Roy would be there at 1. She lay on her bed and gazed blindly up at the old familiar discolored ceiling. Presently her eyes closed, and 2 large tears stole from under her lashes and rolled down her cheeks. She knew she had hurt herself far more seriously than she would let her mother or sister suspect. Something had given way in the small of her back. She made an effort to sit up, and the pain all but tore a cry from her. But she was determined they should not know. She would get up and meet Roy and go through with dinner as though nothing was the matter. Struggling with tiny explosions of pent-up breath and smothered groans, her hand at every free moment pressed to her side, she managed to dress herself. The effort exhausted her. A film of perspiration covered her forehead, her upper lip, and the backs of her hands. She steadied herself now and then by leaning against the dresser until her strength came back to her. She did not care now whether Roy Beardsley found the studio clean or not, whether or not he was hustled through dinner, thought her home cheap and poor, her mother and sister commonplace and fussily solicitous. He was ahead of time. She met him with careful step and a fixed smile of welcome. He was glowing with eagerness. His hands trembled a little as he held them out to her. At sight of him, a moment's wave of yesterday's emotion swept over her, but immediately there came a sharp stab of pain, and she caught a quick breath from between the lips that held her smile. His anxious questions were cut short by the bustling entrance of Mrs. Sturgis and Alice. Jeanette's mother was at once flatteringly hospitable, inviting the guest to sit down and make himself comfortable, while she established herself with an elegant spread of skirts on the davenport, and began to toss the lacy ruffles of her best jabot with a careless finger. Were Mr. Beardsley's parents living? Ah, yes, in San Francisco. They had fogs out there a great deal, she'd heard. And he had lost his mother. Consumption? Oh, that was indeed a pity. And his father was a clergyman? Eminently laudable profession. And he had wanted to come east to college? Quite right and proper. Princeton was a fine college. Nice boys went there. And he had spent some time in New York? Wonderful city, but a very expensive place to live, probably the most expensive in the world. Jeanette recognized a favorite theme and broke in with an inquiry about dinner. She was suffering miserably. She wondered if she would have the strength to get to the dining room. Alice already had disappeared. The slam of the back door some moments before had announced her departure for O'Day's candy parlor. Mrs. Sturgis excused herself with many profuse explanations and departed kitchenward, whence presently there came the bang of pots in the sink and the hiss of running water. Left together, Roy turned eagerly to Jeanette, where she stood beside the mantel, a white hand gripping its edge. "Dearest, I've been so crazy to see you. Is anything wrong? You're not angry with me after yesterday?" Her eyes softened, but as if to check for that day any moment's tenderness, there was again a sharp twinge. Involuntarily she winced. "Jeanette, you're not well. What's the matter?" She laid her hand on his arm to reassure him and steady herself. "Nothing," she breathed. "I hurt my back this morning. I must have wrenched it. It's really nothing. Now and then it gets me." She managed a disarming smile. "Mother and Allie mustn't know a thing about it. I don't want to alarm them. They're so excitable. Tomorrow I'll be quite all right again. You must help me." "Why, surely. You know I will. But, dearest—" "Oh, please, don't make a fuss." Her tone was sharp, and at once he fell silent, watching her face anxiously. "Do you love me?" he queried in a low voice. She did not answer. She was in no mood for love-making. In a moment she moved with difficulty to the window and stood there fighting her pain and looking down vacantly into the street. Provokingly, tears rose to her eyes. She was afraid she was going to cry. She could see Allie returning with the square paper box held with a finger by its thin wire handle, and presently the great front door of the house shut with a jangle. Roy's arms stole about her waist, but its touch hurt her. "Oh, please," she begged crossly. "I'm sorry, awfully sorry. I forgot. You're in terrible pain, aren't you? Shall I get a doctor? Don't you want to lie down? Would you like me to go?" She wanted to slap him. "Just leave me alone." Mrs. Sturgis's eager step was approaching, and in a moment she presented at the doorway a face reddened from the heat of the stove and moist with perspiration. "Dinner's ready, dearie," she announced. "Won't you come this way, Mr. Beardsley? We use our bedrooms for a passageway, although the hall outside, I suppose, is really better. But, you see, it's much more convenient." Jeanette motioned him to precede her and followed, holding on by the furniture as she made her way. Her mother was in the kitchen, and Alice's back was turned, as in anguish she got into her chair. Dinner was endless. The soup had curdled, the potatoes were scant, the salt cellar in front of Roy had a greenish mold about its top. Roy himself kept fiddling with his silverware, rattling knife and fork and spoon. Her mother and sister had never, in Jeanette's opinion, jumped up from the table so incessantly for errands to kitchen or sideboard. The pain in her back every now and then became excruciating. She sat through the dragging meal with a set smile upon her lips, turning her head with assumed brightness from face to face as each one spoke. Her mother did most of the talking, keeping up a continual flow of chatter to fill the silences. Alice rarely volunteered an observation when there was company, and Jeanette's misery made her dumb. Mrs. Sturgis rose to the occasion and supplied conversation for all three. Jeanette, watching Roy's face, resented his polite show of interest. Her mother had what her daughters described as company manner. When it was upon her, she interrupted herself every little while with nervous giggles, and today Jeanette decided she had never indulged them so often. She was eloquent during the meal with reminiscences of her childhood's escapades and early cuteness, and Jeanette watched the animated face with its jogging pendant cheeks in an agony of spirit that matched her physical misery. "Nettie, we always called Janny Nettie when she was little, was only 6 then, and she was awfully pretty and cute. We were having dinner at a restaurant downtown. Her papa had a friend to entertain. Allie? I don't remember where Allie was." Mrs. Sturgis gazed in sudden perplexity at her younger daughter. "I guess you were at home with Nora, lovey. At any rate, we were at this restaurant, and a waiter was serving us nicely, and nobody was paying any attention, when all of a sudden Nettie says loud and pertly to the waiter, 'Now that you're up, will you please get me a glass of milk?'" Mrs. Sturgis shut her eyes and laughed until her little round cheeks shook. "Imagine," she finished, "now that you're up, to the waiter!" She went off into gales of mirth. Roy laughed too, a thin, polite laugh, without a trace of spontaneity. Jeanette hated him. She hated her sister, too, for her smug complacency. Alice sat there encouraging her mother with responsive twitterings every time Mrs. Sturgis threw her head back to chuckle. Jeanette felt she was suffocating. The pain dug itself steadily and cruelly into the small of her back. She could not draw one adequate breath. The platter and remains of the hacked and dismembered chicken and the soiled dishes eventually were removed. Alice brushed the tablecloth with a folded napkin, sweeping crumbs and litter ineffectually, as Jeanette noted in utter desolation, into the palm of her hand, carrying the refuse handful by handful to the kitchen until the operation was complete. The ice cream was borne in mushy disintegration, and her mother commented on its melted condition and the various responsible reasons until the girl thought she would scream in protest. She could not eat, she could not drink. Lifting her hand to her lips was misery. Roy's solicitous glance was more and more intently fixed upon her. Alice, also, was beginning to send concerned looks in her direction. She felt her strength rapidly ebbing from her. She could endure but little more, but little more. Her willpower was deserting her, resolution forsaking her. She felt it going. It was slipping away. She was going to fall. Ah, she was falling! "Janny, dearie!" Her mother's alarmed cry faintly reached her dimming consciousness. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 4 through 7.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 5 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 5. The following summer was one of the hottest on record in New York City. The thermometer persistently hung around 90, and the newspapers gave daily accounts of deaths and prostrations. Thousands of East Siders sought Coney Island and the cool beaches to spend their nights upon the sands. Thunderstorms brought but temporary relief. Jeanette, slowly regaining strength and energy, declared she had never known so many violent thunderstorms in the space of one short summer. She hated the vivid, blinding darts and the cracking, ear-splitting detonations. She could reason convincingly with herself that there was but the minutest atom of danger, yet the menacing crashes never failed to bring her heart into her mouth and make her wince. She had been in bed 4 weeks since the Sunday Roy had dined with the family, and she had fainted at the table. The doctor, when he arrived, had declared after careful examination that several ligaments had been torn from the bone, and the muscles of her back had been badly strained. She had been tightly bandaged with long strips of adhesive tape and put to bed in her mother's room, where she had lain for a month, rebellious and raging at the mercy of a horde of disturbing thoughts. Roy sent flowers, a box of candy, magazines. He wrote her long letters in a boyish hand in which he boyishly expressed his concern for her condition, his earnest hope of her speedy recovery, his tremendous devotion. It was for the last that she eagerly looked when she unfolded his scrawled pages. But his words never seemed to satisfy her wholly. They were never vehement enough. She longed for something more vigorous, aggressive, violent. At the end of 10 days he begged to be allowed to come to see her. There was no reason why he shouldn't, Jeanette reflected, but she could not bring herself to the point of asking her mother to arrange for a visit. She did manage to say, with a light air of ridicule one morning, when Mrs. Sturgis brought her breakfast tray to her bedside, "Roy's got the nerve to want to come to see me. Why don't you let him, dearie, if you'd like it? He seems a right nice young fellow, and you could put on your dressing sack, and Alice could do your hair. I'll be home tomorrow, all day, you know. It would be quite right and proper." But the girl only made a grimace. "That kid, that rah-rah boy, he thinks he's got an awful case. Why do you treat Mr. Beardsley so mean, Janny?" Alice asked her a few days later, closely studying her face. "You know," she continued slowly, "sometimes I think you're really in love with him." "Love?" cried her sister. "Ha! With that kid? I think he's terribly attractive, Janny." "Half-baked," Jeanette said scornfully. "Well, I think he's charming." "You can have him." "Oh, Janny, you're dreadful." But in the dark nights, Jeanette would kiss the scrawled writing, press the stiff note-paper to her cheek, and let her thoughts carry her back to their first meeting, their first encounter on the avenue, their first kiss in the hallway downstairs, their memorable lunch together. Ah, it was beautiful. It was so very beautiful, so infinitely beautiful. Every glance, every word, every moment. She loved him. She could not deny it. Oh, she loved him. She loved him. He wrote he was obliged to go to San Francisco. It was impossible to find a position in New York during midsummer, and his father had telegraphed him to come home. He would have to go, but he longed to see Jeanette just once before he went. He must see her, if only to say goodbye. He was coming back the 1st of September, and then he would... But they must talk everything over. Wouldn't she please let him come? Jeanette still hesitated. She wanted to see him again, yet she was afraid of disappointment, of what her mother and sister might think of herself and Roy. In the end, with what seemed to her a weakness she despised, she wrote him, and named an afternoon. Although the doctor had said she was to remain in bed for another week, she prevailed upon her mother and sister to move her into the studio, where with pillows about her and a comforter across her knees, and her hair arranged in the pretty fashion Alice sometimes liked to dress it, she received her lover. It was as unsatisfactory an interview as she had feared. Constraint held them both. Jeanette was intent upon not betraying the delicious madness into which her thoughts of Roy had led her during the empty hours of her long illness, and she sat up stiffly, unbendingly. Roy did not answer.
He thought the change in her was due to her illness, but there was something about her that troubled him. They made their promises to one another, they held each other's hands, they kissed goodbye, but there was nothing fervid about any of it. At the door, however, when he turned, hat in hand, for a final, searching look, she saw a glitter in his eyes. His queer little mouth was straight and drawn harshly, unsmilingly across his teeth. It was that last look of him, that wet gleam in his eyes, which took her courage and brought her own tears in a rush. But by then he was gone. The dull boom of the hall door closing downstairs announced his departure with stern finality. The summer bore on, hot, unalleviated. The apartment smelled of strange odors, was close, airless in spite of open windows. The Najarians, with much banging and clattering, left with their trunks and boxes for several weeks at the seashore. And on the 1st of the month, old Mrs. Porter, who had occupied the first floor since the building was erected 30 years before, moved away. Only the 2 trained nurses, 1 flight down, who were rarely at home, remained in the city during the burning weeks of July and August. With the Sturgises, life became dreary, and grew drearier. Miss Loughborough's school closed. Signor Bellini departed for his beloved Italy. The Wednesday and Saturday pupils became fewer and fewer, and by mid-July had evaporated entirely. Mrs. Sturgis, fretting over the trivial expenses each day inevitably brought, wore a worried, harassed air. She found some work to do, copying music, but this had to be given up, as her teeth commenced to give her trouble. How long she was able to disguise her discomfort from her daughters, they never guessed. But her misery eventually was discovered, and she was summarily driven to a dentist. It developed that her teeth were in such a decayed condition they would all have to be pulled and replaced by an artificial set. Poor Mrs. Sturgis wept and protested. She objected strenuously to anything so drastic. It wasn't in the least necessary. She couldn't possibly afford it. Her daughters urged her and argued with her until they lost their tempers, and there was almost a quarrel in the little household. The dentist declined to modify his advice. Pain, cruel, persistent pain that robbed her of her sleep and sapped her strength, finally compelled her to give way. "I'll do it, but my girlies haven't the faintest idea what they are letting me in for. It will be the death of me," wailed Mrs. Sturgis. Jeanette, able to sit up now and hobble from one room to another, regarded her mother with frank impatience as she rocked vigorously back and forth, weeping abjectly into a drenched little handkerchief. She felt sorry for her. She would have made any sacrifice to alleviate her pain to make matters easier for her, and yet it was obvious there was no other course for her, and the sooner the teeth were out and a false set in their place, the better it would be for them all. The girl gazed gloomily out of the window. "And my daughter's no comfort to me," continued Mrs. Sturgis piteously, conscious of Jeanette's unvoiced criticism. "The child that I've raised through sorrow and tribulation, through hunger and self-denial, the daughter for whom I've worked and sacrificed my life." Jeanette continued to stare stonily into space, locked her fingers more tightly together, but said nothing. Eventually there came the terrible day, when Mrs. Sturgis and Alice went forth to the dental surgeon, and when the young girl brought her spent and broken mother home in a cab. The 4 flights of stairs for the exhausted woman were a dreadful ordeal, Jeanette catching a glimpse of the labored progress as she gazed over the balustrade from the top landing, forgot her own weakened condition, the doctor's caution, and hurried to her mother's assistance. She ran down the stairs and grasped the little woman's almost fainting figure in her young arms. Together the sisters dragged and pushed her up the remaining steps, but the older girl knew before she reached the top that she had put too great a strain upon her own partially regained strength. She paid for the imprudence by another 3 weeks in bed. It was the longest 3 weeks of her life. Her mother roamed about from room to room, toothless and inarticulate, unable to eat solid food, waiting for her lacerated gums to heal. She complained and mumbled almost incessantly, harassed by the thought of doctors and dentist bills, which she declared over and over she saw no way of ever paying. Jeanette, chained to her bed, had to listen unhappily. Mrs. Sturgis gave her no respite. She refused to leave the house for fear of meeting a friend in the street who would discover her toothlessness. Alice went to market and ran the errands, while Mrs. Sturgis rocked back and forth beside Jeanette's bed, picked at her darning, and complained of life. It was not like her mother, thought the daughter wearily, she of indomitable spirit, who had never been afraid of hardships, but rejoiced in overcoming them. Letters from Roy brought the only alleviating spots in these long, tiring days. He wrote almost every day, and there were numerous picture postcards. His letters were full of assurances and young hopes. Jeanette loved his endearments, his underscored protestations, but the plans which he elaborately unfolded seemed so uncertain, their realization so improbable, that they left her cold. She read the scrawled words in the immature script and tried to conjure up a picture of him penning them. It eluded her. The boy in the Norfolk jacket with the stuck-up hair, blue eyes, and whimsical smile that had so strangely fired her heart had already become hazy and remote. Her own weak back and helplessness, her mother's trembling cheeks and mumbled complaints were harsh realities, very close at hand. The summer sun blazed on unsparingly, and perspiration covered her arms and neck and trickled down between her breasts. Spring and young love, the glittering avenue, walks and talks and murmured confidences that whipped the blood and caught the breath were of a far distant yesterday. Was there ever a time when thoughts of this boy had kept her awake at nights? A time when at the memory of his kiss her tears had blinded her? It was some other Jeanette, not the one who sighed wearily and wished Alice would keep the door shut and not let in the flies to bother her. Slowly, nature reasserted herself. Strength returned. Old hopes revived. Youth throbbed again in the veins. Life once more took on a pleasing aspect. The late August day that found Jeanette making a cautious way toward the park on her first venture from the house was brilliant with warm but not too hot sunshine, and the foliage of trees and shrubbery in the park vistas never appeared greener or more inviting. Mrs. Sturgis's false teeth had made a great improvement in her appearance, had rounded out her face, given her strength to her jaw, and made her seem 10 years younger. The little woman was delighted with the effect, and was now evincing a gratified interest in her appearance. Signor Bellini had returned earlier than he expected, had already started his Monday and Thursday classes, while Miss Loughborough's concentration school for young ladies was about to open its doors, and pupils were flocking back from their vacations. And lastly, and to the girl most important of all, Roy was returning to New York. He would arrive in the city in a few days, and she wondered how she would feel toward him when they met. As she sat upon a park bench, enjoying the sun and the toddling children playing in the soft gravel of the pathway nearby, she asked herself if she cared. She could not tell. Of far more interest to her was the prospect of work again. She had been stifled all summer by illness and heat, but now she wanted to get back to the business world and win her independence anew. Her ambition was afire. She was all eagerness to have a job once more. Roy? Well, it would be pleasant to have him making love to her again, to watch him tremble at her nearness. But she found herself thrilling on the afternoon he was to see her. He had telephoned in the morning from the station, and his voice had sounded wonderfully sweet and eager. When his ring at the door announced him, her heart raced madly. Delicious tremors, one after another, coursed through her. He came hurrying up the stairs, and she met him in the studio. Their hands instantly found one another's, and they stood so a moment, smiling happily and ardently into each other's eyes. Then she drifted into his arms, and it seemed the peace of the world had come. Ah, she had forgotten how dear he was, how lovable, how sweet. It was good to have him take her to himself that way, and feel his thin arms about her, and have him hold her close against his young, hard breast. Plans, plans, they were full of them. They were engaged now. Mrs. Sturgis and Alice must be told. The father wired, and Roy must immediately set about finding a job. He had some corking letters, he told her eagerly, and he was on the trail of a splendid position already. Jeanette was going to find work too. They would both save, buy all the clothes they would need, and be married. Oh, sometime in the spring. Roy, holding both her hands, gazed at her with shining eyes, his whole face glowing with excitement. "Oh, God, Jeanette! Oh, God, just think! You and me! Married!" It was a wonderful prospect. In less than a week, he had obtained a promising position with the Chandler B. Corey Company, publishers of high-class fiction and the best of standard books.
It was a new but flourishing organization with offices on Union Square. In addition to its book business, there were 2 monthly magazines, The Wheel of Fortune and Corey's Commentary, and Roy was made part of the staff that secured advertisements for the pages of these periodicals. He was full of enthusiasm for his new work. Mr. Featherstone, the advertising manager, who was also a member of the firm, was the jolliest kind of a man, and the other fellows in the department, Humphrey Stubbs and Walt Chase, were awfully nice chaps. He was to receive from the start $20 a week, and Mr. Featherstone promised him a raise of $5 at the end of 3 months, if he made good. The gods were with them. Jeanette and he could be married early in the spring. The girl listened and pretended to rejoice, but her heart was sick within her. Roy getting $20 a week, back in a job, independent and secure once more, a bright future and rapid advancement ahead of him. She was bitterly envious. She longed for the old life of business hours, of office excitement, for her neatly managed, if frugal lunches, for the early hours in the mornings and the tired hours at night, for the heartwarming touch of the firm, plump little manila envelope on Saturday mornings, and, above all, she longed for the satisfaction of being a wage earner again, of being financially her own mistress, and being able to contribute something toward the household bills each week. The next day she started out to find work. She knew it would be a humiliating business, but she found it worse than she feared. The advertisements for stenographers in the newspapers which she answered all turned out to be disappointing. The most she was offered was $10 a week, and in the majority of cases only 6 or 8. She had made up her mind to accept nothing less than what she had earned before. She would walk out of an office into the glaring street with the prick of tears smarting her eyes, with lips that trembled, but she would vigorously shake her head and renew her determination. She went to interview Miss Ingram of the Girard Commercial School, but Miss Ingram had no vacant positions on her list. "I've never seen anything like it," the little teacher said with a forlorn air. "I've got 3 girls now, just waiting for something to turn up. But all they want downtown are boys, boys, boys." Twice Jeanette had the unpleasant experience of having men to whom she applied for work lay their hands on her. One slipped his arm about her and tried to kiss her, pressing a bushy wet mustache against her face. The other placed his fat fingers caressingly over hers and, leering at her, promised he would find her a good job if she'd come back later in the day. She was equal to these occasions, but there was always a sickening reaction that left her weak and trembling with a salt taste in her mouth. She said nothing about them at home. Her mother and Alice, even Roy, had urged her not to go to work again, Mrs. Sturgis reiterating her original objection. Alice thought it was not necessary, that Janny had better take things easy and devote her time to wedding preparations. Roy did not like the idea, he frankly admitted, of her associating so intimately with a lot of men in an office, and besides, it distracted her, made her nervous. "In 3 months, sweetheart, I'll be getting $25 a week, and we can get married. $100 a month is enough for a while. You ought to run the table on $10 a week. Your mother does that for the 3 of you. And out of the remaining 60, we surely will have enough for rent, and a lot left over for clothes and theaters." "Oh, yes," Jeanette sighed wearily. "It's plenty. Only I want to earn some money myself. I need clothes, and I ought to have everything for a year at least." September passed and October came, with a tingle of autumn and an early touch of yellow drifting leaves. Jeanette missed the chance of an excellent position in the manager's office of a large suit and cloak manufacturer by no more than a minute or 2. She saw the other applicant enter the office just ahead of her, and was presently told the place was filled. The girl who had preceded her was Miss Flanagan. There was another position in a lawyer's office, for which she eagerly applied. She heard the salary was $25 a week, but when she was interviewed, and it was discovered she had no knowledge of legal phraseology, she was rejected. Desperate and discouraged, she was obliged to listen in the evenings to Roy's glowing praise of his new associates, to detailed accounts of small happenings in the office, and gossip between desks. She learned all about Mr. Featherstone, his devoted and adoring wife, his small crippled son, his own good nature and hearty joviality. She heard a great deal about Humphrey Stubbs and Walt Chase. Stubbs, she gathered, was already Roy's enemy. He had made several efforts to discredit the newcomer, and was on the lookout for things about which to criticize him to the chief. Walt Chase, on the contrary, was amiable and inclined to be very friendly. Walt had been married less than a year, lived in Hackensack, and his wife had just had a baby. Jeanette listened enviously with despair in her heart when she heard about Miss Anastasia Rubens, the editor of the Wheel of Fortune. That Miss Rubens was 45 and had spent all the working years of her life on the editorial staff of one magazine or another made little difference to Jeanette. She hated to inquire about her, but her curiosity was too great. "What do you suppose she gets?" she asked Roy with a casual air. "Oh, I don't know. Perhaps 50 or 60 a week. I'm sure I haven't any idea. None of the folks down there get high salaries. Everyone is underpaid. Mr. Corey hasn't more than got the business started. He only began it 5 years ago. He tells us we've got to wait with him until the money begins to come in, and then we'll all share in the profits." 50 or 60 a week? Sniffed Jeanette. "Did she tell you she got that? She's lucky if she gets 25. Roy shrugged his shoulders. He had an irritating way of avoiding arguments, Jeanette noticed, by lapsing silent. She considered the matter for a moment further, but decided it was not worth pressing. "What kind of a man is Mr. Corey?" she asked. "Oh, Corey? Corey's a peach. He's a dynamo of energy, and has all sorts of enthusiasm. He's got the most magnetic personality I've ever seen in my life. He's going to make a whale of a big business out of that concern. Every Wednesday we all lunch together, that is, the men in the editorial and book departments, and we go to the Brevert. We've got a private room down there, and Mr. Corey always comes and talks to us about the business, and we try to offer suggestions that will help each other. We call it the Get-Together Club. It's great." Jeanette studied her lover's face, and for a moment felt actual dislike for him. What did he know? Why should he be so fortunate? Why should everything go so smoothly for him? Why shouldn't she have a chance like that? "Mr. Featherstone may send me to Boston Friday to see the advertising manager of Jordan and Marsh about some copy. He said something about it last night. I'd hate to go, but gee, it would be a great trip." Jeanette rose to her feet abruptly and lowered a hissing gas jet. Oh, she was unreasonable, silly, ungenerous. But she couldn't listen any longer. It made her sick. Mr. Abrams of Abrams and Frank, fur dealers and repairers of fur garments, would pay $12 a week for a first-class stenog who would work from 8 till 6. He was very anxious that Jeanette would accept his offer. "I need a girl just like you, who can take letters what I dictate and put them into nice English, and be polite to their customers what come in when I am busy," he explained. It was a cheap little establishment, crowded into the first floor and basement of an old private dwelling, now devoted to similar small enterprises. A dressmaker occupied the second floor, an electrician the next, and a sign painter the last and topmost. It was far from being the kind of employment Jeanette wanted, but it was the best that had been offered, and she promised to report on Monday. She went dismally home on the L, deriving a bitter satisfaction in picturing to herself what her days would be like, cooped up in an ill-ventilated back office with the swarthy, none-too-clean Mr. Abrams, interviewing the none-too-clean customers who would be likely to patronize such a place. Still, it was a job, and she was a wage earner again. There would be some comfort in announcing the news to Roy and to her mother and sister. She found a message from Roy when she reached home. It had been brought by the clerk in Bannerman's drugstore. He had said, Alice repeated for the 100th time, that Mr. Beardsley had phoned and asked him to tell Miss Jeanette Sturgis to come down at once to his office. He had said it was important. Alice didn't know anything more than that. There wasn't any use asking her questions. The clerk had just said that, and that was all. "Perhaps he's got a job for me," Jeanette exclaimed with a wild hope. "He knows how badly I want one." "I'm sure I haven't the faintest idea." Her sister turned back to the soapy water in the wash tub, where she was carefully washing some of her mother's jabots. "Well, I'll fly." Jeanette hurried to her room and jerked the tissue paper out of her best shirtwaist. Her fingers trembled as she redressed herself. The tiny loops that connected with small pearl buttons on her cuffs eluded her again and again, until she was almost ready to cry with fury. She felt sure that Roy had a job for her. He would have telephoned for no other reason. In 30 minutes she was aboard the L again, rushing downtown.
As she crossed Union Square, the gold sign of the Chandler B. Corey Company spreading itself imposingly across the facade of an ancient office building made her heart beat faster, and her rapid, breathless walk doubled with her excitement into almost a skip as she hurried along. Oh, there was good news awaiting her. She felt it. The wheezy elevator bumped and rumbled as it leisurely ascended. At the 4th floor she stepped out into a reception room whose walls were covered with large framed drawings and paintings. There were some magazines arranged on a center table. The place smelt of ink and wet paste. A smiling girl rose from a desk and came toward her. "I'll see if he's in," she said in reply to Jeanette's query, and disappeared. Upon an upholstered wicker seat in one corner of the room, an odd-looking woman wearing a huge cartwheel hat was talking animatedly to another who listened with a twisted, sour mouth. They were discussing photographs, and the woman in the cartwheel hat was handing them out one by one from a great pile in her lap. Jeanette was forced to listen. "This one is of some monks in a village monastery in Korea, and this shows some of the Buddhist prayers for sale in a Japanese shop. Did you ever see such a number? And here is a group of our Bible students at Tientsin. Could you ask for more intelligent faces? Wonderful work. These men are sacrificing their lives. $12,000. The words trailed off into an impressive whisper. Down in the square, the trees were a mass of lovely golden brown and golden yellow shades. Tiffany's windows across the way sparkled with dull silver. Roy's quick step sounded behind her, and Jeanette turned to meet his grinning, eager face, his smile stretched to its tightest across his small and even white teeth. "Gee, I'm glad you've come, Janny," he exclaimed boyishly. "Say, you look dandy. You look out of sight." He eyed her delightedly. The woman with the sour, twisted smile glanced toward them casually. Jeanette was all cool dignity. "What was it, Roy? Why did you send for me?" He continued to smile at her. But at last her serious, expectant look sobered him. "I think I've got a job for you," he said quickly, dropping his voice. "I only heard about it this morning. I couldn't telephone until I went out to lunch. One of our regular stenographers is sick. She's very sick and is not coming back. Mr. Kipps, the business manager, was explaining why they were short-handed upstairs, and I was right there, so of course I heard about it. I spoke to Mr. Featherstone about you, and he sent me to Kipps, and Kipps told me to tell you to come down so he could talk to you. I told him what a wizard you were, and he seemed awfully interested. I didn't lose a minute. I telephoned as soon as I went out to lunch. I had a deuce of a time making that drug clerk understand. Gee, you look dandy. Gee, you look swell. Gee, I love you." He piloted her a few minutes later into the inner offices. Jeanette gained a confused impression of crowded desks and clerks, the iron grilling of a cashier's cage, an open safe, a litter of papers, wire baskets of letters, and stacks of bills. Before she knew it, she found herself confronting Mr. Kipps, and Roy had abandoned her. She was aware of a nervous, fidgety personality with a thin, hawk-like face and long, thin fingers. He had unkempt hair and mustache, and wore round black tortoise-shell glasses, through which he darted quick little glances of appraisement at the girl who had seated herself at his invitation beside his desk. He fitted his fingertips neatly together as he questioned her, lolled back in his swivel armchair, and swung himself slowly from side to side, kicking the desk gently with his feet. He asked her to spell privilege and acknowledgement, and to tell him how many degrees there were in a circle. He nodded with her replies. He would give her a trial. She could report in the morning. He dismissed her with no mention of what salary she would receive. But Jeanette did not care. She was delighted and in high spirits. This was just the kind of a job she wanted, just the sort of an atmosphere she longed for. She felt certain that whatever they paid her at first, she would soon make them give her what she was worth. When Roy arrived that evening, there was great hilarity in the Sturgis household. He had never seen Jeanette in such wild spirits, or found her so affectionate with him. The coldness he sometimes met in her, the reserve, the unyieldingness, were all absent now. He pulled the shabby davenport up before the fire, and they sat holding hands, watching the dying fire flicker, and finally flicker out. And when the light was gone, she lay close against him, his arms about her, and every now and then, as he bent his head over her,
She raised hers to his, and their lips met. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 5. Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 6 through 10 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 6 through 10. Her desk, with those of the 5 other stenographers employed by the publishing company, was located on the floor above the editorial offices. Here were also the circulation and mail order departments. Light entered from 3 broad front windows, but it was far from sufficient, and 30 electric bulbs under green tin cones suspended by long wire cords burned throughout the day over the rows of desks and tables that filled the congested loft. At these were some 100 girls and women, and half a dozen men. In the rear, where the daylight failed almost completely to penetrate, the cones of electric radiance flooded the dark recesses brilliantly. Old Hodgson, who was in charge of the outgoing mail, there had his domain, and it was in this quarter that the lumbering freight elevator occasionally made its appearance with a bang and a crash of opening iron doors. Toward the front, near the windows, and separated from the rest by low railings, were located the desks of Miss Holland and Mr. Max Oppenheim. The former was a tall, thin-faced woman with iron-gray hair and a distinguished voice and manner. Just what her duties were Jeanette could not guess. She had her own stenographer and was forever dictating, or going downstairs with sheaves of letters in her hands for conferences with Mr. Kipps. Oppenheim was the circulation manager. He was a Jew, intelligent and shrewd, with a pallor so pronounced it seemed unhealthy, further emphasized by a thick mop of coal-black, glistening hair that swept straight back without a parting from his smooth white forehead. Jeanette thought she recognized in him a type to be avoided, but she never saw anything either in his manner toward her or the other girls at which to take exception. There was one other individual in the room who had a department to herself. This was a chubby, bespectacled lady with an unpronounceable German name who presided over a huddle of desks and conducted the mail-order department. No one ever seemed to have anything to say to her, nor did she in turn appear to have anything to say to anyone. She plodded on with her work, unmolested, lost sight of. Sometimes Jeanette suspected that Mr. Corey and Mr. Kipps and the other men downstairs had forgotten the woman's existence. The stenographers with whom she was immediately and intimately thrown were distinctly of a better class than the girls who had been her associates in the Soleil Publishing Company. Miss Foster was red-headed and given to shouts of infectious mirth. Miss Lopez was Spanish, pretty and charming. Miss Bixby was a trifle hoydenish, but good-natured, and Miss Pratt was frankly an old maid, for whom life had been obviously a hard and devastating struggle. There remained Miss Lafarge, who Jeanette suspected was not of the world of decent women. Her beribboned lingerie was clearly discernible through her sheer and transparent shirt-waists, and she was given to rouge, lavish powdering, and strong scent. The first day in her new position was as difficult as Jeanette anticipated. She knew she gave the impression of being cold and condescending, but her shyness would not permit her to unbend. The girls were politely distant with her at first, but Jeanette was fully aware that each and every one of them was alive to her presence, and everything they did and said was for her benefit. She made an early friend of Miss Holland. The tall woman stopped at her desk in passing, smiled pleasantly at her, and asked if everything was going all right. Something of quality, of good breeding in the older woman's face brought the girl to her feet, and it was this trifling act of courtesy that won Miss Holland's approval and favor, which Jeanette never was to lose. There were plenty of girls scattered among the tables where the business of folding circulars, addressing envelopes, and writing cards went on, who were of the high-heeled, pompadoured, sallow-skinned variety, with which Jeanette was already familiar, but these persons came and went with the work. Few of them were regular employees. When a stenographer was needed in the editorial department, a buzzer sounded upstairs, and the girl next in order answered the summons. Miss Foster usually took Mr. Corey's dictation, and also that of his secretary, Mr. Smith, but the other girls went from Mr. Featherstone to Mr. Kipps to Miss Rubens, and to the rest as they were required. Mr. Kipps sent especially for Jeanette on her first morning. She was nervous, and her pencil trembled a little as she scribbled down her notes. She found his dictation extremely difficult to take. He hesitated, paused a long time to think of the word he wanted, corrected himself, asked her to repeat what he had said, or to scratch out what she had written, and to go back and read her notes to a point where he could recommence. But he seemed pleased when she brought him the finished letters. "Very good, Miss Sturgis. Very good indeed," he said without enthusiasm, tapping his pursed lips with the tip of his penholder as he scanned her work. She was jubilant. She looked for Roy. She was eager to tell him what Mr. Kipps had said. But he was not at his desk as she passed through the advertising department, nor was he waiting for her, as she hoped, when 5 o'clock came and she started home. Well, she was satisfied. She had gotten just what she wanted. She would soon make herself indispensable. Mr. Kipps was really a lovely man, although one would never suspect it from his nervous manner. She felt a sudden assurance she was going to be very happy. Roy found her again in her sweetest, kindest mood that evening. They began at once to discuss everyone in the entire organization of the company, from the president himself down to Bertram, the little Jew office boy who was inclined to be fresh. The publishing house had suddenly become their entire world, and everyone in it was either friend or foe. "I hope I make good," sighed Jeanette. "Make good?" repeated her lover indignantly. "Of course you'll make good. Don't I know how good you are? Why, say, Janny dear, you've got that bunch of girls skinned a mile." It was soon evident to Jeanette that Roy was right. The next day she made a point of glancing at some of Miss Foster's and Miss Lopez's letters. She noted 2 errors in the formers, and the letters were rubbed and full of erasures. The letters themselves were poorly spaced, and the sheets in several instances were far from being clean. She was genuinely shocked at such slovenliness. They would not have tolerated it at the school for a minute. The girls who had been with her under Beardsley had done better work than that. She paused over the thought and smiled. It was funny now to think of dear old Roy as the Mr. Beardsley who had once filled her with such awe, and in fear of whose displeasure she had actually trembled. Her satisfaction with her new position found utter completeness when on her first Saturday morning her pay envelope reached her, and she discovered she was to receive $15 a week. It was the last drop in her felicity. She flung herself into her work with all the eagerness of an intense young nature. In turn, she took dictation from Mr. Featherstone, Miss Rubens, Mr. Olmsted, the auditor, and young Mr. Cavendish, who edited Corey's commentary. Everyone seemed to like her. Miss Rubens, having tried the new stenographer, thereafter invariably asked for her, and while this was gratifying in its way, Jeanette would have willingly forgone the distinction. Miss Rubens was not a pleasing personality for whom to work. She referred to Jeanette as the new girl, treated her like a machine, and kept her sitting idly beside her desk while she sorted papers or carried on long conversations at the telephone. She was a high-strung, perpetually agitated person, given to complaining a great deal, undoubtedly overworked, but finding consolation in pitying herself and in bemoaning her hard lot. Jeanette recognized in her the lady with the twisted, sour mouth who had been inspecting photographs the day she first came to the office. Mr. Olmsted the auditor was a tiresome old man who teetered on his toes when he talked and tapped his thumbnail with the rim of his eyeglasses to emphasize his words. He took a tedious time over his dictation, and Jeanette had to shut her lips tightly to keep from prompting him. Mr. Cavendish, on the other hand, was charming. He was about 33, or 4, Jeanette judged handsome, with thick, very dark red hair and a thick, dark red mustache. He was always very courteous, and had an ever-ready stock of pleasantries. She was aware that he admired her, and she could not help feeling self-conscious in his company. They joked together mildly, and their eyes frequently held one another's in amused glances. Of all the people in the office, she liked best to take dictation from him. He never repeated himself. His sentences were neatly phrased and to the point, and his choice of words she considered beautiful. That he was unmarried did not distract from her interest in him. She read some of the recent back numbers of Corey's commentary, and particularly the editorials, and told Roy she admired them enormously. She was far happier in the environment of the editorial rooms than upstairs, where she worked with the other stenographers in the midst of the bustle, racket, and confusion of the circulation and mail-order departments. She soon discovered she had little in common with Miss Foster or Miss Bixby. Miss Lopez was a pretty non-entity, Miss Pratt an elderly incompetent, and Miss Lafarge a vulgar-lipped grisette. The girls realized she looked down on them, and clannishly hung together to talk about her among themselves. They were not openly rude, but Jeanette was aware she was not popular with them. Miss Holland alone on the first floor attracted her. They smiled at one another whenever their eyes met, and Jeanette enjoyed the feeling that this faded, kindly gentlewoman recognized in her a girl of her own class. There were a dozen other personalities in the company that the new stenographer learned to know and with whom she came more or less into contact. Important among these was Mr. Corey's secretary, Mr. Smith, whom nobody liked. He was suspected of being a talebearer, an informant who tattled inconsequences to his chief. He was obviously a toady, and treated everyone in the office not a member of the firm with an air of great condescension. Mrs. Charlotte Innes of the book department was a regal, gray-haired personage, with many floating draperies that were ever trailing magnificently behind her as she came and went. Miss Travers, who was cooped up all day behind the wire grilling of the cashier's cage, was a waspish, merry individual, and although sometimes common, even vulgar, was both friendly and amusing. Francis Holm and Van Alstyne spent most of their time on the road visiting book dealers. Van Alstyne was English, and inclined to be patronizing, but Holm was large-toothed, large-mouthed, and big-eared, bluff and frank, noisy and good-hearted, and there was also Mr. Cavendish's assistant, Horatio Stevens, a tall, rangy young man with rather a dreamy, detached air, with whom Roy shared a room at his boarding-house. Jeanette found him vaguely repellent. There was something about his long, skinny hands and drooping eyelids that made her creepy. And then there was Mr. Corey himself. Chandler B. Corey was, as Roy had described him, a man of vivid personality. Although not yet in his 50s, he had a full head of silky white hair. In sharp contrast to this were his black, bushy eyebrows and his black mustache, which curled gracefully at the ends and which he had a habit of pulling whenever he was thinking hard. His skin was pink and clear as a boy's, but there was nothing effeminate in his face with its heavy, square jaw. There was a dynamic quality about him that communicated itself to everyone who came in contact with him, and yet with all his energy and fire, Jeanette noted there was an extraordinary gentleness about him, somewhat suggesting sadness. On a day toward the end of her 3rd week, she took a long and important letter from him. Miss Foster was struggling with a pile of other work he had already given her, and Mr. Smith sent Bertram upstairs with a request for Mrs. Sturgis to come down. She had never been in Mr. Corey's office before. At once she was struck with its quality. Compared with the noisy ruggedness and bare floors outside, it was quiet, luxurious. Sectional bookcases filled to overflowing, and many autographed framed photographs lined walls that were covered with burlap. There were 1 or 2 large leather armchairs, and in the center a great flat-topped desk heaped with manuscripts and stacks of clipped papers. A film of dust lay over many of these, and the scent of cigar smoke was in the air. Mr. Corey's silvery head beyond the desk appeared as a startling blot of white against the background of warm brown. She was surprised to discover how tersely he dictated. There was nothing of a literary quality about his sentences, nothing savoring of the polish of Mr. Cavendish. He was all business and dispatch. She felt oddly sorry for him. More than once during the brief quarter of an hour that she was with him, a great sympathy for him came over her. He seemed weighed down with responsibilities. A paper mill was pressing him for money. No funds would be available for another 3 months. His letter offered them his note for 90 days. While he dictated, the telephone interrupted him. Something had gone wrong with the linotype machines, and the delay would result in the Wheel of Fortune being 2 or 3 days late on the newsstands. In the midst of this conversation, Mr. Featherstone came in to report that Shreve and Baker had cancelled their advertisement and had definitely refused to renew it. An army of annoyances pressed around on every side. She told Roy about it when he came to see her that night. "Oh, CB's a wonder," he agreed. "He carries that whole concern on his shoulders, and you can rest assured there's nothing goes on down there that he doesn't know. They all depend on him. He seems so overburdened, and so harassed," Jeanette said. "I guess he's all of that. You know, he's had an awful hard time getting a start. The business is just about able to stand on its own feet now." "I don't think Mr. Smith is much help to him. He could save him a whole lot if he would." "Oh, that fish? He's no good. He told CB a most outrageous lie about Mr. Featherstone. There was an awful row." "Then why doesn't Mr. Featherstone have him discharged?" "Nobody's got anything to say down there except Mr. Corey. He owns 51% of the stock, I understand, and if he likes Smith, Smith is going to stay." "I can't see how Mr. Corey can put up with him." "How did CB like your work?" "I don't know. Mr. Smith took it when I brought it downstairs and carried it in to him. I didn't hear a word, but he didn't send it back to me for anything." "He was pleased all right. You've made a hit with everyone. They're all crazy about you. Miss Rubens always wants you, and Cavendish, I notice, seems to take a special interest in his dictation now." The last was said with an amused scrutiny of her face. "Oh, don't be silly, Roy." "I'm not," he declared sensibly. "I don't care if he admires you. Men are always going to do that. Holmes asked me the other day who the new queen was, and I was mighty proud to tell him you were my fiancée. I guess I appreciate the fact that the smartest, loveliest girl in the world is going to be my wife." "Oh, don't," Jeanette repeated. There was trouble in her face. Her days were packed full of interest now. She enjoyed every moment of the time spent within the shabby portals of the publishing house. The rest of the 24 hours were given to happy anticipation of new experiences awaiting her, or in pleasant retrospect of happenings that marked her advancement. For it was clear to her she was progressing, daily tightening her hold upon her job, making the big people like her, bringing herself nearer and nearer the goal she someday eagerly hoped to reach, of being indispensable to these delightful new employers. To what end this tended, how far it would carry her, under what circumstances she would achieve final success, she could not surmise. She was conscious these days only of an intense satisfaction, a delight in knowing she was steadily, though blindly, attaining her ambition. Often she wished during these early weeks she had a dozen pairs of hands that she might take every one's dictation and type all the letters that left the office. She became interested in the subject and purpose of these letters. Cavendish wrote an urgent note to a Mr. David Russell Purington, who was a regular contributor to Corey's commentary from Washington, telling him how extremely important it was, in connection with a certain article shortly to appear in the magazine, for him to obtain an exclusive interview on the subject with the Japanese plenipotentiary, at that time visiting the capital. Miss Rubens fretted and murmured complainingly as she worded a communication to Lester Short, the author, explaining that it was impossible for the Wheel of Fortune to pay the price he asked for his story, The Broken Jade. Mr. Kipps, through her, informed the Typographical Union No. 63 that under no condition would the Chandler B. Corey Company re-employ Timothy Conboy, and that if the union persisted, the publishing company was prepared to declare for an open shop. Mrs. Innes confided to her hand an enthusiastic memorandum to Mr. Corey, urging him to accept and publish at once a novel called The Honorable Estate, by a new writer, Homer Deering, which she declared was of the most sensational nature. But after typing these letters and memorandums, Jeanette heard nothing more of them. She wanted to know whether or not Mr. David Russell Purington succeeded in obtaining the much-desired interview, what Lester Short decided to do about the $75 Miss Rubens offered, how the Typographical Union, No. 63, replied to Mr. Kipps's ultimatum, and if Mr. Corey accepted Homer Deering's significant manuscript. Her curiosity was seldom gratified. She hardly ever saw the replies to the letters she had typed with such interest. Miss Foster, Miss Lopez, Miss Pratt, Miss Bixby, or Miss Lafarge continued the correspondence. Often she would see a letter unwinding itself from a neighboring machine at the top of which she would recognize a familiar name. But she had no time to read further, and there was a certain restraint observed among the girls about overlooking one another's work. Jeanette realized she was merely a small cog in a machine, and that her prejudices, enthusiasms, her interest and opinion were of small consequence to anyone. She rose early in the morning, sometimes at 5, and her mother would hear her thumping and pounding with an iron in the kitchen as she pressed a shirt-waist to wear fresh to the office, or clitter-clattering in the bathroom as she polished her shoes or washed stockings. Her costume was invariably neat and smart, but she dressed soberly, with knowing effectiveness for her working day. Her mother, yawning sleepily or frowning in mild distress, would find her getting her own breakfast at 7. "Why, dearie," she would plaintively remonstrate, "whatever do you want to bother with the stove for? I'm going to get your breakfast. You leave that to me. I don't see," she might add querulously, "why you have to get up at such unearthly hours." Alice would shortly make her appearance, and with wrappers trailing, slippers clapping, and shuffling about the kitchen, her mother and sister would complete the simple preparations for her morning meal, and set about getting their own. About the time they had borne in the smoking granite coffee-pot again to the dining-room, and had hunched up their chairs to the table, Jeanette would be ready to leave the house. When she came to kiss them good-bye, she would always find them there, her mother's cheek, soft and warm, Alice's firm, hard face, cool and smelling faintly of soap. She would seem so vigorously alive as she left them, so confident and capable. There was always a tremendous satisfaction in feeling well-dressed, well-prepared, and early started for her day's work. As she left the house and filled her lungs with the first breath of sharp morning air, there would come a tug of excitement at the prospect of the hours ahead. She loved the trip downtown on the bumping, whirring elevated. She loved the close contact with fellow passengers, wage earners like herself. She loved the brisk walk along 17th Street and across the leaf-strewn square, where she faced the tide of clerks and office workers that poured steadily out of the ghetto and Lower East Side, and set itself toward the great tall buildings of Lower Fifth Avenue and Broadway. And she loved the first glimpse of the gold sign of the Chandler B. Corey Company, with the feeling that she belonged there and was one of its employees. She would be at her desk half to 3/4 of an hour ahead of the other girls. There would usually be work left over from the previous day. She liked settling herself for the busy hours to come when no one was around, and she could do so with comfort. She would hardly be conscious of the other girls' arrival, and would often greet them with a smiling good morning, or answer their questions with no recollection afterwards of having done so. The whirlwind of office demands and the tide of work would soon be about her. Miss Rubens wanted her, Mr. Kipps rang for a stenographer, Mr. Featherstone had an important letter to get off before he went out. Would Miss Sturgis look up that letter to the Glenardsdale agency? Would Miss Sturgis come down when she was free? Mr. Cavendish had an article he wanted to copy as soon as possible. Miss Bixby was busy. Miss Foster was busy. Miss Lopez, Miss Pratt, Miss Lafarge were busy. Miss Sturgis was busiest of all. She thrilled to the rush and fury of her days. There was never a let-up, never a lull. There was always more and more work piling up. At noon, at 12:30, at 1, whenever she was free for a moment about that time, she would slip out for lunch. She had learned she must eat something, no matter how little, in the middle of the day. She still patronized the soda and candy counter in the big rotunda of Siegel Cooper's mammoth department store for her china cup of coffee and 2 saltine crackers. Sometimes she spent another nickel for a bag of peanut brittle. Somewhere she had read that the sugar in the candy and the starch in the peanuts contained a high percentage of nutritious value. She nibbled out of the bag on her way back to the office. She would be gone hardly more than half the hour she was allowed for luncheon. Between 1 and 3 in the afternoon was the time she was least interrupted, and in this interval her fingers flew, and letter after letter slipped beneath its properly addressed envelope, would steadily augment the pile in the wire basket that stood beside her machine. She rejoiced when it grew so tall the stack was in danger of falling out. In the late afternoon came the rush and the most exacting demands. Miss Rubens had a letter that must go off that night without fail. Mr. Featherstone had just returned from a conference with a big advertiser and wanted a record of the agreement typed at once. Mr. Kipps had a communication to be instantly dispatched. Mr. Corey needed a stenographer. The girls were all busy. They had too much to do already. They could not finish half the letters that had been given them. Well, how about Miss Sturgis? Could Miss Sturgis manage to get out just one more? It was so important. Yes, Miss Sturgis could. Of course she could. It might be late, but if the writer would remain to sign in, she'd manage to finish it somehow. "You're a fool," Miss Bixby said to her one day sourly. "Nobody's going to thank you for it. You don't get paid a cent more. I don't see why you want to make a beast of burden out of yourself. They just use you like a sponge in this office, squeeze every ounce of strength out of you, and then throw you away. Look at Linda Harris." Linda Harris was the girl who had sickened, and whose place Jeanette now filled. Perhaps Miss Bixby was right, Jeanette would say to herself, riding home after 6, and sometimes after 7 o'clock on the lurching train, tired to the point where her muscles ached and her sight was blurred. But there was something in her that rose vigorously to this battle of work, that made her reach down and ever deeper down inside herself for new strength and new capacity. Wearily, her hand dragging on the stair rail, she would pull herself step by step up the long flights to the top floor. Tired though she might be, her mind would still be buzzing with the events of the day. Mr. Cavendish's letter to Senator Slocum. Had she remembered the enclosures? Mr. Kipps had been short with her, or so he had seemed. Perhaps he had been only vexed at the end of a long day of worry. Mr. Corey's smile at a comment she had ventured was consoling. Then there was that friction between Miss Rubens and Mrs. Innes. They had had some sharp words. She wondered which one of them eventually would triumph. Mrs. Innes, of course, and little Miss Maria Lopez had confided to her in the washroom she was going to be married. "Hello, dearie! Home again?" Jeanette's mother would call to her cheerfully as she pushed open the door. Alice would turn her head with a "'Lo, sis!" She would kiss them dutifully, perfunctorily. The kitchen would be hot and steamy. The smell of food would make her feel giddy, perhaps faint. She would be ravenously hungry. She would go to her dark little bedroom, light the gas, remove her hat, blouse, and skirt, and stretch herself gratefully on her bed. Would Miss Innes go to Mr. Corey about her difference with Miss Rubens? Miss Holland had had a conference with Mr. Kipps all afternoon. What could it be about? Would Bertram be discharged for losing that manuscript? Mr. Van Alstyne had certainly been unnecessarily curt. She cordially disliked him. And Mr. Smith had most assuredly not given her Mr. Corey's message. Why, she remembered distinctly. "Dinner, dearie!" She would drag herself to her feet, rub her face briskly with a wet wash-rag, and in her wrapper join her mother and sister at the table. "Well, tell us how everything went today," Mrs. Sturgis would say, busy with plates and serving-spoon. "Oh, about the same as usual," Jeanette would sigh. "Bertram, the office boy, lost a manuscript today. It was terribly important. We were awfully busy upstairs, and Mrs. Innes sent the book out to be typed, and he left the package somewheres. On the streetcar, he thinks. Mr. Kipps will probably fire him. He deserves it. He's awfully fresh." "You don't say," Mrs. Sturgis would murmur abstractedly. "Drink your tea, dearie, before it gets cold." Jeanette, dutifully sipping the hot brew, would consider how to tell them of the trouble between Mrs. Innes and Miss Rubens. "Miss Rubens, you know, Mother, is the editor of the Wheel of Fortune, and Mrs. Charlotte Innes runs our book department. They dislike each other cordially, and I just know some day there's going to be a dreadful row." "Alice, dearie, get Mother another teacup." Miss Sturgis might interrupt, her eye on her older daughter's face to show she was attending. "And while you're up, you might glance in the oven." "Yes, dearie," she would say encouragingly to Jeanette. The girl would recommence her story, but she could see it was impossible to arouse their interest. Their attention wandered. They knew none of the people in the office. It was no concern of theirs what happened to them. "Kratzmer had the effrontery to charge me 30 cents for a can of peaches today," Mrs. Sturgis would remark. "I just told him they were selling for 25 on the next block, and I wouldn't pay it, and he said to me I could choose to take my trade anywhere I chose, and I told him that was no way to conduct his business, and he as much as told me that it was his business, and he intended to run it the way he liked. I wouldn't stand for such impudence, and I just gave him a piece of my mind." An indignant finger tossing an imaginary ruffle at her throat suggested what had been the little woman's agitated manner. "Kratzmer's awfully obliging," Alice commented mildly. "Well, perhaps, but the idea!" "Mr. Corey was unusually nice to me today," Jeanette remarked. Her mother would smile and nod encouragingly, but her eyes would be inspecting her daughter's plates, considering another helping or whether it was time for dessert. "I couldn't match my braid," Alice would murmur in a disconsolate tone. "I went to the Woman's Bazaar and to Mr. Blake's, and they had nothing like it. I suppose I'll have to go downtown to Macy's. Do you remember, Mother, where you got the first piece?" "No, I don't, dearie," her mother would reply slowly. "Perhaps it was O'Neill and Adams. How much do you need?" "About 3 yards. I could manage with 2. Do you suppose you'd have time tomorrow, Janny, to try at Macy's?" "Maybe. I can't promise. You have no idea how rushed we are sometimes. You know, I've a good mind to try Meyer's place over on Amsterdam. It always seems so clean. Kratzmer's getting too independent." "Kratzmer knows us, Mama, and sometimes it's awfully convenient to charge." "I know, that's perfectly true. But the idea of his talking to me that way." "They might have it at Siegel Cooper's. You could ask there tomorrow. It would only take you 5 minutes. I hate to go all the way downtown. And there's the car fare." "I've traded with Kratzmer ever since he moved into the block. I guess he forgets I've been a resident in this neighborhood for nearly 13 years. He shouldn't treat me like a casual customer. It's not right and proper." "It would be the greatest help if I could get it tomorrow. I'm absolutely at a standstill on that dress until I have it. Siegel's is sure to keep a big stock. I'll give you a sample." "I've always liked the look of things at Myers's. All the Jewesses go there, and they always know where to get the best things to eat, but I suppose he is more expensive." "It oughtn't to cost more than 20 cents a yard. Do you remember what you paid for it, Mama?" "Dearie, it's so long ago, I'm sorry. I'd rather hate to break with Kratzmer's after all these years. You can't help but make friends with the tradespeople. Do you think Myers's would really be more high-priced, Janny?" Jeanette would shrug her shoulders and carefully fold her napkin. They were dears. She loved them best of all the world, but they seemed so small and petty with their trifling concerns, matching braids and disagreeing with tradespeople. The dinner dishes would be cleared away. Jeanette would brush the cloth, put away the salt and pepper shakers, the napkins, and unused cutlery. Then she would carefully fold the tablecloth in its original creases, replace it with the square of chenille curtaining, and climb on a chair to fit the brass hook of the drop light over the gas jet above. Roy would arrive at 8. He was always there promptly, and she would have a bare 20 minutes to get ready. She would hear her mother and sisters scraping and rattling in the kitchen as she dressed, water hissing in the sink, the bang of the tin dishpan, their voices murmuring. She would be glad when her lover came. A flood of questions, surmises, hazarded opinions about office affairs poured from her then. She was free at last to talk as she liked about what absorbed her so much. She had an audience that would listen eagerly and attentively to everything. What would Mr. Kipps do about Bertram? And if the manuscript was really lost, what would Mrs. Innes do about it? Did he hear anything about the row between Mrs. Innes and Miss Rubens? Well, she'd tell him, only she wanted first to ask his advice about whether she should go to Mr. Corey and simply tell him that Smith had certainly never given her his message. Roy would meet this eager gossip with news of his own. Mr. Featherstone had given Walt Chase an awful call-down for promising a preferred position he had no right to, and Stubbs was starting on a trip to Chicago and St. Louis. There was talk of putting Francis Holm in charge of the book sales department, and Roy hoped he'd get it instead of Van Alstyne. And what did Jeanette think the chances would be of Horatio Stevens getting Miss Rubens's job if Miss Rubens quit on account of Mrs. Innes? Roy would tire eventually of this shop talk. He longed to reach the love-making stage of the evening. He was eager to tell her how much he adored her, and to have her confess she cared for him in return. He liked to have her nestle close against him, his arms about her, to hold her to him, and have her raise her lips to his each time he bent over her. But Jeanette grew less and less inclined these days to surrender herself to these embraces. Each time Roy mentioned love, she would tell him not to be silly, and would speak of another office affair. It distressed her lover. He would fidget unhappily, not quite understanding how she eluded him. Again and again he would return to the question of their marriage. Did Jeanette think March would be a good month? It was 3 months off. Yes, March would be all right. But did he suppose Miss Rubens was really overworked? Roy didn't know whether she was or not. She complained a good deal, he admitted. But now, about where they were to live. He had heard of a little house in Flatbush that could be rented for $20 a month. How did she feel about living in Brooklyn? But marriage did not interest her for the present. She was too much absorbed in the affairs of the publishing company. Weddings could wait, hers could anyhow. Just now she wanted Roy to help her guess the salaries of everyone in the office. And when, as 10 and 10:30 and 11 o'clock approached, Roy, conscious of the passing minutes, would press his love-making to a point where Jeanette could no longer divert him, she would send him home. She would suddenly remember she had her stockings to wash out, or gloves to clean before she went to bed. She would realize at the moment how dreadfully tired she was, and how the morrow always presented a difficult day. "You must go now, Roy," she would say. "You simply must go. I'm dead, and I've got to get some sleep. Please say good night." "Not until you kiss me," he would insist. "Mwah! There, now go. But tell me first you love me?" "Oh, Roy!" "No, you must tell me." "Why, of course. You know I do." "Lots?"
"Yes."
"Yes. And you'll marry me?"
"Surely."
"When?"
"Now, Roy, you must go. I tell you I'm dropping. I'm so tired."
"But tell me when you'll marry me."
"Well, whenever we're ready."
"You darling! Kiss me again."
"Roy!"
"Kiss me! Oh, kiss me good."
"Good night."
"Good night, you darling." End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 6 through 10. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 2 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 2. Roy wanted to be married. He wanted Jeanette to set the date. He wanted her to make up her mind where she preferred to live, and to start making plans accordingly. Just before Christmas, his salary was raised $5 a week, and the last barrier, for him, to the wedding was removed. There was nothing to prevent their being married at once. Everyone agreed, even Jeanette herself, that $100 a month would be sufficient for their needs the first year. With a mysterious air, Mrs. Sturgis hinted at responsibilities that might come to them. But Roy's salary would undoubtedly be raised more than once by that time. She liked her daughter's promised husband. He had such an honest, clean face. His eyes were so clear and blue. He made her think of her Ralph. She felt she could with safety entrust Jeanette's happiness to him. Alice was frankly a warm admirer of her prospective brother-in-law. She agreed with everything he said, and always sided with him in an argument. Mother, sister, and future husband shared the opinion that the marriage must soon take place. There was no sense in Jeanette's wearing herself to death down there at that office. She took it all too seriously. She was undermining her health. Jeanette, with vague misgivings, agreed. It was too bad. She liked the business life so much, but marriage was the thing. She must make up her mind to be married and settle down in a little house with Roy over in Brooklyn, presumably. She thought of the dishwashing, bed-making, carpet-sweeping, cooking, and shuddered. She hated domesticity. Alice would have loved it, but she was different from Alice. Roy? Oh, she loved Roy, she guessed, but not with the fluttering pulse and quickened breath he had once occasioned. She liked him. He was sweet and companionable. Sometimes she felt very motherly toward him. liked to brush his stuck-up hair and rest her cheek against his. She could see herself happy with him, knowing she would always dominate him, and he was disarmingly amiable. Sometimes she thought about babies. She wouldn't mind having them. She had always imagined she would like one someday to dandle about and cuddle close to her. Roy was sure to be a sweet-tempered father, but she sighed when she thought of the office, the progress she was making there, her popularity, and particularly the $5 a week that was her own to spend just as she pleased. She loved that $5. Once she touched the soft greenback to her lips. She agreed to be married on the 2nd of April. It was shortly after the beginning of the new year that the news went around the office that Mr. Smith was going. Fired, everyone decided. No one knew how the rumor got about, but there was universal and secret rejoicing. It was whispered that, as Mr. Corey's secretary, he had been indiscreet. There were to be other changes in the office. Miss Travers was to take Smith's place. Mr. Holm was to be put in complete charge of the book sales department. Van Alstyne was leaving, and Miss Holland was to go downstairs to assist Mr. Kipps. Jeanette, excited by these readjustments, surmised that her own news of resignation would create its particular stir. How interested everyone would be to learn that she and Roy Beardsley of the advertising department were to be married. There would be a lot of rejoicing and good wishes. The office would consider it a happy match. Her going would be regretted. She knew that she was valued, but all would be glad nevertheless that she and young Beardsley were going to be man and wife. An ideal couple. Happy romance. Miss Sturgis and Mr. Beardsley. How delightful. Well, well. If everyone was sure to think so well of her marriage, why should she have any doubts about it? She was pondering on this one day, while mechanically folding her letters and putting them into their proper envelopes, when there came a summons from Mr. Corey. She found him idly thumbing the pages of an advance dummy of one of the magazines. When she had seated herself and flapped back her notebook for his dictation, he asked her without preamble how she would like the idea of being his secretary. He elaborated upon what he should expect of her. There would be plenty of hard work, long hours sometimes. She might have to come back occasionally in the evenings, and there must be no gossiping with other employees of the company or outside of the office. What goes on here, what you learn from my letters or see from my correspondence, what you come to know of my business or private life, must be kept strictly to yourself. Nothing must be repeated, not even what may seem to you a trivial, insignificant fact. I wish to have no secrets from my secretary, and I do not wish my affairs discussed with anyone, not even with members of the firm, such as Mr. Kipps or Mr. Featherstone. Understand? Miss Holland thinks you're qualified to fill the position. Recommends you warmly, and Mr. Kipps has a good word for you. Personally, I have a feeling you will do very well, and that I can trust you. If you think you can do the work, we will start you at $25 a week. What do you say? Jeanette's throat went dry. Her temples throbbed. Her face burned. Visions swift, tormenting, rose before her. She saw Roy, her mother, sister. She saw herself, a bride, a wife, with hair hanging about her face, bending over a steaming pan full of dirty dishes. She saw herself sitting where Mr. Smith had sat, moving about the office, respected, looked up to, feared and conciliated. She thought of the number of times she had said that Smith was of small help to his chief, and the number of times in her secret soul she had pictured herself in some such post as his, helping, protecting, serving, as she knew she could help, protect, and serve. She gazed at the kind face with its crown of silvery white, and into the dark eyes studying her, as she felt rising up strong within her the consciousness of how she could work for this man, and be to him all he could ever expect in a secretary. The sadness that surrounded him, the big fight he was waging to make his business a success, touched her imagination. She sensed his need of her, his great need of her, and she saw in the dim future how dependent he would grow to be on her. She would have a part in his struggle. She could help him achieve his ambition as he could help her achieve hers. Suddenly, Roy's stricken face interposed again. Rebellion rose passionately, but it was too late. She was going to be married. She was going to be Roy's wife. Yet how desperately she longed to be this big man's secretary. She thought of the sensation the promotion would cause, how it would stagger Miss Foster, Miss Bixby, the other girls, how it would impress her mother, Alice, Roy. Her strained, hard expression brought a puzzled look to her employer's face. She tried to speak, her lips only moved soundlessly. Well, you don't have to make up your mind at once. Mr. Corey said. "Suppose you try it for a month or two. I don't think you'll find it as hard as you anticipate. I am away for some months every year. I go abroad in the spring, and while that does not mean a vacation for you, the work is naturally easier. I would greatly appreciate loyalty and conscientiousness. I think you have just the qualities. Try it, as I suggest, until, say, the 1st of March, and then we'll see how we get along together and whether you think the work too hard." She could not bring herself to tell him she was going to be married, and she was thinking of resigning in a few weeks. She could not dash from his hand the cup, brimming with all her ambitions realized, which he held out to her so persuasively. No, not just yet. He suggested she try the position until the 1st of March. There was nothing to hinder her from doing that. The glory would be hers, even if she were to enjoy it but for 6 weeks. She would be Mr. Corey's secretary, before the office. Everyone would know of it, her mother, Alice, Roy, all of them would see how she had succeeded. On the 1st of March, went her swift mind, she could talk it over with Mr. Corey, tell him the work was beyond her strength, that she didn't like it, or that she was going to be married. It wouldn't matter then. "Well, what do you say?" Mr. Corey leaned forward slightly, his shrewd eyes watching her. She swallowed hard and met his steady gaze. "Yes, I'll try it. I think I can do it." "Good. Then we'll start tomorrow. Mr. Smith leaves us Saturday. He can show you about my private filing system and some of the ropes before he goes." End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 2. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 3 through 5, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 3 through 5. Quietly she told the news to her mother and sister that evening. At once there was a hubbub. They were lavish with kisses, hugs, and congratulations. Alice, clapping palms, exclaimed, "That will give you $90 more to spend on your trousseau. Oh, what will you do with it, Janny?" "It's more than Roy gets," Mrs. Sturgis commented proudly with an elegant gesture of her hand. "No, he was raised just before Christmas." "Well, it's as much anyway. Think of it, $25 a week. For a girl! Why, your father never earned much more." Roy was delighted, too. "By golly!" he exclaimed enthusiastically. "I told you, didn't I? I guess I can tell a good stenographer when I see one. You were worrying, remember, when you first went down there whether you were going to make good or not? Well, say, isn't that great? I guess I've got a pretty smart girl picked out for a wife. Hey, old darling, you're just a wonder, Janny. You can do anything. I wish I was good enough for you, that's all. Poor old C.B. He'll be disappointed as the deuce when you quit." Nevertheless, within the next few days, Roy wondered if he altogether liked the change in Jeanette's status. Her manner toward him became different. She no longer would gossip about office matters, and during business hours she treated him with cold formality. There had always been a pleased light in her eyes at a chance encounter with him, and sometimes he would find a little note on his desk she had left there. But now she held him at a distance rather pompously, he thought. She answered, "I don't know," or "Mr. Corey didn't say," when he asked some casual question about business. She had become close-mouthed and gave herself an air as she went about her work. "I can't act differently towards you than I do towards anybody else," she said in her defense when he complained. "Don't you see, Roy? I've got to be a kind of machine now. I've got to treat everybody alike. Mr. Corey wouldn't like it if he thought I was intimate with you." "But we're engaged to be married." "Yes, of course, but he doesn't know it. And I want to make good, even if it's only for a few weeks. You understand, don't you, Roy?" Perhaps he did. Perhaps he didn't. Jeanette did not concern herself. She was absorbed in adequately filling this coveted job which satisfied her heart and soul and brain. The hour of triumph when the news went abroad of her promotion was as gratifying as she could possibly have wished. The girls crowded about her, congratulating her, wringing her hands. Miss Foster impulsively kissed her. Jeanette knew they envied her. She knew that, for the time being, they even hated her. But their assumed pleasure in her good fortune was none the less agreeable. Miss Rubens complained sourly that the general office had lost its only efficient stenographer. Mr. Cavendish charmingly expressed his personal satisfaction in her advancement, and gave her hand a warm pressure of friendliness. Mr. Kipps and Mr. Featherstone both complimented her with hearty enthusiasm. Jeanette was not cynical, but she believed she put a proper value on these felicitations, particularly those of these last two gentlemen. Mr. Corey was indeed the dominant power behind them all. Their destinies lay largely in his hands, and she was now the go-between, the avenue of approach between the underlings and the leader. As they had feared and disliked Smith, so they would fear and perhaps dislike her. She hoped they would learn to like her in time, but it was natural they should feel a great respect for President Corey's secretary, and be anxious to gain her favor, hoping that to each of them she might prove a friend at court. Still, they were not wholly insincere. Miss Holland, Jeanette felt, was genuinely pleased. The older woman held both her hands and told her how happy the news had made her. Her eyes shone with the light of real pleasure. The girl felt her to be indeed a friend. Jeanette took her new work with the utmost seriousness. She determined at the outset to treat everyone in the office with absolute impartiality, to carry whatever anybody entrusted to her to the president's attention with an equal measure of fidelity, to see to it that Mr. Kipps or Horatio Stevens would fare the same at her hands. She planned to execute her secretarial duties automatically, disinterestedly, with the impersonal functioning of a machine. But she discovered the futility of this scheme of conduct within the first few days. Miss Rubens wished to speak to Mr. Corey. Was Mr. Corey busy? Would Miss Sturgis be so good as to tell her when she might see him for a few minutes? Jeanette knew, as it happened, what Miss Rubens wished to interview Mr. Corey about. Miss Rubens had already discussed it with him, and he had already advised her. It would be merely adding to his troubled day to go over the matter again. Nothing more would be accomplished. Besides, Jeanette knew Miss Rubens bored Mr. Corey, just as she bored everybody else. The interview did not take place. Again, Mr. Cavendish had promised a check to a distinguished contributor to Corey's commentary. He had assured the author-statesman it would be in the mail that afternoon without fail. Would Miss Sturgis manage to get Mr. Corey to sign it at once? Miss Sturgis could and did, but a check to an engraving company, which Mr. Olmsted wished to be sent the same day, waited until next morning for the hour which Mr. Corey set apart for check signing. Her first concern was for Mr. Corey himself. She had guessed he was harassed and harried, but had no idea how greatly harassed and harried until she came to work at close quarters with him. He had tremendous capacity, was an indefatigable worker. She had not observed his methods a week before she noted he did far too much that was unnecessary. Insignificant things engaged and held his attention. He frittered away his time upon trivialities. She set herself to save him what she could, and began by keeping the office force from troubling him. Mr. Corey had a delightful personality, was a charming and stimulating talker, a most pleasing companion. His secretary understood quite clearly why every member of the staff liked to sit in an easy-chair in his office and spend half an hour with him chatting about details. He was too ready to squander his precious moments on anyone who came to him. It was difficult to sidetrack these time-wasters, but in some measure she succeeded. Memorandums that came addressed to him she dared answer herself. She even went so far as to lift papers from his desk and return them whence they came, with a typed note attached. "Mr. Corey thinks you had better handle this. J.S." Her daring frightened her sometimes. It was inevitable she should run into difficulties. One afternoon the buzzer at her desk summoned her. It sounded more peremptory than usual. "Miss Sturgis," Mr. Corey addressed her. "Mr. Kipps left some information about our insurance on my desk a day or two ago. Have you seen it?" "Yes, sir. I returned it to him early this morning and suggested that he take care of the matter for you." As she spoke, she felt the color rushing to her face. Corey's black brows came together in an annoyed frown. He cleared his throat with a little impatient cough and jerked at his mustache. I wish, Miss Sturgis, I wish you would not be so officious. Jeanette squared herself to the criticism and stood very erect, returning his look. I thought Mr. Kipps could take care of the matter without bothering you further, she said, beginning to tremble. There was silence in the room. The girl's defiant figure, tall and straight, confronted the man at the desk and the dark frown that bore down upon her. She was very beautiful as she stood there, with the warm color tinging her olive-hued cheeks, her eyes clear and unwavering, her head flung back, her small hands shut, resolute, unflinching. Perhaps Corey saw it. Perhaps it occurred to him that she showed a fine courage, bearing him in this fashion, facing him with such spirit, acknowledging her high-handedness yet defending it. As he considered the matter, it came to him that she was right. Kipps was perfectly capable of taking care of this insurance business himself. What was passing in the man's mind the girl never knew. Slowly she saw the scowl drift away, the stern face relax. He swung his chair toward the window and contemplated the horizon. The sun was setting over the Jersey shore, and the glow of a red sky was reflected on his face. Very well, he said at last. It was ungracious, it was curt, but there was nothing more. There was no dismissal. The girl waited a few minutes longer, then turned and quitted the room. There were errors, serious errors, for which she was accountable. She incorrectly addressed envelopes in the hurry of dispatching them. She mixed letters and sent them to the wrong people. She mislaid certain correspondence that upset the whole office, and she kept the great Zeit Heitmuller, painter and sculptor, of whom she had never heard, waiting for more than an hour in the reception room, though Mr. Corey had begged him to call. Mr. Featherstone criticized her sharply when she neglected sending off some advertising copy after Mr. Corey had okayed it, and she was aware that Mr. Olmsted complained of her in great annoyance when she returned to him an inventory he had prepared after it had lain 4 days on Mr. Corey's desk. At times she felt herself an absolute failure, and at others knew she was steadily gaining ground in the confidence and regard of the man she served. There were hard days when everything went wrong, when everybody was cross, when it was close and suffocating in the office, and whatever one touched felt gritty with the grime of the dusty wind that swept the streets. There were days when Corey was short and critical, when whatever Jeanette did seemed to irritate him. A dozen times during a morning or afternoon she might be near to tears, and would rehearse in her mind the words in which she would tell him that since she could not do the work to satisfy him, he had better find someone else to take her place. There were other days when he chatted with her in the merriest of moods, asked how she was getting along, inquired about herself and her family, looked up smilingly when she stood before his desk to interrupt him, and thanked her for having protected him from some trifling annoyance. Her heart swelled with pride and satisfaction the first Saturday she tore off a narrow strip from the neat, fat little envelope Miss Travers handed her, and found folded therein 2 $10 and 1 $5 bills. $25 a week. She rolled the words under her tongue. She liked to hear herself whisper it. $25 a week. There were hundreds and hundreds of men who didn't earn so much, and a vastly larger number of women. Her mother, warmly seconded by Alice, refused to allow her to contribute more than $10 toward the household expenses. She had her trousseau to buy, they argued, and this was Jeanette's own money, and she ought to spend it just as she chose and for what she chose. Finances at the moment were much less of a problem than they had been for the little household. A wealthy pupil of Signor Bellini with a fine contralto voice had engaged Mrs. Sturgis as her regular accompanist, and paid her $10 every time she played for her at an evening concert. Jeanette allowed herself to be persuaded, and Saturday afternoon became her orgies of shopping. She priced everything. She ransacked the department stores. She knew what was being asked for a certain type and finish of tailor's suit on Fifth Avenue, and what identically the same thing could be bought for on 14th Street. She got the tailor's suit and a new hat, a pair of smart, low walking pumps, some half-silk stockings, beribboned underwear, a taffeta petticoat, everything she wanted.
She lunched at the St. Denis in what she felt to be regal luxury and indulged herself in a bag of chocolate caramels afterwards. The joy of having money to spend intoxicated her. She reveled in the glory of it. It was exciting, wonderful, marvelous. Not one of the things she bought would she allow herself to wear. Everything was to be saved until she was married and became Mrs. Roy Beardsley. Her future husband took her one Sunday to inspect the small brick house on Flatbush, which could be rented for $20 a month. The weather was unduly warm, an exquisite day with a golden sun, one of those foretastes of spring that are so beguilingly deceptive. From the janitor who showed them over it, they learned that the house would cost them $22 a month. It was one of a solid, unrelieved row of 14 others exactly like it, all warmed by a central heating system and supplied similarly with water and gas. It was dark, the floors were worn and splintery, the windows dingy, the whole place smelled of old carpets and damp plaster. Still, it had 3 bedrooms upstairs, and a living room, a really pleasant dining room, and a kitchen on the ground floor. Roy watched Jeanette's face eagerly as they stepped from room to room, but he failed to detect any sign of enthusiasm. It impressed the girl as anything but cheerful. She saw herself day after day alone in this place, sweeping, dusting, making beds, washing dishes, getting herself a plate of pick-up lunch and eating it at the end of the kitchen table, trying to read, trying to sew, trying to amuse herself during the empty afternoons until it was time to start dinner and wait for her husband to come home. After the bustle and excitement of the office, it would be insufferably dull. As they waited a moment on the front steps for the janitor to lock up after them, Jeanette noticed a large, fat woman in a shabby negligee watching them from the upper window of the adjoining house, her plump pink elbows resting on a pillow as she leaned out upon the sill, enjoying the mellowness of the afternoon. On the ground floor behind the looped lace curtains of a front window, her husband was asleep in a large upholstered armchair, Sunday newspapers scattered about him, the comic section across his round, fat abdomen. These would be the kind of neighbors she would have, thought Jeanette. Oh, it wasn't what she wanted. It wasn't her kind of a life. At all. She would be lonely, lonely, lonely. Roy was getting $25 a week. She was getting $25 a week. Why couldn't they go on working together in the same office and have a joint income of $50 a week? $200 a month. The idea fired her. But she found no one to share her enthusiasm. Alice pressed a dubious fingertip against her lips. Roy frowned and said frankly he didn't think it was the right way for a couple to start in when they got married. Her mother indulged in firm little shakes of her head that set her round cheeks quivering. When the heated discussion of the evening was over and Roy had taken himself home, Mrs. Sturgis came to sit on the edge of Jeanette's bed after the girl had retired, and in the darkness discoursed upon certain delicate matters which evidently her dear daughter hadn't considered. "I hope my girl won't have responsibilities come upon her too soon after she's married," she said after a few gentle clearings of her throat. "But, dearie, you know about babies, and you'll want to have one, and it's right and proper that you should. But where would you be if you found you were going to have one, and you were working in an office? You must consider these things. Roy's perfectly right in not wanting his wife at a dirty old desk all day. And then, dearie, there are certain decencies, certain proprieties. A bride cannot be too careful. She must always be modest. Suppose you actually tried this wild scheme of yours, and after your happy honeymoon went back to the office among your old associates, the men and women with whom you've grown familiar. Imagine how it would seem to them, and what dreadful thoughts they might think about you and Roy. One of the lovely things about marriage, Janny, is the dear little home waiting to shield the young bride." "Oh, but Mamma," began Jeanette in weary protest. But she stopped there. What use was it to argue? None of them understood her. None of them was able to grasp her point of view. Roy voiced the only argument that had weight with her. "I don't think C.B. would like it. I don't think he would want to have a secretary who was married to somebody in the same office." Jeanette felt that this would be a fact. No matter how well she might please Mr. Corey, a secretary who was married to another employee of the company would not be satisfactory. It was highly probable that in the event of her marriage he would be unwilling for her to continue with him. No, it was plain that if she married Roy, she must resign. She must let go her ambition, her hopes for success in business, and she must accept Flatbush and the dismal little brick house, the unprepossessing neighbors, and the lonely, lonely days. Well, suppose she didn't marry! The relief the idea brought was startling, but she couldn't bring herself to give up Roy. She couldn't hurt him. She loved him dearly. Never in the last few months since he had come back to her from California had she been so sure she loved him as now. Those eager blue eyes of his, that unruly stuck-up hair, that quaint smile, that supple boyish figure, so sinuous and young and clean. She couldn't give them up. A battle began within her. It was the old struggle, the struggle of ambition and independence, against love and drudgery, for marriage meant that to her. She could think of it in no other way. Daily in her work at the office, she felt a steady progress. Daily she beheld herself becoming increasingly efficient. Daily more and more important matters were entrusted to her. "Thank you very much, Miss Sturgis. That's fine, Miss Sturgis. Please arrange this, Miss Sturgis. Miss Sturgis, will you kindly attend to this matter yourself?" These from Mr. Corey, and in the office she overheard. "Well, get Miss Sturgis to do that. Better ask Miss Sturgis. Miss Sturgis will know. If you want CB's okay, get Miss Sturgis to put it up to him." It was wine to her. She felt herself growing ever more confident, established, secure. "Now, Janny, what are you going to do about a house or an apartment or something where we can begin housekeeping? Gee, I hate the idea of boarding. We ought to have a place we can call our home. April 2nd is only 2 weeks off, and I don't suppose it's possible to find anything now. We'll have to go to a hotel or a boarding house for a while until we can look round. Do you realize, Miss Sturgis, you're going to be Mrs. Roy Beardsley inside of a fortnight?" "Roy, dear," she exclaimed helplessly. "But, my darling, you've got to make up your mind." Make up her mind? She could not. She listened dumbly, miserably, while her mother and sister discussed with the man she had promised to marry the details of the wedding, and what the young couple had better do until they could find a suitable place in which to start housekeeping. "We'll go over to the church on 89th Street about 6 o'clock, and Dr. Fitzgibbons will perform the ceremony, and then we'll come back here for a happy wedding supper," planned Mrs. Sturgis confidently. On what was she expected to live? Asked Jeanette mutinously of herself. $25 a week for both of them? It had seemed ample when they first discussed it. Her mother's income for herself and 2 daughters had rarely been more, and frequently less. Mrs. Sturgis paid $30 a month for the apartment, and Alice was supposed to have $10 a week on which to run the table. In reality, she provided the food that sustained the 3 of them at an expenditure of $1 a day. But at $40 a month for food and $20 or $25 a month for rent, and at least $5 a week for Roy's lunches and car fare, what was she, Jeanette, to have left to spend on clothes or amusement? She would be a prisoner in that dismal little Flatbush house, bound hand and foot to it for the lack of car fare across the river to indulge in a harmless inspection of shop windows. Now she was free. Now she could get herself a gay petticoat if she wanted one, or a new spring hat in time for Easter, or take Alice and herself to a Saturday matinee and nibble chocolates with her, hanging excitedly over the rail of the gallery from front row seats. And she was to relinquish all this liberty, which now was actually hers, actually her own to enjoy and delight in rightfully and lawfully, and manacle her hands, rivet chains about her ankles, and enter this prison, whose door her mother, her sister, and Roy held open for her, and where they expected her to remain contentedly and happily for the rest of her life. It was too much. It was preposterous. It was inhuman. She didn't love any man enough to make a sacrifice so great. She was self-supporting, independent, beholden to no one. She could take care of herself for life if necessary, and after her room and board were paid for, she would always have $15 a week, $60 a month, to spend as foolishly or as wisely as she chose with no one to call her to account. She hugged her little Saturday envelopes to her breast. They were hers. She had earned them. She would never give them up. Never, never, never. She persuaded Roy to postpone the wedding. There was no special need for hurry.
It would require a lot more saving before they could properly furnish a little house or an apartment. It was much wiser for them to start in right. In a few months they could have $200 or $300. She presented the matter to him in a rush of words one evening, and, as she had foreseen, he was overborne by her vehemence. Roy was sweet-tempered. He was amiable. He was always willing to give way in an argument. Often she had felt impatient with him for this easy tractability. He didn't have enough backbone. Even now his readiness to concede what she asked disappointed her. Something within her clamored for an indignant rejection of her proposal. She wanted him to insist with an oath that their marriage must take place at once, that she must make good her promise without further to-do. He lost something very definite in her regard at that moment. He never meant quite so much to her again. It was the pivotal point in their relationship. Alice let her hands and sewing fall into her lap when her sister told her the marriage was to be postponed, and said anxiously, "Oh, Janny, I'm awfully sorry." But her mother unexpectedly approved. "There's no need of your rushing into all the troubles and worries of marriage, dearie, until you're quite prepared. I think you're very wise to wait a little while. It's right and proper. You and Roy are showing a lot of real common sense. You'll have some capital to start in with, and you can take your time about finding just the right kind of a place to live in, and then it means I'm going to have my darling all summer. Only," she added with a reproachful glance at the girl and a pout of lips and cheeks, "I wish you'd give up that horrid old office and stay at home with your mother and sister, and have a few months to yourself before you fly away to be a bride." What a relief to know she had escaped for a time at least the net that had been spread for her. With head held high and a free heart, with eager step and a pulse tuning to the joy of living, Jeanette plunged on with her work. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 3 through 5. Book 1, Chapter 6, Sections 1 through 3, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 1, Chapter 6, Sections 1 through 3. The cold of winter clung with a tenacious grip to the city that year until far into April. Jeanette had eagerly looked forward to the spectacular flower vendors' sale of spring blooms in Union Square on the Saturday before Easter, but a bitter wind began to assert itself early in the day, and by 10 o'clock had wrought pitiful havoc with the brave show of potted lilies and azaleas. The square was littered with their battered petals and torn leaves. 3 days before the 1st of May, a flurry of snow clothed the city again in white, and then, without warning, summer breathed its hot, moist breath upon the town. The air was heavy with water. A mist, thick and enervating, spread itself like a miasma from a stagnant pool through the streets. A tropical heat, the wet, clinging heat of a conservatory, enveloped New York, and in June came the rain, an intermittent downpour that lasted for weeks. It was a trying time for everyone. The office felt damp, and there was a constant smell all day of wet rubber and damp woolens. Black streams of water meandered over the floor from the tips of wet umbrellas stacked in corners. On the 5th floor the roof leaked, and old Hodgson had to be moved elsewhere. In the midst of the general discomfort, Mr. Corey fell sick. It proved nothing more serious than a heavy bronchial cold, but his physician ordered him to bed, and he was warned he must not venture into the damp streets until the last vestige of the cold had disappeared. The doctor consented to let him see his secretary, and to keep in touch with the office by telephone. It was thus that Jeanette came to visit her employer in his home. Mr. Corey lived in one of 3 cream-painted brick houses on 10th Street, 100 yards or so from the corner of 5th Avenue. The houses were quaint affairs, only 2 stories in height, with square-paned glass in the shallow windows, and wide, deep-paneled front doors ornamented in the center with heavy, shining brass knockers. They were old buildings, dating back to the early 19th century, and had somewhat of a colonial atmosphere about them. The Corey family consisted of Mrs. Corey and 2 children, a boy of 18, Willis Corey, in his first year at Harvard, and a girl, Helen, a year younger, who lived at home and was called Babs. Jeanette was disappointed, not to say disturbed, at meeting her employer's wife. "I wasn't aware that I had a preconceived idea of her," she said to Alice in recounting her impressions. "Mr. Corey seems to be devoted to her, and has a large silver-framed photograph of her on his desk. I suppose from her picture and from the way he speaks about her that she was the same kind of earnest, hard-headed, clear-thinking person as himself. But she isn't that way at all. In the first place, she's very tall and stately. She's got lots of hair. It's quite gray and very curly, and she piles it up on top of her head, and always wears a bandeau or a fillet to bind it. She's rather intense in her manner, and a trifle theatrical. She's a handsome woman, faded of course now, but she has very large, dark eyes that she uses effectively, and really beautiful brows. She affects the weirdest of costumes, all lace and floating scarf, with lots of color. She had several rings on her fingers and bracelets dangling and jingling on her wrists. I thought her stupid. I mean really dense. When I got to the house, she came out to the hall where I was waiting, led me into the parlor and made me sit down. She said she wanted to have a good talk with me. She was so glad Mr. Smith had gone, and she went on at once to say how she had urged Chandler— it was funny to hear Mr. Corey called by his first name, how she had urged him to make a change for a long time. She said he said to her, "Where do you think I could find anybody to replace him?" And she said, "Well, how about that clever Miss Sturgis who's just come to you?" She told me she had begged him for weeks to give me a trial before he consented. You know, Allie, it rather puzzled me what her object could be in romancing that way. For of course I don't believe a word of it. She never heard of me until Mr. Corey happened to tell her he had a new secretary. And then she went on to talk about the business. My dear, it was pathetic. She wanted me to think that she knew about everything that went on at the office, that Mr. Corey kept nothing from her, and talked over every important decision with her before he made up his mind. I almost laughed in her face. She doesn't know one single thing about his affairs. She hasn't the faintest idea, for instance, that he's in debt, that the paper company could wind up his affairs tomorrow if it wanted to, nor what bank has helped to finance him from the start, nor where the money comes from that buys her food and clothing. She supposes, I presume, that it comes from profits. Profits are a negligible quantity with the Chandler B. Corey Company, and have been ever since Mr. Corey launched it. It's getting in better shape all the time, and someday there will be profits. Mrs. Corey looked brightly at me with her large, soulful eyes and said, "Those 2 volumes of the life and letters of Alexander Hamilton are quite wonderful, aren't they? Such beautiful bookmaking. We were quite successful with the Den, weren't we? Imagine, Alice, we! What she knows about the business is about as much as she can gather from the books Mr. Corey publishes and occasionally brings home to her. She talked a lot about the magazines and asked me if I didn't think Miss Rubens was making a very wonderful periodical out of the Wheel of Fortune. I just nodded and agreed with her. She was trying to impress me how well informed she was, and I let her think she succeeded. Toward the end, she got started on Mr. Corey and how hard he worked, and how keenly I ought to feel it my duty to save him from petty annoyances. I must consider myself a guard, a sentinel stationed at the door of his tent to keep the rabble from disturbing the great man. I let her rave on, but it was all I could do to listen. I thought as I sat there that in all probability she was the noisiest and most disturbing of the lot. She wound up by telling me what the doctor had said to her about Mr. Corey having caught cold, and she wanted to urge me particularly to guard him against draughts. Then she asked me if Mr. Corey ever took me to lunch. Now what do you think made her ask me a question like that? Do you suppose she's jealous? It seems too ridiculous even to think about. My goodness! When you see the kind of women some men get for wives, you wonder how they put up with them. All Mr. Corey's personal mail passed through Jeanette's hands. She opened and read most of it. He dictated to her his letters to his son at Cambridge, and even those to his wife and Babs when they went to Kennebunkport for the summer. Jeanette learned that Willis had been madly in love with a married woman who sang in the choir of a Fifth Avenue church, that he was given to midnight carousing, smoked far too many cigarettes, that his mother spoiled him, and his father was disgusted with him. With the aid of a cramming school, he had somehow wiggled himself into Harvard, but Mr. Corey had made him distinctly understand that at the first complaint concerning him, he would have to withdraw and go to work. Jeanette came to know, too, that Babs was epileptic, and that early in May she had had the first fit in 2 years, and that the day after her mother and herself had arrived in Kennebunkport, she had had another. Letters of a very agitated nature passed between the parents as to what should now be done. Nothing was decided. Likewise, Jeanette learned that Mrs. Corey was at times recklessly extravagant. Her husband repeatedly had to call her to account, and sometimes they had violent quarrels about the matter. Just before Mrs. Corey departed for Maine, she had bought 6 hats for herself and Babs, and had charged over $300 worth of new clothing. Mr. Corey had been exasperated, as only a few weeks before he had made a point of asking her to economize in every way possible during the coming summer. He himself, Jeanette knew, must shortly undergo a more or less serious operation, of which his family was totally ignorant, that he was worried because his life insurance company had declined after an examination to increase the amount of his insurance, and that he had successfully engineered a loan to wipe off his indebtedness to the big pulp and paper company. There was little that concerned him with which she did not become acquainted. She knew that his house on 10th Street was heavily mortgaged, and that on the second loan carried by the property he was paying an outrageous rate of interest, that on the 10th of every month he never failed to send a check for $66.67 to a man in Memphis, Tennessee, that his dentist threatened to sue him unless he settled a bill that had been owing for 2 years, that on the 1st of every month Mr. Olmsted deposited to his account in the Chemical National Bank $500, that no month ever passed without his chief sending for the old man and directing him to deposit an additional 100 or 200 or sometimes 300 to his account, and that these sums appeared on the books of the company as personal indebtedness. Frequently this levy upon the company's bank balance upset Mr. Olmsted, and more than once Jeanette heard the old cashier emphatically assert as he rapped his eyeglasses in his agitated fashion upon his thumbnail, "All right, Mr. Corey, you're the boss here, and I've got to do as you say, but I won't answer for it, Mr. Corey. I warn you, sir, we won't have enough for next week's payroll." "Oh, yes, Mr. Corey would soothe him. "We'll manage somehow. You pay the money in the bank for me, and we'll talk about it afterwards." There were even more intimate things about the man she served which became his secretary's knowledge. He sometimes took the 60th of a grain of strychnine when he was unusually tired. He dyed his mustache and eyebrows, and wore hygienic underwear for which he paid $6 a garment. She had charge of his personal bank account. She drew the checks, put them before him for his signature, and sent them out in the mail. While Mrs. Corey was in Kennebunkport, she paid all the household expenses of the establishment on 10th Street, electric light and milk bills, grocers' and butcher's accounts, the wages of the cook. She knew what were Mr. Corey's dues and expenses at the Lotus Club, what he paid for his clothes, what he owed at Brooks Brothers and at the Everett House, where he had a charge account and signed checks for his lunches. There were no secrets in his life that were closed to her. He had less than most men to conceal. She considered him the most generous, the most upright, the most admirable man in the world. It was on a hot Saturday afternoon in July, when no one but themselves were in the office, that Jeanette told Mr. Corey about Roy. She had not seen quite so much of Roy lately. He had been away on a business trip, and Horatio Stevens had asked him to spend his fortnight's vacation with himself and family at Asbury Park. He had written her letters full of endearments and underscored assertions of love, and had returned to plead eagerly that she set the day for the wedding and begin to plan with him how and where they should live. His earnestness made her realize she could temporize no longer. "It isn't that I don't care for him," she said to Mr. Corey. "It's just that I don't want to get married, I guess." The windows were open, and a gentle hot wind stirred the loose papers on the desk. A lazy rumble of traffic rose from the street, punctuated now and then by the shrill voices of children in the square and the merry jingle of a hurdy-gurdy. "You mustn't trifle with your happiness, Miss Sturgis," Corey said, pulling at his mustache thoughtfully. "You know this is all very well here for a time, but you must think of your future." Jeanette stared out of the window, and for some minutes there was silence. She spoke presently with knitted brows. "Oh, I've gone over it, again and again, and it seems more than I can do to give up my independence and the fun of living my own life just yet. I like Mr. Beardsley. I think we'd be happy together. He's devoted to me, and he's most amiable." She glanced with a smile at her employer's face. "My mother and my sister are eager to have me marry him, but I just can't bring myself to give up my work and my life here to substitute matrimony."
"No consideration from me, my dear, ought to influence you. I'd be sorry to lose you, of course. You're the best secretary I ever had, and I'd be hard put to it to find anyone who could begin to fill your place even remotely. But you mustn't think I couldn't manage. I'd find somebody. Your duty is to yourself, and living your own life."
"It isn't that, Mr. Corey. It's the work that I love. I don't want to give it up. The excitement and the fun of it. It's 1,000 times more exhilarating than cooking and dishwashing. And then there's the question of finances, which it seems to me I'm bound to consider. Mr. Beardsley's getting 25 and I'm getting 25. That's $50 a week we earn. But if I marry him, we both would have to live on just his salary."
"Yes, that's very true," the man admitted.
The girl threw him a quick glance and went on hesitatingly. "I don't suppose we could marry and each of us go on holding our jobs?" Mr. Corey considered, stroking his black mustache with a thoughtful thumb and finger.
"Well,"
he said slowly,
"what do you gain? If you went on working, you'd find it difficult to keep house. You'd have to live in a boarding house, and that isn't homemaking. And then, Miss Sturgis, there's the question of children. What would you do about them? You wouldn't care to have a child as long as you came downtown to an office every day. No, I wouldn't advise it. If you love your young man well enough, I would urge you to marry him."
"I don't," Jeanette said to herself violently on her way home. But did she? Almost with the denial she began to wonder. That night when Roy came to see her and asked her again for the 1,000th time to name the day, she took his face between her hands and kissed him tenderly, folded his head against her breast, and with arms tight about him pressed her lips again and again to his unruly hair. Later, when he had gone and she was alone, she dropped upon her knees before the old Davenport where they had been sitting, and wept. It was the end of the struggle. She told no one for a long time, but in her mind she knew she would never marry him. Her work was too precious to her. Her independence too dear. To give them up was demanding of her more than she had the strength to give. End of Book 1, Chapter 6, Sections 1 through 3. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 3. The Chandler P. Corey Company was moving its offices. A 20-year lease had been taken on a building especially designed to fit its needs in the East 30s. The new home was a great cavernous concrete structure of 8 spacious floors. On the ground floor were to be the new presses destined to print the magazines, and perhaps some of the books in the future. The next 2 floors were to house the bindery, the composing room and typesetting machines. The editorial rooms were to be located on the 4th floor, and above these would come in order the advertising, circulation, and pattern departments, each with a stratum in the great concrete block itself. The 8th floor was to be given over to surplus stock, and it would also serve as a storeroom for paper and supplies. Both Corey's Commentary and The Wheel of Fortune had made money for their owners during the past 3 years. It was the day of the muckraking magazine, and Cavendish had unearthed a Wall Street scandal that sent the circulation of Corey's Commentary climbing by leaps and bounds. The Wheel of Fortune had been rechristened The Lady's Fortune, and its contents were now devoted to women's interests and fashions. The pattern business that had been launched in connection with it had proven from the outset immensely successful. Horatio Stevens was now its editor, and Miss Rubens conducted the special departments appearing among the advertising in its back pages, always referred to in the office as contaminated matter. The circulation of both periodicals had increased so rapidly that Mr. Featherstone had been obliged to announce an advance in their advertising rates every 3 months. Other branches of the business, too, had grown and shown a profit. Francis Holme, who was head of the book sales department and now a member of the firm, had developed the manufacture and sale of book premiums and school books. He sold large quantities of the former to the publishers of other magazines for use in their subscription campaigns, and was even more successful with the latter among private schools and some public ones throughout the country. 1 or 2 recent novels had sold over the 100,000 mark, and the general standing of the Chandler B. Corey publications had improved. It was conceded in the trade they had now a better line. Something was being done, too, in the mail-order department in charge of Walt Chase, and more sets of standard works were being sold by circularizing methods. The installation and operation of their own presses had been a grave undertaking. Mr. Kipps had strenuously opposed it, arguing that the new building was enough of a responsibility, and that they should mark time for a while and see how they stood, rather than incur a new loan of $500,000 which the new presses involved. Mr. Corey was convinced, however, that a tide had arrived in their affairs which demanded a rapid expansion of the business, and if he and his partners were to make the most of the opportunity thus presented, they must rise to the occasion and show themselves able to expand with it.
"There's no use of ours trying to crowd back into our shells after we've outgrown them, is there, Miss Sturgis?" he said to his secretary with an amused twinkle in his eye, after a heated conference with the other members of the firm, during which Kipps in high dudgeon had left the room. Jeanette smiled wisely. She believed that her chief was one of those few men who had far-seeing vision, and could look with keen perception and unfaltering eye into the future, and that he would carry Mr. Kipps, Mr. Featherstone, the office, his family, herself, everybody who attached themselves to him, to fame and fortune in spite of anything any one of them might do. When he was right he knew it, and knew it with conviction, and nothing could shake him. He had only one weakness, his secretary felt, and that was his attitude toward his son, Willis, who 2 years before had been withdrawn from the intellectual atmosphere of Cambridge and put into the business, presumably that his father might watch him. He was one of the sub-editors of Corey's commentary, and demoralized the office by his late hours, his disregard of office rules against smoking, and his condescending attitude toward everyone in his father's employ. The 3 years that Jeanette Sturgis had been Mr. Corey's secretary had seen many changes. Poor Mrs. Innes had turned out to be a dipsomaniac. Jeanette guessed her secret long before it was discovered by anyone else, and she had been full of pity and sorrow when this gray-haired, regal woman had to be dismissed. Then Alstein was gone, and Humphrey Stubbs as well. Max Oppenheim, likewise, had departed. The new circulation manager was a shrewd, keen-eyed, spectacled young Scotchman named McGregor, whom everyone familiarly spoke to and of as Sandy. Miss Holland was still Mr. Kipps's assistant, and now most of the routine affairs of the business were administered by her. Besides Mr. Home, there was another new member of the firm, Sidney Frank Allister, who had come into the Chandler B. Corey Company from a rival house, and was now entrusted with the book publishing end of the business. It was usually his opinion that decided the fate of a manuscript. He had his assistants, a haughty Radcliffe graduate named Miss Peckenbough, whom Jeanette heartily disliked, and old Major Tickner, who had a stiff leg since his Civil War days, and who stumped into the office 2 or 3 times a week with his bundle of manuscripts and stumped out again with a fresh supply. Very rarely Mr. Corey was consulted. He frankly declared he hated to read a book, and would only do so under the most vigorous pressure. "Do I have to read this, Frank?"
Jeanette would often hear him ask Allister when the latter brought him a bulky manuscript and laid it on his desk.
"You know, I don't know anything about literature,"
he would add smilingly, with his favorite assumption of being only a plain businessman and lacking in appreciation of the arts.
"Well, Mr. Corey, this is really important," Allister would say. "We don't agree about it in my department. Has Home read it? He can tell you whether it will sell or not."
"Mr. Home doesn't think it will, but I believe this is a very important book, and one we most assuredly ought to have on our list." Frequently Mr. Corey would hand the manuscript over to Jeanette after Mr. Allister had left the room, and beg her to take it home with her, read it, and give him a careful synopsis and her opinion. She used to smile to herself when she would hear him quoting her, and once when he repeated a phrase she had used in her report he winked at her in a most undignified fashion.
"I'm nothing but a hard-headed businessman, you know,"
he would say, justifying himself to his secretary when they were alone together.
"I haven't any time to read books. I can hire men to do that. men with much keener judgment about such things than I have. I'm watching the circulation of our magazines, the advertising revenues, our daily sales report, and seeing that our presses are being worked to their maximum capacity. I'm negotiating with a mill for a year's supply of paper and buying 50,000 pounds of ink, and at the same time arranging for a loan from the bank. I haven't got time for books. Anyhow, I never went to college." This with a humorous twinkle, as he had a general contempt for college men. "And I don't know anything about literature." Jeanette took a tremendous pride in the new building. She had an office to herself now, one adjoining Mr. Corey's. He left the details of equipping both to her. She took the greatest delight in doing so. She bought some very handsome furniture, a great mahogany desk covered with a sheet of plate glass for Mr. Corey, some finely upholstered leather armchairs, a rich moquette rug, and she had the walls distempered and lined on 3 sides with tall mahogany bookcases with diamond-paned glass doors. She had all the author's autographed photographs reframed in a uniform narrow black molding, and hung them herself. She arranged to have some greens always on the bookcases, and a great bunch of feathery pine boughs in a large round earthenware jar on the floor in one corner. There had come to exist a very warm and affectionate companionship between the president of the publishing house and his secretary. Jeanette thought him the finest man she knew. She admired him tremendously, admired his shrewdness, his cleverness, his extraordinary capacity for work. He was impatient beyond all reason sometimes. She had often seen him jump up with a bang of a fist on his desk and an angry exclamation on his lips when an office boy had dallied over an errand, or had heard these things when it was she who was keeping him waiting, and he would come himself after the carbon of the letter, or the report, or the book he had asked for. He would stride through the aisles between the desks, or across the floor to somebody's office with great long steps, his fists swinging, his brows knit, intent upon putting his hands at once upon what he wanted. He could be brutally rude when annoyed, and he gave small consideration to anyone else's opinion when he had a definite one of his own. But she could forgive these shortcomings. She saw the odds against which he contended. She saw the ultimate goal at which he aimed, and she saw the vigorous battle he was waging toward this end, and her esteem for him knew no bounds. She felt herself to be his only real ally, though she did not overestimate her services. Among those who came close to him, his business associates and family, she was the only one not an actual drag upon him. Mr. Featherstone and Mr. Kipps were of no more assistance to him in conducting the affairs of the company than any 2 of the salaried clerks. Frequently they hampered him, rubbing their chins or hemming and hawing over one of his brilliant flashes of wisdom to rob him of his enthusiasm. As the business increased, they were more and more inclined to demur at any new scheme he proposed. His family were so much dead weight about his neck. The boy had proved himself of small account, the daughter was epileptic, Mrs. Corey, an exacting, extravagant, capricious wife. Jeanette's surmise upon their first meeting that her employer's wife was already unaccountably jealous of her soon found ample confirmation. Mrs. Corey grew more and more resentful of Jeanette's intimate knowledge of her personal affairs, the complete confidence of her husband which she enjoyed, the close daily association with him. Jeanette was aware there had been several violent quarrels over her between husband and wife, Mrs. Corey demanding that she be dismissed, Mr. Corey firmly declining to agree. It did not make matters any too pleasant for the girl. Whenever Mrs. Corey encountered her, she was effusively sweet, but her manner suggested, "You and I, my dear, we know about him," or "We women, his secretary and his wife, must stand together for his protection." Jeanette was keenly conscious of the utter falseness and insincerity of this attitude. She knew that Mrs. Corey hated her, and would gladly see her summarily dismissed. She would smile with equally apparent sweetness in return, and fume in silence. She considered she was often doing for Mr. Corey what his wife should have been doing, that she filled the place of assistant, philosopher, and friend only because Mrs. Corey was utterly incompetent to fill any of these roles. If her relation to her employer had grown to be that of companion and helpmate, if she had been obliged to assume part of the province of a wife, none of the compensations were hers, she reflected indignantly. Mrs. Corey lived in luxury, came and went as she pleased, observed no hours, exercised no self-restraint,
posed as her husband's partner in life, his guide and counselor, spent his money extravagantly, and enjoyed the satisfaction of being the wife of the president of what had now become one of the big publishing houses in New York, while she, Jeanette, who worked beside him 8, 9, sometimes 11 or 12 hours out of every 24, got $35 a week. But in moments of fairer judgment, she realized she received much more than merely the contents of her pay envelope. She had an affection and a regard for Mr. Corey that he never had given his wife. She was closer to him than anyone else in the world. She was what both wife and daughter should have meant to him. He loved her with a warm paternal feeling, and her love for him, in return, was equally sincere, deep, and devoted. She sometimes felt that she and this man for whom she slaved and whom she served and helped could conquer the world. There existed no sex attraction between them. Each recognized in the other the half of an excellent team of indefatigable workers. Their relation was always that of father and daughter, but their feelings could only be measured in terms of love, staunch, enduring, unswerving loyalty. There was nothing in Jeanette's life from which she derived more satisfaction than the way in which she had deflected Roy Beardsley's interest in herself to her sister. There was a time after she had made up her mind she could not marry him, when dark hours and aching thoughts assailed her, when she felt she was sacrificing all her happiness in life to a mere idea. But she had fought against these disturbing reflections, resolutely banishing Roy from her mind, and making herself think of ways in which their relationship could be put upon a platonic basis. She took walks with him, made him read aloud to her when he came in the evenings, persuaded him to take her to lectures, and formed the habit of going with him once a week to a vaudeville show in a neighboring theater on Upper Broadway. Her policy was always to be doing things with him, never to be idle or to sit alone with him, for this always led to intimate talk and love-making. She strove to keep the conversation impersonal. Roy was so easily managed, she sometimes smiled over it, and yet there came times when it was hard to deny herself the firm hold of his young arms. What proved an immediate and tremendous help in conquering herself was a discovery she made from a chance glimpse of her sister's earnest brown eyes fixed upon Roy's face. The three of them were in the studio one evening and happened to be discussing religion. Roy delivered himself sententiously of a trite truism, something like, "It should be part of everyone's religion to respect the religion of others." As Jeanette was considering him rather than his words at the moment, her gaze happened to light upon her sister's face, and little Alice's secret stood revealed. The girl sat with her mouth half opened, staring at Roy with wide eyes, and an adoring look, eloquent of her thoughts. Jeanette was staggered. She was instantly aware of a great pain in her own heart, a great longing and hurt. It was clear Alice did not understand herself, and had no suspicion that she was in love. At once the elder sister began to readjust herself. "Clean house," as she expressed it. She marveled again and again about Alice. It was hard to accept the idea that love had come to her little sister. Yet the look in the rapt face had been unmistakable, and as the days went by, Jeanette found plenty of evidence to confirm her suspicions. It was surprising how much the knowledge of her sister's secret helped her to overcome any weakness for Roy that remained in her own heart. She saw at once the suitableness of a match between them. Alice and Roy were ideally suited to each other, and their coming to care for one another would surely be the best possible solution to her own problem. She could not, would not marry him. The next best thing, of course, would be for him to marry her sister. She set about her schemes at once. The very next evening it had been arranged Roy was to go with her to the theater. They usually sat in one of the back rows of the balcony. That afternoon she left a little note on his desk to say she wanted to see him when he came in, and when he appeared told him she would be obliged to work with Mr. Corey that evening, and suggested he take her sister to the show in her place. When he came of an evening to see her at her home, she would send Alice out to talk to him, while she dallied over her dressing. Whenever Alice happened to join her and Roy, she found an excuse to leave them together. She persuaded the young man frequently to include her sister in their jaunts or walks, and in the evenings more and more often she complained of a headache, took herself to bed, and left Alice to entertain him. Poor little Alice was blindly unconscious of the strings that were being pulled about her, but she came to a full and terrifying realization at last of where her heart was leading her. She began to mope and weep, to talk of going away. She spoke of wanting to be a trained nurse. Roy was still placidly indifferent to her interest in him. His ardor for Jeanette had cooled, but he still fancied himself in love with her, and expected that someday they would be married. He no longer fretted her, however, with demands or troubled her with love-making. His days were full of interests. He had his friends, his work at the office, his companionship with the 2 Sturgis girls, all of which was very agreeable and entertaining. Jeanette and he would be married some day before long. He was content to let matters drift until she was ready to name the day. Alice? Oh, Alice was a lovely girl, a deuce of a lovely girl. She was going to be his sister-in-law soon. Before long, Mrs. Sturgis came fluttering in great agitation to her oldest daughter. By various circumlocutions, she approached the subject which was causing her so much distress. It was quite evident that Alice was not well. She was run down and getting terribly nervous. Had Jeanette noticed anything wrong with her? Jeanette didn't suppose it could be a man, did she? The little brown bird was still her mother's baby after all, but you never could tell about girls. Alice was 19, and if it was a man, the dear child acted exactly as if there was one. Who could it possibly be? She didn't see anybody but Roy. She didn't go any place with anybody else. Now her mother didn't want to say one word to distress Jeanette or to say anything that would upset her. Perhaps she was all wrong about it anyway, but did Jeanette think it was possible that Alice and Roy? That Alice? Amused, Jeanette watched her anxious little mother floundering on helplessly. Then she suddenly took the plump and worried figure in her arms, hugged her, and told her all about it. Mrs. Sturgis could only stare in amazement and interject breathless exclamations of, "But, dearie! Why, dearie! Well, I don't know what to make of you." But the question now remaining was how to jog Roy's consciousness awake, make him see the little brown flower at his feet that looked up at him so adoringly, only waiting to be plucked. Jeanette said nothing to her mother, but she went to Roy direct. She felt sure of her touch with him. First, she made him realize that she could never be satisfied with being his wife. She explained carefully and convincingly why it could never be, and then, while he gazed tragically at the ground, twisting his lean white fingers, she spoke to him frankly of Alice. As she talked, it came over her with fresh conviction that, had she married him, she could have done as she liked with Roy. He was putty in her hands. But her husband must be a man who would mold her, make her do what he wished, bend her to his will. Only such a man would awaken her love and keep it. She despised Roy for his amiability. He looked very boyish and silly to her now, as he rumpled his stuck-up hair and dubiously shook his head. He was surprised to hear about Alice, and, Jeanette could see, at once interested. She left the thought with him and confidently waited for it to take hold. Mr. Corey, she felt, would have handled the situation in just such fashion as she had. Direct, cutting the Gordian knot, plunging straight to the heart of the matter. One night at dinner she casually told her mother and sister that her engagement with Roy had been broken by mutual consent. She explained they both had begun to realize they did not really love one another well enough to marry, and had decided to call it off. Roy was a sweet boy, she added, and would make some girl a splendid husband. She glanced covertly at Alice. The girl was bending over her plate, pretending an interest in her food, but her face was deadly white. A rush of tenderest love flooded Jeanette's heart. At the moment she would have given much to have been free to take her little sister in her arms and tell her everything, assure her that the man she loved was beginning to love her in return, and would someday make her his wife. And that was how it turned out. A year later, Roy and Alice were married by the Reverend Dr. Fitzgibbons in the church on 89th Street in just the way the bride's mother had planned for her older daughter. And now they were living in a small but pretty 4-room apartment out in the Bronx for which they paid $25 a month. Happy little Mrs. Beardsley's mother and sister were aware that very shortly those grave responsibilities at which Mrs. Sturgis had often mysteriously hinted were to come upon her. Alice was expecting in March. Roy was no longer an employee of the Chandler B. Corey Company. He had found another job just before he married, and was now with the Sporting Gazette, a magazine devoted to athletic interests, gaming and fishing, where he was getting $40 a week as sub-editor. He had always wanted to write, and this came nearer his ambition than soliciting advertisements. Moreover, there was the increase in salary. Of course, the Sporting Gazette was new and had nothing like the circulation of the Corey publications, but Roy considered it a step ahead. He had given Mr. Featherstone a chance to keep him, but Mr. Featherstone had rubbed his chin and wagged his head dubiously when he asked for a raise. No, there mustn't be any more raises for a while. No more increases in salary until the company was making larger profits. They were expanding. There was the new building with the larger rent and all those new presses to be paid for. So Roy had gone in quest of another job, and had found it in one of 3 rough little rooms comprising the editorial offices of the Sporting Gazette. He considered himself extremely happy, extremely fortunate. The attraction Jeanette had once felt for him was as dead as though it had never been. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 3. Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 4, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 4. Mrs. Sturgis no longer had to work so hard. She had given up her position as instructor in music at Miss Loughborough's concentration school for little girls, and her work as accompanist for Signor Bellini's pupils. Jeanette had made her resign from both places. With Alice married and gone, it was better for her mother to stay at home and take charge of the housekeeping. Mrs. Sturgis gave private lessons now, a few hours only in the morning or afternoon, and these, she asserted, were a real delight. It left her plenty of time for marketing and for preparing the simple little dinners she and her daughter enjoyed at night. She took the keenest interest in these, and was always planning something new in the way of a surprise for her darling daughter when she comes home just dead beat out at the end of the day. Finances were no longer a problem. Jeanette contributed $20 a week to the household expenses, while her mother earned as much and sometimes more. She often reminded her daughter she could do even better than that, especially during the winter months, but Jeanette would not hear of her working harder. "But what's the use, Mama?" she would ask. "We've got everything we want. I can dress as I like on what's left out of my salary, and there's no sense in your teaching all day. I love the idea of your being free to go to a concert now and then, and Alice is going to need you a lot when the baby comes and afterwards." "That may be all very true, dearie, but I don't just feel right about having so much time to myself. I could easily do more. There was a lady called this afternoon and just begged me to take her little girl. You know I have all Saturday morning." "No," said Jeanette decisively, "I won't consider it." They were really very comfortably situated, the girl would reflect. Once a week, sometimes oftener, Mrs. Sturgis would be asked to accompany a singer at a recital. That meant $5, often $10 whenever Elsa Newman sang. Then there was the $20 she herself contributed weekly, and the lessons that brought in an equal amount. Between her mother's earnings and her own, their income was never less than $250 a month. They were rich. They lived in luxury. They need never worry again. Jeanette knew she could remain with Mr. Corey for life if she wanted to. There was no possible danger of her ever losing her job. Her mother fussed about the apartment, cooked delicious meals, took an interest in arranging and managing their little home in a way that previous demands upon her time had never permitted. A new rug was bought for the studio, and some big easy chairs which they had talked about purchasing for years. The piece of chenille curtaining that had done duty as a table cover so long in the dining room was supplanted by a square of handsomer material. The leaky drop light vanished and was replaced by one more attractive and serviceable. More particularly, Jeanette had seen to it that her mother got new clothes. Mrs. Sturgis had always favored lavender as the shade most becoming to her, and her daughter bought her a lovely lavender velvet afternoon dress, which had real lace down the front and was trimmed with darker lavender velvet ribbon. Some lavender silk waists followed, and a small lavender hat upon which the lilac sprays nodded most ingratiatingly. Mrs. Sturgis was radiant over her new apparel. Her extravagant delight touched the daughter. It was pathetic that so little could give so much intense enjoyment. Once or twice a month, Jeanette took her mother to a matinee. She loved to go to the theater herself and studied the advertisements, read all the daily theatrical notes, and never missed a review. She would secure seats for the play, weeks in advance, and always took her mother to lunch downtown before the performance. These were wonderful and felicitous occasions for both of them.
They had great arguments each time as to where they should eat, what they should select from the magnificent menus, and later about the play itself. Jeanette liked to startle her mother by selecting some extravagant item from the bill of fare, or surprise her by handing her a little present across the table. Sometimes, as they came out of the theater, she would pilot her, without preamble, toward a hansom cab, and before the excited little woman knew what it was about, would help her in and tell the cabby to drive them home slowly through the park. "Oh, dearie, you're not going to do this again," Miss Sturgis would expostulate, drawing back from the waiting vehicle. She really wished to protest against the needless extravagance. Jeanette would smile lovingly at her and urge her in. Later, as they were rumbling through the leafless park, and met a stream of automobiles and sumptuous equipages going in the opposite direction, Mrs. Sturgis would settle herself back with a sigh of contentment and say, "Really, dearie, I don't think there is anything I enjoy quite as much as riding in a hansom. You're very good to your old mother. We may land in the poorhouse, but we're having a good time while the luck lasts." On the occasion of the first performance of Parsifal at the Metropolitan, Jeanette, through Mr. Corey, was able to secure one $10 seat for her mother. It was the greatest event in little Mrs. Sturgis's life. She longed for Ralph and wept all through the Good Friday music. Frequently on Sunday afternoons, Jeanette's mother made her daughter accompany her to Carnegie Hall for a concert or a recital. Then, she declared, it was her turn to treat, and she would not allow the girl to pay for anything. Her entertainments were never as grand as her daughter's, but she took a keen delight in playing hostess, and after the music always suggested tea. They were both exceedingly fond of toasted crumpets, and Mrs. Sturgis was ever on the lookout for new places where they were served, but neither of her daughters inherited her love for music. Jeanette went to the concerts dutifully, but the satisfaction derived from these afternoons came from giving her mother pleasure, rather than from the jumble of sound made by the wailing strings, tooting woodwinds, and blaring trumpets. She could make nothing out of it at all. When there was a soloist, she was interested, especially if it was a woman, of whose costume she made careful notes. Mother and daughter also went to church sometimes. Dr. Fitzgibbons had made a deep impression upon Mrs. Sturgis when he officiated the marriage of Roy and Alice. She had been flattered out of her senses when the clergyman called upon her a few weeks after the ceremony to inquire for the young couple. He had talked to her about parish work, and expressed the hope that she would see her way clear to join the church, and become interested in his guild. Mrs. Sturgis had laughed violently at everything he said, and had promised all he suggested. Thereafter she referred to him as her spiritual adviser, and Jeanette was aware she called occasionally at the rectory to discuss what she termed her spiritual problems. Sunday evenings, Mrs. Sturgis and Jeanette usually invited Alice and Roy to dinner, and sometimes they were the guests of the young couple in the little Bronx apartment. Roy and Alice were like two children playing at keeping house, Mrs. Sturgis said with one of her satisfied chuckles. Jeanette, too, thought of them as children. Alice had always seemed younger to her than she really was, and even when her own thoughts had been filled with Roy, he had always impressed her as a boy. She often wondered nowadays, when he and his happy, dimpling, brown-eyed bride sat side by side on the sofa, their arms around one another, their hands linked, exchanging kisses every few minutes in accepted newlywed fashion, what she had ever seen in him that had made her own senses swim and her heart pound. He was just a sweet, amiable boy to her now, with a fresh, eager manner, and rather an attractive face. She still liked his quaint mouth, his whimsical smile, his quick, flashing blue eyes, but they no longer stirred her. She could kiss him in affectionate sisterly fashion, without a tremor. Jeanette and Mrs. Sturgis took great delight in observing the young couple together, in watching them in their diminutive but pretty home, and in discussing them afterwards. They were ideally happy, laughing, romping, playing little jokes upon one another, deriving vast amusement from words, signs, and phrases the meaning of which were known to them alone. Both were affectionately demonstrative, forever holding hands, caressing one another, and kissing. Jeanette said it made her sick, was disgusting, but her mother scolded when she betrayed her distaste, and reminded her it was only right and proper. Roy, against the prospect of his marriage to Jeanette, had saved money. Mrs. Sturgis, urged by her older daughter, had once again placed a loan of $500 upon the nest egg in the savings bank. Jeanette had contributed another $100, and Roy's father had shipped from San Francisco a half carload of family furniture, which had been in storage for many years. The wedding had awaited the arrival of this freight, and as soon as it came, the stuff had been uncarted and installed in the little Bronx apartment. The ceremony then followed, and Roy took his blushing, laughing, excited bride from her mother's arms, from the old-fashioned apartment where she had lived almost since she could remember, and from the wedding supper, direct to the new home in the Bronx, which together they had furnished with such joy and hours of planning and discussion. They had nearly $1,000 to spend, but Alice wisely decided, so her mother thought, that only half of it should go into house furnishings. The furniture shipped by the Reverend Dwight Beardsley was designed in the style of an earlier day, and much of it was too large for the snug little rooms of the Bronx flat. A large sideboard with a marble slab top and huge mirror could not be brought into the apartment at all, and was sold to a second-hand furniture dealer on 3rd Avenue for $15. But most of the furniture from California was usable, and all of it good and substantial. Alice made the curtains for the dining and living rooms herself. She and Roy, on their hands and knees, painted the floors a warm walnut tone. They bought 3 or 4 rugs, a fine second-hand sofa with a rich but not too gaudy brocaded cover, bed and table linen, and everything needed for the kitchen. Horatio Stevens and his family sent them a colored glass art lamp, and Mr. Corey, consulting Jeanette, presented a beautiful clock with silvery chimes. No young husband and wife ever took greater delight in their first home. They were always fixing things, arranging and rearranging them, cleaning and dusting. Roy bought a Boston fern during an early week of the marriage, paid $3 for a brass jardiniere at a Turkish vendor's to hold it, and the plant flourished on a small tabouret in the front windows. They took the most assiduous care of this, watering it several times a day and digging about its roots with an old table knife whenever either of them had an idle moment. When one of the curling fronds began to turn brown, they had long discussions as to whether it should be trimmed off or not. They acquired a canary, too, which shared with the fern the young couple's devotion. Alice had bought the bird because she was so miserably lonely without Roy all day long that she would go out of her senses wanting him unless there was something alive round the house to keep her company. The fact that the canary never opened his throat to make a sound, although Alice had been assured by the man in the bird store that he would sing his head off, did not in any wise detract from her love for the little feathered creature that hopped about in his cage and made a great fuss over giving himself a bath in the mornings. They called him Sonny Boy, and took turns at the pleasure of feeding him. Alice was a good cook. She had a gift for the kitchen, and Jeanette and her mother would exclaim in admiration over the delicious meals she prepared when they came to dinner. Roy would glance from mother to sister-in-law when the roast appeared, or when a particularly appetizing-looking pudding was brought in, and at their exclamations of delight he would say, "Guess I've got a pretty smart wife, eh? Guess I know a good cook when I see one, huh? Why, Alice has got most women I know skinned a mile. She's just a wonder. She can do anything. I only wish I was good enough for her. She's a wonder, all right, all right." Jeanette was deeply moved when her sister told her she was going to have a baby. It tore at her heart to think of little Alice, to herself so young, so immature, so tender and weak and inexperienced, bringing a child into the world. She worried about it, wondered if Alice would die, felt with terrifying conviction that that would be the way of it. Her mother's pleasure and complacency about the matter reassured her but little. Alice was having a child much too soon after her wedding. She ought to have waited for a year or so at least. She watched the changes in her sister's face and figure with growing wonder. Childbearing was a mystery. Jeanette had never known a woman intimately who had had a baby. Now she was both curious and concerned. After the early months of discomfort had passed, a benign gentleness settled upon Alice. Her expression became placid, serene, beautiful. A quality of goodness transfigured her. She moved through the days toward her appointed time with supreme tranquility. Whenever Alice spoke of "my baby," Jeanette winced, while her mother maddened her each time with the remark that it was only right and proper. One morning early in March, shortly after Jeanette had reached the office, her mother telephoned her in a great state of excitement. She had just heard from Roy. Alice's baby would arrive that day. They were taking her right away to the hospital. She wasn't in any pain yet, but the doctor thought it would be best to have her there. He didn't say when the child was likely to be born. There was no more news. The morning stretched itself out endlessly. Jeanette worried and suffered in silence. At noon she telephoned the hospital and got Roy. There was little change. Alice was miserable, but there was no talk about when the baby would be born. The doctor had promised to be in at 3. Roy would let her know if anything happened. All afternoon, there was a meeting of the members of the firm in Corey's office. The question of the move to the new building was being discussed. It lasted until 4, until 5, until 5:45. Jeanette was beside herself. Alice was dead, and they were afraid to let her know. At 6 o'clock, her mother telephoned again. Alice was having her pains with some regularity now. The baby ought to be there about 8 or 9 o'clock, the doctor said. As soon as she was at liberty, Jeanette left the office. She did not want to eat, but took the elevated direct to the hospital. Her mother and Roy met her, and they kissed one another again and again. Alice was upstairs now. They sat with their elbows touching on a hard leather-covered seat in the reception room. Jeanette's head began to ache. She counted the 63 squares in the rug on the floor 22 times. The black on the Wellsbash burner in the lamp looked exactly like 2 people kissing. Towards midnight, the baby was born. When Jeanette first saw her niece, the upper part of the little head and forehead were carefully bandaged. Her mother whispered that it had been an instrument case. Roy was not to know, for a while at any rate. The baby was perfect, a fine, healthy 8-pound girl, and Alice was doing nicely. But Alice did not leave the hospital for 6 weeks, and was 6 months in recovering her old strength and buoyancy. End of Book 2. Chapter 1, Section 4.
Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 4 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 4. It was some 3 months after the publishing house had been established in its new offices that Jeanette had the card of Martin Devlin brought to her. It was embossed and heavily engraved with a small outline of the Earth's 2 hemispheres in one corner, and bisecting these in tiny capitals the words, "The Gibbs Engraving Company." Mr. Corey was out, Jeanette told the boy to inform the caller. In a minute or two the messenger returned to say that the gentleman would like to speak to Mr. Corey's secretary. But Jeanette had no time to waste on solicitors of engraving work, and sent word that she was occupied. The boy reappeared presently with another of Mr. Devlin's cards, on the back of which was penciled, "Dear Miss Sturgis, I'd be grateful for 2 minutes' interview. Have a message from an old friend of yours. M. Devlin." Jeanette frowned in distaste and looked up at the boy annoyed. She was extremely busy, typing a speech for Mr. Corey which he was to read that night at a publisher's banquet at the Waldorf. It was 20 minutes past 4. She expected him to return at any minute. "Tell the gentleman to come again, will you, Jimmy? I'm really too busy to see him today." The boy went out, and she returned to her work, her fingers flying. "The responsibility of molding public opinion," went her notes, "rests perhaps with our press, but to whom do the discriminating readers of the nation in confidence turn for the formation of their taste in literature, their acquaintance with the arts, the dissemination of those inspiring idealistic thoughts and precepts of the fathers of our great—" She estimated there were another 3 pages of it. The door of her office opened, and a young man of square build with broad shoulders and a grin on his face filled the aperture. "Beg pardon, Miss Sturgis," he began. "I hope you don't think I'm butting in." He had a strong, handsome face, big flashing teeth, black hair, and black eyebrows. Jeanette looked at him, bewildered. She had never seen this man before. She did not know what he was doing in her office, nor what he wanted. "I'm Martin Devlin," he announced, advancing into the room. At once she froze, her breast rose on a quick, angry intake, and her eyes assumed a cold, level stare. "I hope you're not going to be sore at me," he smiled down at her in easy good humor. "Mr. Corey's not in," said the girl. She was staggered by this individual's effrontery. "Well, that's too bad, but I really called to have a few minutes' chat with you," he returned nonchalantly. "We have a friend of yours down at our office, Miss Alexander, Beatrice Alexander. 'Member her? She says a lot of nice things about you." "Oh." Jeanette elevated her eyebrows and surveyed the speaker's head and feet. "I'm afraid you're sore at me," he said. He laughed straight into her cold eyes, showing his big teeth. Jeanette straightened herself and frowned. She felt her anger rising. You, she began, deliberately clearing her throat with a little annoyed cough. I think you've made a mistake. Mr. Corey is not in. As you see, I am busy. Good day." She looked down at her notes and swung her chair around to her machine. Whistled Mr. Devlin. He took a step nearer, put his hand on her desk, bent down to catch a glimpse of her face, and said with a pleading note in his voice, and with that same flashing smile, "Ah, please, don't be sore at me, Miss Sturgis." The man's sudden nearness brought Jeanette up rigidly in her seat. Her eyes blazed a moment, but there was something in this person's manner and in the ingratiating quality of his smile that made her hesitate. Her first thought had been to call the porter or one of the men outside, and have him summarily put out. Instead, she said in her most frigid tone, "Really, Mr. Devlin, you presume too far. You see that I am busy, and I've told you that Mr. Corey is not in." "Well, that's all right. But what do you want me to tell Miss Alexander? She'll be wanting to know if I delivered her message." "Miss Alexander, as I remember her, is a very lovely girl. You can tell her that I've not forgotten her, and that I am sorry that in her office there are not more mannerly gentlemen." Devlin threw back his head and roared. His laugh was extraordinary. "I say, Miss Sturgis," he began, "please don't be sore at me. I didn't know I'd find a girl like you in here. Miss Alexander said you were awfully nice, and I thought maybe you'd be doing me a favor one of these days. I took a chance on getting in to see you the way I did. Don't blame the kid." "What kid?" "The office boy. I slipped him a quarter and told him to tell you I was an old friend of yours and wanted to give you a surprise." "Upon my word." "Well, you see, we've all got to make our living, you, me, and the office boy." "There are ways of doing it," said Jeanette acidly. "I think they're all legitimate." "What, bribing office boys?" "Well, I didn't bribe him exactly. I deceived him." He laughed again. He was Irish, the girl noted, and presumably considered he had a great deal of Irish charm. "At any rate, I got in to see you." "Much good it's done you." "I have hopes for the future." "I wouldn't cherish them." "Ah, well now, Miss Sturgis, don't be cruel." "I'm not in the least interested." "Won't you tell me who's doing Corey's engraving?" "I will not." "I can find out easily enough, and I think I can interest him." "I think you can't." "Won't you make an appointment for me to see him?" "Certainly not." "There's other ways I can meet him." "You're at liberty to find them." "Ah, you're awfully mean. Why don't you give a fellow a chance for his living?" "You don't deserve it." "Because I gave the boy a quarter to show me which was your office?" "Yes, and because you're so fresh. Go on, you were going to say it." "Evidently you are aware of it." "A fellow hasn't a chance to think anything else." "Well, you'll have to excuse me. I'm really very busy." "Can I come again when you've a little more time to spare?" "I am always busy." "Can I phone?" "I can't bother with phone messages." Mr. Devlin for a moment was routed. "Ah, gosh!" he said in disgust. Jeanette was not to be won. She nodded to him and began to type briskly, the keys of her machine humming. The man stood uncertainly a moment more, shifting from one foot to the other. Then he swung himself disconsolately toward the door and closed it slowly after him. Almost immediately he opened it again and thrust in his head. "I'm coming back again, just the same," he bawled. Jeanette did not look around, and the door clicked shut. The next time he called, she was taking dictation from Mr. Corey and was unaware he had come. When she finished with her employer and picked up the sheaf of letters he had given her, she passed through the connecting door between the two offices and found Devlin waiting in her room. "Really?" She stopped short and frowned in quick annoyance. "Well, here I am again," he said blandly. "And here's where you go out." She walked towards the door that led to the outer office and flung it open. Devlin's face altered, and a slow color began to mount his dark cheeks. "Ah, say," he said in hurt tones. The smile was gone. For the moment his face was as serious as her own. Jeanette did not move. Devlin picked up his hat and gloves. "My God!" he exclaimed fervently. "You're hard as nails." As he went out, she suddenly felt sorry for him. But that was not the last of him. His card appeared the next afternoon. Mr. Corey was again away from the office. "I'm not into this person," she said to Jimmy, "and if he bribes you to show him here, I'll go straight to Mr. Kipps and have you fired." The next day he telephoned. She hung up the receiver and told the girl at the switchboard to find out who wanted her before she put through any more calls. The day following brought a letter from him, but as soon as she discovered his signature, she tore it up and threw it in the wastepaper basket. 2 minutes later she carefully recovered its ragged squares and pieced them together. "My dear Miss Sturgis," it read, "you must overlook my boorish methods. I'll not bother you again, but I beg you will not hold it against me if I try to make your acquaintance in some more acceptable manner. Yours, with good wishes, Martin Devlin." He wrote a vigorous hand, strong, distinct, individual. Jeanette considered the letter a moment, then uttered a contemptuous "Pooh!" scooped the fragments into her palm, and returned them to the receptacle for trash. Toward the end of the week she had a telephone call from Beatrice Alexander. She had not seen the girl for nearly 4 years, but remembered how exceptionally kind she had been to her that first day she went to work, and thought it would be pleasant to meet her again and talk over old times. They arranged to have luncheon together. They met at the Hotel St. Denis. Jeanette always went there whenever there was sufficient excuse. She loved the atmosphere of the old place. Her luncheon was invariably the same: hot chocolate with whipped cream and a club sandwich. It cost just 50 cents. Beatrice Alexander had changed but little during the years Jeanette had not seen her, except that now she wore glasses. A little gold chain dangled from the tip of one lens and hooked itself by means of a gold loop over an ear. It made her look schoolmarmy, but she had the same sweet face, the same soft dove-like eyes, and the whispering voice. "And you never married Mr. Beardsley," she commented. "I heard you were engaged, and he certainly was awfully in love with you." Jeanette explained about her sister, and how happy the two were in their little Bronx flat. Her companion exclaimed about the baby. She had had 2 or 3 places since the old publishing house suspended its selling campaign of the history. She had been in the business office of the Fifth Avenue Hotel Company until it closed its doors. Now the Gibbs Engraving Company employed her. She'd been there about a year, and liked it all right, but the constant smell of the strong acids made her a little sick sometimes. She and Jeanette fell presently to discussing Martin Devlin. "Oh, he's all right," Beatrice Alexander said. "He came there about the same time I did. He's an awful flirt, I guess, and he gets round a good deal. I don't know much about him, except that he's always pleasant and agreeable. Never anything but terribly nice to me. Everybody likes him. He's one of our best solicitors. I heard from one of the men in your composing room, who's a kind of cousin of mine, that you were with the Corey Company and were Mr. Corey's private secretary, and one day I happened to hear Mr. Devlin talking to Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs and his brother own the Gibbs Engraving Company, and he said something about how he wished he could land your account, but he didn't know a soul he could approach. And then I mentioned I knew you. That was all there was to it, only he said you treated him something awful." Jeanette rehearsed the interview. "He struck me as a very fresh young man," she concluded. "Oh, Mr. Devlin's all right," Beatrice Alexander said again. "He doesn't mean any harm. He's Irish, you know. He was born here and all that, and he just wants to be friendly with everyone. I suppose he was kind of hurt because you were so short with him." "I most certainly was," Jeanette said grimly. "Well, he's been begging and begging me to call you up. He wanted to take us both out to lunch, but I wouldn't agree to that. I told him I'd see you about it first." "I wouldn't consider it," Jeanette said indignantly. "The idea! What's the matter with him?" "I imagine," Beatrice Alexander said shyly, "he likes your style." "Well, I don't like his. The impertinence!" They finished their lunch and wandered into Broadway. It was Easter week, and the chimes of Grace Church were ringing out a hymn. "Let's not lose touch with each other again," said Beatrice Alexander at parting. "I'll phone you soon, and next time you'll have to have luncheon with me. I always go to Wanamaker's. They have such lovely music up there, and the food's splendid." Jeanette had forgotten Mr. Devlin's existence until one day, as she was typing busily at her desk, she suddenly recognized his loud, infectious, and unmistakable laugh in the adjoining office.
Mr. Corey had come in from lunch some 10 minutes before and had brought a man with him. She had heard their feet, their voices, and the clap of the closing door as they entered. Now the laugh startled her. She paused, her fingers suspended above the keys of her typewriter, and listened. It was Mr. Devlin. There was no mistaking him. She twisted her lips in a wry smile. He and Mr. Corey were evidently getting on. She knew she would be called. When the buzzer summoned her, she picked up her notebook and pencils, straightened her shoulders in characteristic fashion, and went in. Devlin rose to his feet as she entered, but she did not glance at him. Her attention was Mr. Corey's. "How do you do? How's Miss Sturgis?" Devlin was all good-natured friendliness, showing his big teeth as he grinned at her. She turned her eyes toward him gravely, gazed at him with calm deliberation, and briefly inclined her head.
"Oh, you two know each other? Friends, eh?" asked Mr. Corey, looking up. "Well, we're trying to be," laughed Devlin. Jeanette made no comment. She gazed expectantly at her chief. "The Gibbs Engraving Company," said Mr. Corey in his brusque, business-like voice, "wants to do our engraving. I'm going to give them a 3 months trial. I'd like to have you take a memorandum of what they've quoted us. Mr. Gibbs is to confirm this by letter. Now, you said 5 cents per square inch on line cuts with a minimum of 50 cents. Jeanette scribbled down the figures. 3 color work $1 a square inch, supplied Devlin. Oh, I thought you said you'd give us a flat rate on our color work. On the magazine covers, yes, but I can't do that on general color work. Well, that's all right. The discussion continued. Presently the girl had all the details. Give me a memorandum of that, Corey said, and send a carbon to Mr. Kipps. He turned to the young man. We'll talk it over and let you know just as soon as we hear from you. Devlin rose. The men shook hands as Jeanette passed into her own room. She heard them saying goodbye. Their voices continued murmuring, but she did not listen. Suddenly Mr. Corey opened her door. Mr. Devlin wants to speak to you a minute, Miss Sturgis. He nodded to his companion, said, Well, goodbye. Hope we can get together on this, and shook hands once more and left Devlin confronting her. Please, let me say just one word, he said quickly. I met Mr. Corey at the Kuan Club the other day and made a date for lunch. I'm after his business, all right, and I think I've got it cinched. I don't want you to continue to be sore at me if my outfit and yours are going to do business together. I'm sorry if I got off on the wrong foot. Please accept my apology, and let's be friends. I don't think there is any occasion, began Jeanette icily. Ah, shucks, he said, interrupting her. I'm doing the best I can to square myself. I didn't mean to annoy you. I didn't care at first what you thought of me as long as I got in to see Mr. Corey. I confess I thought maybe I could jolly you into arranging a date for me to see him. No, wait a minute, he urged as the girl frowned. Hear me out. You see, I'm being honest about it. I'm telling you frankly what I thought at first, but that was before I even saw you. I had no idea you were the kind of girl you are. It isn't usual to find a person like you in an office. Oh, you think I'm jollying you. I swear I'm not. I just want to ask you to forgive me if I offended you and be friends. There was something unusually ingratiating about this man. Jeanette hesitated, and Devlin continued. He pleaded very earnestly. It was impossible not to believe his sincerity. Jeanette shrugged her shoulders when he paused for a moment. Her hands were automatically arranging the articles on her desk. Well, she conceded slowly, what do you want? For you to say you'll forgive a blundering Irish booby and shake hands with him. He wrung a dry smile from her at that. She held out her hand. Oh, very well. It's easier to be friends with you than have you here interfering with my getting at my work. That's fine now. He held her fingers a moment, his whole face beaming. You've a kind heart, Miss Sturgis, and I shan't forget it. He took himself away with a radiant smile upon his face. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 4. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 5 through 6, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
read by WildShimmeringPath, read by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 5 through 6. It was evident Martin Devlin proposed to be a factor in her life. When he came to the office to see Mr. Kipps or Miss Holland about the engraving, and the work brought him, or he pretended it brought him 2 or 3 times a week, he never failed to step to Jeanette's door, open it, and give her the benefit of his flashing teeth and handsome eyes, as he wished her good day, or asked her how she was. He did not intrude further. His visits were only for a minute or 2. Only once, when she was looking for a letter in the filing cabinet, he came in and lingered for a chat. He saw she was not typing, therefore ready to talk to him, since he was not interrupting her. When she went to lunch with Beatrice Alexander a week or 2 later at Wanamaker's, he joined the 2 girls by the elevators as they were leaving the lunchroom, pretending, Jeanette noticed, with a great air of surprise, that the meeting was merely a fortuitous circumstance. The subway had a few days before begun to operate. Jeanette had never ridden upon it, so Martin piloted her down the stone steps, boarded the train, and rode with her until they reached 34th Street. Beatrice Alexander had said goodbye as they left Wanamaker's. Devlin had a confident, self-assured way with him. It could not be said he swaggered, but the word suggested him. He was easy, good-natured, laughing, cajoling, irresistibly merry. His good humor was contagious. Men smiled back at him. Women looked at him twice. To the subway guard, to the sour-faced little Jew at the newsstand, to the burly cop with whom they collided as they climbed the stairs to the street, he was familiar, patronizing, jocular. He called the Italian subway guard Garibaldi, the Jewish news leader Isaac, the burly policeman Sergeant. One glance at him and each was won. It was impossible to resent his familiarity. Everybody liked him. He could say the most outrageous things and give no offense. It was that Irish charm of his, Jeanette decided, back once more at her desk, and clicking away at her machine, that made people so lenient with him. She began to speculate about him a good deal. It was clear he was in hot pursuit of her, and that he intended to give her no peace. He commenced to bring little boxes of candy, which he slid on to her desk with a long arm when he opened her office door to say, "Hello!" Then flowers put in their appearance, sweet bunches of violets, swathed in oiled paper, their stems wrapped in purple tinfoil, the fragrant ball glistening with brilliant drops of water. There were bunches of baby roses, too, and lilies of the valley, and daffodils. One day she happened to mention she had never read The Taming of the Shrew, and the following morning there was delivered at her home a complete set of the Temple edition of Shakespeare's plays. She protested. She threatened to throw the flowers out of the window. She begged him with her most earnest smile not to send her anything more. She was talking into deaf ears. The very next day she found on her desk 2 seats for a Saturday matinee, with a note scribbled on the envelope. "For you and your mother next Saturday. Have a good time and think of Martin." In deep distress, she told her mother about him, but Mrs. Sturgis shared none of her concern. "Well, perhaps the young man is trying to be friends with you in the only way he knows how. I wouldn't be too hasty with him, dearie. You say he's with an engraving company? Is that a good line of work? Does he seem well off? Plenty of money and all that?" "Oh, Mamma," cried Jeanette in mild annoyance. "There's no harm, my dear, in a nice rich young fellow admiring a pretty girl like my daughter. If the young man's well brought up and means what's perfectly right and proper, I don't see what you can object to. You've got to marry one of these days, lovey. You must remember that. There isn't any sense in tying yourself down to a desk for the rest of your life. You've got to think about a husband." "Well, I don't want him." "Perhaps not. I'm not saying anything about him. But there's plenty of nice young men in the world, and you mustn't shut your eyes to them. A girl should marry and have a good home of her own. That's what God intended. Dr. Fitzgibbons was saying exactly that same thing to me only yesterday. Now this Mr. Devlin, it's an Irish name, isn't it?" "Oh, hush! For goodness sakes, Mamma! Don't let's talk any more about him. What did Alice have to say today?" "She's really gaining very rapidly now," Miss Sturgis said, instantly diverted. "She says she's going to let that woman go. She comes every day and does all the dishes and cleans up, and it only costs Alice $3 a week." "Why, she's crazy!" cried Jeanette. "She isn't half strong enough to do her own work yet. You tell her I'll pay the $3 till she's all right again. I can't imagine what Roy Beardsley's thinking about." Martin Devlin begged her to allow him to take her mother and herself to dinner, and "perhaps we'll have to drop in at a show afterwards," he added. Jeanette declined. She had no wish to become on more intimate terms with him, but he would not take no for an answer. He persisted. She grew angry. He persisted just the same. She considered going to Mr. Corey and informing him that this representative of the Gibbs Engraving Company was annoying her, and yet it hardly seemed the thing to do. She spoke of it again to her mother, and Mrs. Sturgis at once was in a flutter of excitement at the prospect of a dinner downtown. "But why not, dearie?" she argued. "I could wear my lavender velvet, and you've got your new taffeta. I'd like to meet the young man." After all, there were thousands of girls, reflected Jeanette, who were accepting anything and everything from men, wheedling gifts out of them, sometimes even taking their money. Her mother would get much pleasure out of the event. When Devlin urged his invitation again, she drew a long breath and consented. There seemed no reason why she should not accept. There was nothing wrong with him. She liked him. He was agreeable and devoted. Her mother would be delighted. He called for them on the night of the party in a taxi. It was an unexpected luxury. He won Mrs. Sturgis at once. Why, he was perfectly charming, a delightful young man. What in the world was Jeanette thinking about? She laughed violently at everything he said, rocking back and forth on the hard leather seat in the stuffy interior of the cab, convulsed with mirth, her round little cheeks shaking. He was the most comical young man she'd ever known. The taxi took them to a brilliant restaurant, gay with lights, music, and hilarity. Jeanette's blue high-necked taffeta and her mother's lavender velvet were sober costumes amidst the vivid apparel and low-cut toilettes of the women. But the girl was aware that no matter what her dress might be, she herself was beautiful. She saw the turning heads and the eyes that trailed her as the little group followed the head waiter to their table. The table had been reserved, the dinner ordered, cocktails appeared, and she sipped the first she had ever tasted. Her mother was in gay spirits and preened herself in these surroundings like a bird. Devlin seemed to know how to do everything. He was startlingly handsome in his evening clothes. The white expanse of shirt was immaculate. There were 2 tiny gold studs in front and a black bow tie tied very snugly at the opening of his collar. It was no more than conventional semi-formal evening dress, and yet somehow it impressed Jeanette as magnificent. She had never noticed how becoming the costume was to a man before. She realized as she glanced at him he was the first young man she had ever known who had taken her out in the evening and worn evening dress. Roy had been too poor. The tuxedo he had had at college was shabby. She had never seen him wear it. She studied Devlin now critically. His hair was coal-black, coarse, a trifle wavy. He wet it when he combed it, and it caught a high light now and then. His eyebrows were heavy and bushy like his hair, the eyes themselves deep-set, but alive with twinkles and laughter. They were expressive eyes, she thought, capable of subtlest meanings. His nose was straight, his mouth large and red, and his big even teeth glistened between the vivid lips with the glitter of fine wet porcelain. He had an oval-shaped face and a vigorous pointed chin. His skin was unblemished, but the jaw, chin, and cheeks were dark blue from his close-shaven beard. It was his expression, she decided, more than the regularity of his features, that made him so handsome. In his evening dress he was extraordinarily good-looking. She judged him to be 26 or 7. The dinner progressed smoothly. Devlin had evidently taken pains in ordering it, and he gave a pleased smile when Mrs. Sturgis waxed enthusiastic over some particular feature, and Jeanette echoed her praise. There was, as a matter of fact, nothing spectacular about it. Oysters, chicken sauté sec, a specialty of the restaurant, a vegetable or 2, salad with a red sauce. Mrs. Sturgis thought it most curious and pronounced it delicious, an ice. To his guests it seemed the most wonderful dinner they had ever eaten. The girl was impressed, her mother flatteringly excited. "It's all so good," Mrs. Sturgis kept repeating as if she had made a surprising discovery. Devlin called for the check, glanced at it, dropped a large bill on the silver tray, and when the change was brought, amounting to $2 and some cents, as both Jeanette and her mother noted, waved it away to the waiter with a negligent gesture. It was lordly. It was magnificent.
Jeanette loved such ways of doing things. She loved the lights and the music, the excellent food, the deferential service, the gorgeous restaurant, the beautifully gowned women. She would like to own one rich and sumptuous evening dress like theirs, and be able to wear it to such a magnificent place as this, and queen it over them all. She knew she could do it. She could dazzle the entire room. Devlin guided his guests through the revolving glass doors to the street. The taxicab starter blew his whistle shrilly. A car rolled up, the door was held open for them to enter, and banged shut. The starter, in his gold-braided uniform and shining brass buttons, touched his cap respectfully, and the taxi rolled out into the traffic. Jeanette thrilled to the luxuriousness and extravagance of it all. It was the same at the theater. They had aisle seats on the 6th row. The musical comedy was delightful, spectacular, magnificent, in tune with everything else that evening. After the theater, their escort insisted upon their going to a brilliant cafe, where the music was glorious, and where Jeanette and her mother sipped ginger ale, and Devlin drank beer. Mrs. Sturgis commented half a dozen times upon the peel of a lemon, deftly cut into corkscrew shape and twisted into her glass, which gave the ginger ale quite a delightful flavor. It was Devlin's idea. She had heard him suggest it to the waiter. He was a very remarkable young man. Very. They were swept home in another taxicab, and he refused to let them thank him for the glorious evening. He hinted he would like to call and perhaps be asked to dinner, but of course that was not to be thought of. A grand person like him coming to one of their simple little meals, with Miss Sturgis or Jeanette jumping up to wait on the table? This would be perfectly ridiculous. But he might call sometime, or perhaps go with them to a Sunday concert. He would be delighted, of course. He held his hat high above his head as he said good night, and stood at the foot of the steps until they were safely inside. It had been a memorable evening. They really had had a most wonderful time. Mr. Devlin certainly knew how to do things. Mrs. Sturgis, carefully pinning a sheet about her lavender velvet preparatory to hanging it in the closet, began planning how they could entertain him. "Is he fond of music? Do you know, dearie, I think we could get seats for some Sunday afternoon concert, and then bringing him home to tea. It would be much better to ask him here than to go to any of those little tea places. We could get some crumpets and toast them ourselves, and might buy a few little French pastries. You could see he was dying to be asked." Jeanette felt vaguely irritated. "Oh, let's not rush him, Mamma." "Rush him? Who's talking about rushing him, I'd like to know? The young man is a very delightful, presentable gentleman, and he's evidently taken a great fancy to you, and he's even been nice to your poor old mother. I declare, Janny, I can't sometimes make you out. I just was proposing we extend him a little hospitality in return for his extremely lavish entertainment. He's been most kind and considerate, and the least we can do—" Jeanette's mind wandered. It certainly would be wonderful, went her roving thoughts, to have money, and dress gorgeously, and go about to such magnificent restaurants, and then taxi off to the theater whenever one wanted to. It would be wonderful, too, to have somebody strong and resourceful, always looking out for one's comfort and enjoyment, paying all the bills, never bothering one about money, consulting and gratifying one's slightest whim. She went to sleep in a haze of golden imaginings, her mother's voice in the next room planning various schemes, commenting upon Mr. Devlin's attractiveness, grew fainter and fainter, and finally dwindled silent. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 5 through 6. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 7 through 8, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 7 through 8. But the next morning Jeanette vigorously attacked the subject. There had been nothing extraordinary about the past evening. A man in conventional evening dress had taken her mother and herself to dine in a restaurant, and afterwards had driven them in a taxi to the theater. What was there so remarkable in that? It was being done all the time. The restaurants were packed full of such parties night after night. It had merely seemed wonderful to a girl and her mother unused to such entertainment. Jeanette kept reminding herself of this throughout the ensuing day. She did not propose to have her head turned, as her mother's evidently was, by a little splurge of money. She was not in love with Martin Devlin. She did not care a snap of her finger for him. She would not marry him if he had $1,000,000. There was no sense in letting him think she would even consider such an idea. She couldn't help it if he was in love with her. She had done nothing to encourage him, and she didn't propose to begin. No, the whole thing had better come to an end. It had gone quite far enough. She'd have to call off any silly plans her mother might be making. What, marry Martin Devlin and give up her job? Never in the world. But Jeanette found she was dealing with a personality very different from that of Roy Beardsley. Mr. Devlin had one idea, one object. The idea was Jeanette, the object, matrimony. He besieged her with attentions. He gave her no peace. He hounded her footsteps. Mrs. Sturgis threw herself wholeheartedly upon his side. She was deaf to her daughter's remonstrances. She refused to be discourteous, as she described it, to a young man so attentive and considerate. Mother and daughter actually quarreled about the matter, refused to speak to each other for a whole day, made up with tears and kisses, but this in no jot altered Mrs. Sturgis's purpose of being Mr. Devlin's friend and advocate. Jeanette was not to be shaken. She did not desire Mr. Devlin. She did not want to marry anyone. She had no intention of abandoning her work. "You got to marry me, Jeanette," this purposeful young man said to her one day. "Never," said Jeanette resolutely. "Oh, yes, you will," he told her with equal confidence. "Well, we'll see about that. I don't care for you. I wouldn't marry you if I did. You are only annoying me with your attentions. I would really like you much better if you'd leave me alone." The very evening this conversation took place, she found a beautiful little scarab pin waiting for her when she got home. She mailed it back to him at the Gibbs Engraving Company. The next day came perfume, and a day or two later a large roll of new magazines. He sent her candy, flowers, theater tickets. She gave the candy away, threw the flowers out of the window, tore up the theater tickets, and sent the torn pasteboards back to him in a letter in which she told him further gifts would only anger her. They kept on coming with undiminished regularity. She wept. Her mother scolded her. Devlin called. There was no evading him. He was everywhere. One day he grabbed her, took her in his arms, beat down her resistance, strained her to him, and kissed her savagely, hungrily on the mouth. In that instant she capitulated. Something broke within her. An overwhelming force rose like a great tide, welling up over her head and submerged her. She wilted in his embrace, succumbed like a crushed lily, and longed for him to trample on her. Love, glorious, intoxicating, passionate, had sprung to life in her. She resented it. She was helpless against it. She fought to no purpose. It rode her, rowelled her, harried her. Martin Devlin had conquered her heart, but her will was another matter. Jeanette became miserably unhappy. She imagined she had experienced all love's emotions when Roy Beardsley possessed her thoughts. She laughed now when she thought of them. She had been little more than a schoolgirl then, with a schoolgirl's capacity for love, a maiden's love, virginal, immature. It was not to be compared with this flame that seethed within her now. Oh, God! Her love for Martin Devlin was an agony. For the first time in her life she knew the full meaning of fear. She feared this man with a fear like terror. Ruthlessly he obtruded himself into her life. Ruthlessly he assaulted the securest fastness of it. Ruthlessly she dreaded he would strike them down and subdue her will as easily as he had won her love. He was in her thoughts all day and all night. She trembled when he was near her. It was torment when they were apart. Again and again she returned to her determination to put him out of her life. He would only cause her trouble. There was only unhappiness in store for them both. It was useless. Neither her thoughts nor Devlin had any mercy upon her. She knew at last what love, real love, was like. It was a raging fire, white-hot, scorifying, consuming. His lips never again found hers after that first terrible moment of weakness.
Sometimes he caught her to him and strained her in his arms, but her cheek or hair or neck received his eager kiss. She resisted these embraces with all her strength, struggled in his grasp. She was mortally afraid of him, mortally afraid of herself. Desire throbbed in all her veins. She clung desperately to the last redoubt in her defenses, behind which every instinct told her safety lay. She would allow him no avenue of approach. She would tolerate no moment's weakness in her fortitude. "Jenny, you love me, and by God I love you. You're the finest woman I've ever known, Jenny. When are you going to marry me?" Martin had his arms about her, but both her hands were pressed against his breast. He seemed so big and powerful as he stood holding her. She knew his clean-shaven chin was rough with his beard, firm and cold. He smelled fragrantly of cigars. Ah, love, that was one thing. She had no control over her heart, but marriage was another. That was very different indeed. "Martin, dear, I do love you. I'm proud I love you, but I don't want to get married." "Why not?" Jeanette sighed wearily. "I don't suppose I can ever make you understand. I like to live my own life. I like to come and go as I please. I like to have the money I earn myself to spend the way I like. And besides that, I love my work. I love being at the office. I've been part of this business now for 3 years. I've helped to build it up. I know every detail. It belongs to me in a way. Does that sound unreasonable to you?" "No, not unreasonable exactly, but I don't think you see it right. You attach too much importance to it. You'll be just as free and independent as my wife as you are now." Would she? She wondered. It was of that she had her gravest misgivings. "And then there's Mr. Corey. I wouldn't feel right about leaving him. He depends on me so much." "Well, for God's sake!" exclaimed Martin. "Do you mean to tell me you would let that stand in the way?" "It's a consideration," said Jeanette honestly, Martin's face setting grimly. "And then there's Mama," went on the girl. "She's so happy now, living with me. She doesn't have to work so hard anymore, and she goes to concerts and visits Alice and does as she pleases. You see, if I married, that would have to come to an end. I don't know what she would do." "Why, she could do a lot of things," argued Martin. "She might go and live with your sister, for instance, or come with us. She could divide her time between the two of you." "Alice would love to have her," admitted Jeanette. "Mama's crazy about Etta, and of course it would make it easier for Allie. But I don't think Mama would consent to live with either of her children." "I've always been a fan for your ma," said Martin, "and that just shows how dead sensible she is. Your sister's husband and I could each send her $25 a month, and she could find some place to board easily for that. Roy hasn't got any $25. We can fix up some arrangement that will be satisfactory all round." "Mama would never consent to give up her teaching. It really means too much to her." "Well, there you are. You haven't got a real reason on earth for not marrying me tomorrow." But Jeanette felt she had, though she could find no one to agree with her. "You're just playing with your happiness, dearie," her mother said to her. "Martin Devlin's a fine young man. You could go a long way before you'd find a better husband. I want to see my dearie girl in a little home of her own, like her sisters." "Oh, Janny," said Alice, "you don't know what fun being married is. Why, after you've become a wife, you feel differently about the whole world. Why, I'd marry anybody rather than not be married at all. And then, Janny, you haven't got the faintest idea how sweet it is to have a baby of your own. Etta is just the joy of our lives. You ought to see Roy playing with her when he comes home from the office, and I'm getting her bath ready." Jeanette studied her sister's radiant face curiously. There was a mystery here, something she did not understand. This was the girl who had borne her child in agony, who had endured nearly 15 hours of labor, who had been torn and ripped, and had lain helpless on her back for 6 long months, fighting her way back to strength and normality, despairing and weakly crying. Yet here she was, talking of the joy of a baby, urging her sister to a like experience. It was puzzling. How soon mothers forgot. 6 months of helplessness already unremembered.
It had not passed from Jeanette's recollection. It had been terrible. Terrible! And yet she would like to have a baby of her own. A baby without that fearful ordeal. A little Martin Devlin. She kissed Etta on the back of her wrinkled fat neck, where it was sweetly perspiry and fuzzy with the lint from her blankets. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 7 through 8. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 9 through 12 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 9 through 12. Jeanette was equally sure of two things. She loved Martin with all her soul. She would never consent to give up her position with Mr. Corey and marry him. Martin, her mother, Alice, even Mr. Corey, who soon learned of the situation, could not persuade her. Corey had a long talk with her about the matter.
"I don't know very much about your young man. Gibbs speaks well of him. He tells me he's been with them a little more than a year, and is their star salesman. I think he has more possibilities in him than that. Of course, you never can tell. I confess I was impressed when I first met him. Somebody at the Kuan Club had him there as a guest and introduced us, and he talked good business from the start. I don't think much of Gibbs' engraving, but that's no reflection on Devlin. Personally, I think you ought to marry. I advised you the same way before. Perhaps you were right in not being too hasty in that instance. I can't know, of course, whether you're seriously interested or not. Your heart has got to tell you that. If you love Devlin enough and think you'll be happy with him, you ought to marry him. I hate to see you wasting your life down here in this office. You're deserving a better chance. Business is no place for a girl. You ought to be building a home and rearing children of your own. If you make as good a wife as you have a secretary," he ended with a smile, "your husband will have no occasion to find fault with you."
But she could not bring herself to give up her independence. That was what stuck in her throat. She came back to it repeatedly. A little apartment like Alice's to share with Martin, to fix and furnish. It appealed to her imagination. It had its attractions. But it would be such a leap in the dark. She was so sure of her happiness living the way she was. Why alter it? Yet was there any happiness for her without Martin? She tried to picture it, and her heart misgave her. Some of the glamour that surrounded him at first had now disappeared. He no longer seemed a scion of wealth, a prince, a lordling, to whistle menials to his beck and call, and to swagger his way in and out of restaurants, leaving a trail of scattered larges in his wake. Familiarity had stripped him of the cloak of splendor with which he first had dazzled her. She liked him all the better without it, for it had only been bluff with him, his way of trying to impress her. She knew him now for an ever-merry soul, an amused and amusing companion, possessing rare thoughtfulness, a little vain, a little opinionated, vigorous, direct, domineering, who could, if he desired, charm an angel Gabriel to softness. He had his faults. She thought she knew them all. He was happy-go-lucky, had small regard for time, appointments, or others' feelings. He was extravagant in all his tastes, and loved pleasure inordinately. But there was a charm about him that made up to her 1,000-fold for these trifling shortcomings. He was the handsomest of men, generous and invariably kind-hearted. He could win a smile from an image, or accomplish the impossible, once his mind was made up. It was a satisfaction to learn that he earned only $50 a week. She had thought him a millionaire at first. He threw money about with a prodigality that distressed her. His theater tickets, his gifts, his unceasing attentions cost money, a great deal of money. She knew his salary did not warrant it. She was glad he got but $50 a week, only 15 more than she did herself. Roy was getting 40. Martin seemed more human to her after she knew the size of his salary. He was more comprehensible. And here, once more, was confronting her the matter of finances were she to marry. She and her mother together enjoyed an income that was never less than $200 a month. She contributed $80 as her share towards rent and food, and had still $60 a month left to spend as she chose, for clothes, for a gift to Alice, or for delightful adventures with her mother, lunches and theaters on Saturday afternoons, and the little surprises that were so delightful. Would she have anything like as much out of the $200 Martin earned if she married him? What part of his weekly pay envelope was he likely to give her to run their house, and to spend on herself? It was only fair, since he pressed his suit so vigorously, that this all-important matter should be brought up and discussed. She did not consider herself mercenary. The question of the wife's allowance in a marriage seemed a vital one to her. She had tasted independence and did not consider she should be expected to relinquish it in marriage. Alice and Roy got along in amiable fashion on this point. Roy kept $5 a week for himself, and gave his wife the rest of his pay envelope. Sometimes toward the end of the week he would ask her for 50 cents or $1 to tide him over until Saturday. That arrangement seemed to Jeanette eminently fair. Roy gave all he could be reasonably expected to, she thought. $5 a week was about as little as he could get along on for car fare, lunches, and tobacco. Of course, his clothing and the pleasures he and his wife shared came out of what Alice was able to save from week to week, and she did manage to save a little. But as Jeanette had often remarked, Alice was different from her. She, Jeanette, had won for herself an economic value to be measured in dollars and cents, and it was not fair to expect her to forego this for a hazy, uncertain condition in which her wishes and wants were only to be gratified at her husband's whim. It was better to have a frank discussion and settle the matter. Martin shouted a delightful laugh when she expounded this thought. "Why, my darling," he said, "don't bother your head about it. You can have every cent I make, and if that isn't enough, I'll go out and steal for you." "But seriously, Martin, what do you think a wife should have out of her husband's income? Now, I'm not saying I'll marry you." "You darling!" No, be sensible, Martin. I want to thresh this out. If I should consent to marry you, what would you think would be a fair proportion of what you earn that I could count on as my own?" "What would you be wanting money for?" Martin asked, amused by her earnestness. "What would I be wanting money for?" she repeated. "What do you think? For clothes, for pleasures, to throw away if I liked." "Ah, hear her!" he laughed. "Why, my darling, I'll buy your clothes and everything your little heart desires if only you say yes to me." "Martin, I'll never say yes until this is settled," she said spiritedly, her eyes with a queer light in them. Martin was so serious for a moment. "Sweet woman," he said earnestly, "you can have it all. Divide it any way you like. I don't care in the least. There's plenty for the two of us." But Jeanette would consider nothing so indefinite. She did not want a great deal, but she wanted to feel sure of something that would be regarded as entirely her own. With difficulty she persuaded him to talk about the matter in earnest. They agreed that if his salary were equally divided, and Jeanette paid all the table expenses out of her half, while he paid the rent and everything else out of his, that would be an equitable arrangement. That satisfied Jeanette. It gave her something to think about when she considered marrying him. But even with this much settled, she was no nearer making up her mind than she had ever been. Marriage meant giving up the office, the close affiliations she had formed there. Propinquity had made her fellow workers her friends. She knew them all intimately, knew something of their private lives, rejoiced or sorrowed with them at the inevitable changes of fortune. When an eminent surgeon from Germany performed a miraculous operation on Mr. Featherstone's little son, and gave him the use of his legs on which he had never walked, she shared his father's joy. When Mr. Cavendish married a charming Vassar girl who was the daughter of a wealthy Wall Street banker, she congratulated him with a real pleasure. When Miss Holland's 17-year-old nephew secured an appointment at Annapolis and successfully passed the entrance examination, she took keen satisfaction in her friend's delight. She was shocked and saddened when Sandy McGregor's wife died, and when Mr. Allister was taken ill with pneumonia, no one inquired more frequently about him while he struggled desperately to live, or felt more pleasure when it was announced he had turned the corner and would before long be back again at his desk. She was glad when Frances Holme, Walt Chase, and Sandy McGregor each received a substantial gift of the company's common stock at Christmas time, and was correspondingly sorry that Horatio Stevens and Willis Corey shared equally in the honorarium. When Miss Peckenbaum asked for a raise in salary and her request was endorsed by Mr. Allister, she took it upon herself to tell Mr. Corey certain facts about the young lady that had become known to her, and when as a result the request was refused, and Miss Peckenbaum in anger resigned, she was amused and delighted. At the same time she urged and secured a $5 raise per week for old Major Ticknor, who had a little blind grandchild he was helping to maintain in a private sanitarium. Young Tommy Livingston in the bindery had impressed her upon a certain occasion with his brightness and ability, and she recommended him warmly to Mr. Corey, and had the satisfaction of seeing him promoted to a desk in Mr. Kipp's department. At her suggestion, window boxes filled with flowers were put along the windows of the press room that faced the street. She persuaded the firm to install a lunchroom for the women employees on the 8th floor, and it was her idea that a regular trained nurse be engaged and established in a small but complete infirmary within the building. She induced Mr. Corey to offer a certain rising young author, whose work had been her discovery and who was showing steady improvement and increase in royalty percentage, and she prevented the publication of a certain piece of fiction which Corey had given her to read because she considered it vicious, despite Mr. Allister's strong recommendation. She advised her chief to instruct Horatio Stevens to order a series of articles from a woman writer whose work in another magazine had interested her, and she urged him not to engage a certain Madame Dessau of Paris, a designer of women's clothes, as the fashion editor of the Lady's Fortune. Jeanette had a hand in almost every important step that was taken. Mr. Corey respected her judgment, frequently consulted her, and sometimes followed her advice even when contrary to his inclinations. He often told her that he believed her intuition was unerring and the greatest possible help to him. That particular winter proved an exceptionally strenuous and exacting one for Mr. Corey. He was worn out with work and with the ever-increasing demands upon him, demands that came more and more from the outside. The P.P. Prescott Publishing Company, a house with a reputation of half a century of high literary output, through mismanagement was in danger of bankruptcy. While the P.P.P. books were famous the world over, the bank that had financed the concern for years was tired of the arrangement. The tottering house owed the Chandler B. Corey Company nearly $100,000 for subscription premiums Frances Holme had sold it, and it was a foregone conclusion that if the Prescott Company failed, there would be no way of collecting the debt. Mr. Corey wanted to take over the Prescott Company entirely. It could have been bought at the time for practically nothing by assuming its obligations. But this was one of their chief's bold and brilliant ideas that Mr. Kipps and Mr. Featherstone opposed, and, to Jeanette's intense regret, persuaded him against. The result was that instead of absorbing the Prescott Company and letting the Corey organization administer its various activities, Mr. Corey was forced to become chairman of the board which undertook to put the older publishing house on its feet again, and to do most of the work himself. In addition to this, he was compelled to accept the leadership of a committee appointed by the Publishers Association to confer with the postal authorities in Washington regarding the rates on second-class mail matter, which were in danger of being raised. He had been obliged to make several trips to the capital. He was one of the directors of a large paper mill which, in conjunction with some other publishers, he had purchased. He had shown an interest in local politics and had been put on the Republican State Central Committee. He was one of the governors of the Swanee Valley Golf Club and executor of the estate of Julius Zachariah Rosenbaum, a wealthy Jewish capitalist, whose autobiography he had published during the old Hebrew's life. No one outside the immediate members of the firm, with the exception of Jeanette, knew that Rosenbaum had taken 60,000 subscriptions to Corey's commentary when the story of his life was appearing in serial form in that magazine, and when the book was published he ordered 25,000 copies, presumably to distribute among his friends. Poor Rosenbaum! It was doubtful if he had a score. and when he died there was universal rejoicing throughout the country that the most grasping of moneyed barons, who had consistently obstructed the wheels of progress, was gone. But he left a large slice of his wealth in charitable endowments, and named Chandler B. Corey as one of the executors of his will. These responsibilities weighed heavily upon Mr. Corey's health and strength. He had been troubled with indigestion for several months, and his general condition was not good. In addition, there were domestic cares. With the increase of their fortunes, Mrs. Corey had moved herself and her family into a stone-front house on Riverside Drive, where she proceeded to maintain an expensive order of existence. She had begged hard for this new home, and her husband weakly had given way. He never seemed able to refuse his wife anything, Jeanette thought. He could be strong about other matters, but where Mrs. Corey and his son Willis were concerned, he was foolishly irresolute. Mrs. Corey established herself in great feather in the new house, hired 4 servants in addition to a liveried chauffeur, who drove her Pope Toledo and began to entertain lavishly. Her special victims were authors, particularly visiting ones from England, and if any of them happened to be titled, it was always the occasion for an elaborate affair. Mr. Corey hated these entertainments, and to avoid them frequently went to Washington on the plea of pressing business connected with the postal rates. The new order was exceedingly expensive. Jeanette could not understand why Mr. Corey put up with it, but his wife's reckless expenditure was a matter of small concern in comparison with his anxiety for his daughter. The unfortunate girl had fallen during a sudden epileptic seizure and struck her head upon a brass fender at the hearth. She had lain for 3 months in a semi-conscious condition, and though treatments had partially restored her mind, she was not wholly competent, and would never again be able to go about without an attendant. It was a great grief to her father. His troubles had been further augmented at this particular time by Willis, who had been paying marked attention to a married society woman with an unenviable reputation for many affairs with young men. Mr. Corey solved this particular problem by sending Willis on a hunting expedition to South Africa with Erik Erikson, the Norwegian explorer. Ostensibly, the young man went to write articles about the trip for Corey's commentary. It was announced he was to be gone for a year. Jeanette was aware that Mr. Corey had paid Erikson $5,000 to take his son with him. The money had been given, of course, in the form of a contribution to scientific research. It was small wonder that Corey's physician ordered a complete rest for him in the early spring of the year. The man was threatened with a nervous breakdown, his doctor told him. The matter of his indigestion must have his serious attention. He must take a vacation, and he must take it immediately. Affairs at the office made it impossible at the moment for this vacation to be of any length. Even Jeanette realized that it would be hazardous for the company to be left without Mr. Corey's guiding hand on the helm. It was decided that he should go to White Sulphur Springs, play golf as much as he was able, give especial attention to his diet, and keep in touch with the office by mail and telegraph. He would be able, it was hoped, to get a complete change of climate and a proper rest by this arrangement.
"Of course you'll have to go with me, Miss Sturgis," he said, wheeling round upon her when this conclusion had been reached. "I couldn't do a thing down there without you."
"Why, certainly," the girl answered. As their eyes met a moment, the same thought passed through both minds.
"We'll take your mother along,"
said Corey in his brisk, direct fashion. Mrs. Sturgis at once was in a great state of agitation. "But my pupils, dearie, my little pupils!" she cried. "What will the darlings do without their lessons?" "Well, the little darlings can get along without them," Jeanette told her. "When their parents want to take them off to the mountains or the seashore, they just take them. And there's never any question about paying for canceled lessons. I guess you can do the same for once in your life. Anyhow, there's no use arguing about it, Mama. Mr. Corey needs me, and if you don't go with me, I'll go without you. It's perfectly ridiculous that we have to be chaperoned. He's like my father. But I thought you'd enjoy the trip. You know it isn't going to cost either of us a penny." "Why, of course, dearie, but you kind of spring this on me. I haven't had a chance to think it over." Of course I'd love it. White Sulphur Springs was beautiful, the weather perfection. Jeanette enjoyed every hour of her stay. She had wanted to get off by herself for some time to think calmly over what she must do about Martin Devlin. He had given her one of his hungry kisses when he said goodbye, and she felt at the moment he was dearer to her than life itself. He was urging her with voice, eyes, and lips to be his wife. A realization had come to her that she could temporize with the situation no longer. She must either agree to marry him or in some way bring the intimacy to an end. Corey played golf mornings and afternoons. Jeanette watched his mail and answered most of it herself, only consulting him when necessary. She would give him brief memorandums of what his mail contained and show him the carbons of the letters she had dispatched, signed with his name, per J.S. He did not have to give more than an hour a day to his affairs. The doctor had warned him about his diet and had directed him to take a hydrochloric acid prescription 3 times a day. Jeanette watched his food as well as his mail. She studied the menus in the dining room and ordered his meals in advance, so that he would be sure to eat the proper food. She made him take his medicine and persuaded him to try some electric baths that were operated in connection with the hotel. She kept a chart of his weight, and when they met at the breakfast table she would inquire about his night. She saw with satisfaction that he was improving steadily. His face, neck, and hands were turning a healthy bronze color. His appetite was excellent, his sleep undisturbed. At first a problem presented itself in Mrs. Sturgis. The little woman was intensely excited at being so closely associated with Mr. Corey. His presence agitated her. She felt it was her duty to entertain him, to evince an interest in his comings and goings, to maintain a pleasant and polite ripple of conversation at the table or whenever they were together. She believed it was expected of her to show an interest equal to her daughter's in the state of his health, and that she must always inquire how he felt and how he had passed the night. Jeanette knew Mr. Corey hated this kind of fussy solicitude. It annoyed and irritated him. The girl suffered acutely whenever her mother commenced to ply him with her prim inquiries, or when she pretended to be interested in his golf game, about which she knew, and her daughter and Mr. Corey knew she knew not one thing. Jeanette suspected there were moments when Mr. Corey could have strangled her with delight. There came a distressing hour eventually to mother and daughter. Jeanette had to tell her that Mr. Corey did not like her concern as to his welfare, that he had come down to White Sulphur Springs to rest, and that he must be spared all possible conversation. Mrs. Sturgis wept. She declared she had never been so insulted in her life, that she was going to pack her trunk and go home at once. It was in the midst of this scene that a bellboy of the hotel brought Jeanette a telegram, addressed to Mr. Corey. She tore it open. It was from his wife. Dear Chandler, am lonesome without you. Wish to join you for rest of your stay. Wire me if I may come. Can leave at once. Love, Rachel. Jeanette shut her teeth slowly as she read the words. It was most unfortunate. Mrs. Corey would upset her husband, would interfere with his daily routine, clash with him at once over his golf, object to the time he gave to it, find fault with Jeanette's presence, angrily resent her supervision of his health and meals, so that little of the hoped-for good would result from these weeks of rest and recreation, and Mr. Corey would amiably agree to letting her join him. Jeanette's distress soon persuaded Mrs. Sturgis to forget her own grievances. Once her sympathy for her daughter was aroused, she waxed indignant over Mrs. Corey's selfishness and lack of consideration. "Why, the woman must be crazy," she said warmly. "He came down here just to get away from her." "Oh, I know," murmured Jeanette, "and as sure as I show him her telegram, he will tell me to wire her to come at once." "Well, I wouldn't tell him anything about it," declared Mrs. Sturgis. They fell to discussing the situation. After long consultation and several efforts at drafting it, they concocted the following answer. Mr. Corey is not well. I think it would be unwise for you to join him just now. He is getting a maximum amount of rest and sleep, and anything tending to interfere with these, I believe, would be unfortunate. Will keep you advised of his condition, Jeanette Sturgis. In the middle of the night that followed, Jeanette awoke and considered what she had done.
As she lay awake reviewing the matter, the conviction slowly came to her that she had committed a dreadful blunder. Her mouth grew dry, a cold sweat broke out on her. She got up, went to the window, and gazed out upon the flat moonlight that filled the hotel garden below with evil shadows. Mrs. Corey was certain to be wild. She would be insane with anger. Jeanette could follow the workings of her mind. Was her husband's secretary to presume to her what she should do where his welfare was concerned? Was this stenographer at so much a week to take it upon herself to tell her employer's wife she did not think her presence at her husband's side a good thing for him? Was she implying that it would be harmful, distressful for him? Did she have such entire confidence in herself and her judgment that she could send a telegram like that without even consulting him? Oh, the heavens were about to fall. It was an irreparable mistake. Mr. Corey himself would be furious with her. The mental distress she had been anxious to save him, she had with her own hand brought 10 times more heavily upon him. She was a fool, an utter, inexcusable fool. She was... She did not sleep the rest of the night. She rolled and tossed in her bed and walked the floor. In the morning she went straight to Mr. Corey and told him what she had done. His seriousness as he frowned and pulled at his moustache confirmed her worst fears. He made no comment, asked a few questions. There was nothing more. Jeanette went on talking volubly, at times incoherently. For the first time in all years she had been his secretary, trying to justify herself. Suddenly a rush of tears blinded her. She tried to check them. It was useless.
Well, 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 Miss Sturgis, Corey said, consolingly patting her folding hands. You mustn't take it so hard. It's not such a serious matter. You're making too much of it. I guess I can square it for both of us.
He drew a sheet of hotel paper toward him and scribbled a couple of lines with his fountain pen.
Here, he said, shoving it towards her. Send her this telegram and see how it works.
Jeanette read what he had written through blurred vision.
Dear Rachel, Miss Sturgis has shown me your wire of yesterday. I agree with her that it would be a mistake for you to join me just at present. Am writing you much love, Chandler.
The girl looked up at him with swimming eyes. Impulsively she caught his hand. His generosity overwhelmed her. In a moment she had pressed the hand to her lips. They returned to New York the end of March. Mrs. Sturgis had been in a flutter of excitement during the last 10 days of their stay. She was madly anxious to get home to see Alice, who had written she was going to have another baby. Both her mother and sister were distressed at the news. They felt it was unfortunate she was going to have one so soon after her first. Little Etta was not a year old yet. On Washington's birthday, which fell on a Friday that year, Martin Devlin had come all the way from New York to see Jeanette. He had brought with him in his pocket a flawless, claw-set diamond solitaire in a little plush jeweler's box, and had begged Jeanette to allow him to slip it on her finger. She had found herself missing him during the weeks of separation more than she had believed it possible she could miss anyone. She missed his big hands and his big voice and his indefatigable solicitude, his joyous laugh, his unwavering love for her. In the months, it was close to a year, that she had known him, she had grown dependent upon these. Martin was part of her life now. She could not imagine it without him. Love had enriched the existence of both. But she was no nearer marrying him than she had ever been. During the weeks of sunshine, the hours of solitude and thinking she had enjoyed, it seemed to her that marriage would be a terrible mistake. She believed she saw her destiny lying straight ahead. She had chosen a vocation, and like a nun who renounces marriage, she too must give up all thought of being a wife. She must pursue her life work unhampered by domesticity. Not forever would she be Mr. Corey's secretary. There were heights beyond she planned to attain. She told herself she had the capacity of being a successful executive. Some day she would hold a position like Miss Holland's, have a department of her own. Walt Chase had charge of the mail order business. One of these days he would be promoted to something more responsible, and Jeanette intended then to ask Mr. Corey to give her his place. She knew she could do the work, perhaps even better than Walt Chase.
She had plans already to make it larger and to get out special literature designed to arouse women's interests. Walt Chase was getting $75 a week now. She would like to be earning that much. She knew what she would do with it. She'd begin to put by $100 a month and invest it in good securities. When she grew old or wanted to take a vacation, she would have something saved up. She had only commenced to think of these matters recently, but now the idea fired her. It would be wonderful to have a private income of one's own, and perhaps she might take her mother with her on a little jaunt to Europe. But matrimony? No, marriage was too great a risk, too much of an experiment. She acknowledged she loved Martin Devlin as much as she could ever love any man. Of that she was sure. She was not equally sure she would always be happy with him, that she would like married life itself. Why risk something that might bring her untold sadness? So Jeanette had argued before Martin arrived to see her, and so she had planned to tell him. It was a familiar conclusion with her, but this time she determined that he should have the truth, and she would convince him that she could never marry him. But when Martin put his big fingers around her arm and drew her strongly to him, crushing her in his embrace while he forced his lips against hers, she wanted to swoon in his arms and so die. The weakness was but momentary. She fled from him, won control of herself again, and the bars were up once more between them. But she had not been able to bring herself to enunciate her high resolve. She had refused the ring, yet Martin had returned to New York with the confident feeling that some day she would wear it. Mr. Corey had entirely regained his old buoyancy during the 6 weeks' rest. He came back to his desk with all the dynamic energy which had so impressed Jeanette when she first became his secretary. She too was glad to be home again, back in her own office, resuming her daily routine, gathering up the threads of activity and influence she loved to have within her grasp, and seeing Martin every day. Alice, with her round eyes, reflecting in their depths that same curious light Jeanette had noticed when the first baby was coming, welcomed her mother and sister in the gayest of spirits. She was having not nearly the same degree of discomfort, she told them, that she had had while carrying Etta. She made them come to dinner the night they arrived in New York. She wanted them to see the baby and to show them the sewing machine Roy was buying for her on the installment plan. Martin was included in the party. This troubled Jeanette a little, for it seemed to establish him in the family circle. She had returned from White Sulphur Springs on Sunday. On Tuesday, Mr. Corey did not come to the office all day. Jeanette had expected him. He had said nothing to her about being absent. She had no idea where he was. On Wednesday, when he came in the middle of the morning, a strained white look upon his face told her at once that something had gone wrong. He rang for her almost immediately, and indicated a chair for her, while he instructed the operator at the telephone switchboard he was not to be disturbed. "Miss Sturgis," he began, working a troubled thumb and forefinger at the end of his mustache, "I have some unhappy news for you. It has been unhappy for me, and I fear it will be equally so for you. Mrs. Corey, as you know, is a high-strung, temperamental woman. You've no doubt observed she had a decidedly suspicious nature." Jeanette's heart stood still. In a flash, she saw what was coming. A gathering roar began mounting in her ears. Every muscle grew tense. She could see Mr. Corey's mouth moving, his lips forming words, and she heard his voice. But what he was saying was meaningless to her. She could get no sense out of it. Suddenly he came to the word, divorce. Her whole nature seemed to have been waiting for him to say it. As he pronounced it, she sat bolt upright, and a quick convulsion passed through her. At once her mind was clear, and she was able to follow everything he was saying. Wrote her a long letter from the hotel. I was loving and affectionate in it, as affectionate as I knew how to be, for I feared the unfortunate matter of the telegrams would anger her. I think I wrote some 8 or 9 pages, and I tried to explain that you had been merely actuated by your solicitude for me. In my anxiety to placate her, I spoke very harshly of you. Told her that you realized you had overstepped your province, that I had given you a severe reprimand, and that you were much chagrined. I explained to her carefully your mother was with us, but she knew that was to be before we left.
I assured her of my devotion. I got no answer. I suspected before we reached New York that she was at outs with me, but there have been other occasions when this was so, and I had no doubt that I could soothe her injured feelings. She had always resented your being my secretary, of course. You've known that. I did not dream, however, that she was as angry with me as she evidently is. She has shut herself into her own apartment at home and declines to see me. She is preparing to file against me a suit for absolute divorce, accusing me of improper conduct with you at White Sulphur Springs, claiming that your mother was bribed into conniving. Ah! Gasped Jeanette. I'm telling you these unpleasant details so that you can fully grasp the situation. You will have to know in any case, and I think it is only fair to you to give you the whole truth from the start. She has gone to Leonard and Harvester and persuaded them to represent her. I don't know what Dick Leonard is thinking about. He has known me for 20 years. Winchell, whom I saw yesterday, has been to interview Leonard, and he informs me that a detective agency was employed to watch us while we were at the hotel, and that affidavits have been obtained from some of the hotel employees which substantiate Mrs. Corey's allegations. Mr. Corey smiled wryly. I don't want to go on shocking you in this fashion. I just wish to say that Winchell showed me a copy of the plea, and the statements contained in it are as odious as they are false. You and I have been spared nothing. Again Mr. Corey paused, and a savage frown gathered on his brow. Jeanette was trembling. She wet her lips and swallowed convulsively. The brunt of the attack, he resumed after a moment, seems to be leveled against you. Leonard told Winchell that Mrs. Corey had no desire to expose me. That was the word used. She wishes to bring to an immediate termination a relationship which she cannot tolerate. She declines, so Leonard states, to remain my wife as long as you are my secretary. As Winchell points out, we have no way of determining whether or not she is in earnest. Of course, she cannot prove her suit. She can prove nothing. But she sees quite clearly she can blacken your reputation before the world and force you out of this office by the very publicity which is bound to be attached to the case. It makes me angry. It makes me very angry. I have been thinking over the situation from every angle, and I would willingly, and I confess with a good deal of relish, contest her suit, for her to retract every word she has said against either of us, and assist you in every way I could in suing her for libel. All my life, my guiding principle has been justice. I believe in justice. I believe in a square deal, and this is foul, rank, and outrageously unfair. If there was any possible way of obtaining justice for you, I wouldn't care anything for myself. I would welcome the publicity. Certainly I have no cause to dread it, but it would serve you hard. Take our own office here. How many of those people outside there would believe in your or my innocence, no matter how completely we were vindicated? But far more important than the opinion of any one of those out there, or that of all of them together, is the effect this unpleasant story would have upon your young man. No doubt he has the same confidence in you that I have, but you will appreciate that no man likes to have for a wife a girl who has been mixed up in a scandal. You see how it would be. Devlin is a fine fellow. I like him. He will make his mark. You have confided in me that you care for him. Well, Miss Sturgis, I advise you to marry him. Marry him before this ugly story gets bruited abroad. I am convinced it will never be told. I know Mrs. Corey, and I know how she will act. As soon as she hears you are married and no longer here, she will withdraw her suit and be anxious to make amends. I have no desire for a divorce. I understand all too well that it will be Mrs. Corey who will suffer if we are separated, not I, and I have the wish to protect her against herself. There are the children to think of, too. This is merely the act of an insane woman, a woman blinded by jealousy. Outrageously unfair as it is to you, and much as I shall hate to part with you, it seems to be the wisest thing to do. Winchell advises it, and I confess, when I think of your own interests and everything that is involved, I agree with him. What do you think?
Jeanette sat, staring at her folded hands. Slowly the tears welled themselves up over her lashes and splashed upon the crisp linen of her shirtwaist. She was not sorrowful, she was only hurt and cruelly shocked that anyone could believe the things Mrs. Corey had said of her, and this man who was father, friend, and counselor to her, whom she loved and respected, and who she knew loved and respected her in return. Their relationship during the 4.5 years they had been so intimately associated had been above criticism. It had been perfect, irreproachable. Jeanette felt foully smirched by the base imputation. "Gracious goodness," she said at last upon a quivering breath, her breast rising, tears trembling on her lashes, but for the instant her eyes blazed. "Well," Mr. Corey said wearily after a pause, "it's too bad, isn't it?" Too bad? Too bad? Ah, yes, it was indeed too bad. Silence filled the book-lined room, the very room she had taken such pains and such delight in furnishing so tastefully. She recalled Mrs. Corey had resented that. She had put some fresh pine boughs in the earthenware pot in the corner yesterday, and the office smelled fragrantly of balsam. The rumble of the presses below sent a fine tremor through the building. Both man and girl stared at the floor. They were thinking the same things. There was no need to voice them. Both understood. It was all clear now to each. He was right. The best thing, the only thing for her to do was to resign. That would immediately pacify his wife. It would avert the breach and save Corey from an ugly scandal which could only hurt him. And then there was herself to consider. Her own good name, her mother and Alice, and there was Martin. Nothing stood in the way now of her giving him the answer for which he eagerly waited. Martin, ah, there was a refuge for her. There was a haven ready to welcome her. He would take her to himself, protect her, shield her against these slandering tongues. Suddenly, at the thought of him, so merry and strong and confident, of his joy at the promise she was now free to make, the floodgates of her heart opened, and bowing her head upon her fiercely clasped hands, she burst into convulsive sobbing. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Sections 9 through 12. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 5, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 5. June sunshine streamed in through the open windows in an avalanche of golden light and lay in bright parallelograms on the floor. Jeanette was making the bed. She was in the gayest of spirits and sang as she punched the pillows to rid them of lumpiness and smoothed them flat. She spread the brilliant cretonne cover with its gaudy design of pheasants over the bed, turned it neatly back 2 feet from the headboard, laid the pillows in place, and folded the cretonne over them, tucking it in gently at the top. The bed cover was not as long as it should have been, and it required nice adjustments to make it lap over the pillows. It was the Wanamaker man's fault, Jeanette always thought, when she reached this point in her morning's housework. She had told him with the utmost pains how she wished the cretonne to go, and it was his mistake that it was not long enough. Short as it was, it could be made to reach by allowing only a scant inch or 2 at the bottom. She had put the same material at the windows in narrow strips of outside curtaining, and there was a gathered valance across the top. The bedroom was sweet, charming, and beautifully appointed like the rest of her domain. Her mother and Alice had raved about everything. Martin liked it too, though his wife wished he could find the same amount of pleasure in their little home that she did. Martin was like most men. He did not notice things, never commented upon her ideas and clever arrangements. To her the apartment was perfection. It was situated in a building that had just been erected in the West 80s, halfway between Broadway and the Drive. It had 5 rooms, and the rent was $50 a month. More perhaps than they ought to be paying, but Martin had argued that $10 one way or another did not make any particular difference, and if it suited Jeanette, he was for signing the lease. So he had put his name to the formidable-looking legal document,
and the young Devlins had agreed to pay the big rent and to live there for a year. They could remain in it for life, Jeanette declared, as far as she was concerned. She could not imagine ever wanting a more beautiful or a more satisfactory home. The apartment contained all the latest improvements, electric lights, steam heat, a house telephone. The woodwork was chastely white throughout, the electrolier in the dining room a plain dull brass, the fixtures in all the rooms were of the same lustreless metal, between dining and living rooms were glass doors, the panes set in squares. The bathroom floor was solid marquetry of small octagonal tiles embedded in cement, and glossy tiling rose about the walls to the height of the shoulder. The room glistened with shining nickel and flawless porcelain. The bathtub was sumptuous and had a shower arrangement with a rubber sheeting on rings to envelop the bather. Martin had grinned when his eye took in these details. He swore in his enthusiasm. By God, he certainly would enjoy a bathroom like that. It certainly would be great. But Jeanette was more intrigued with the kitchen. Here were white-painted cupboards, fragrantly smelling of new wood, and a marvelous pantry full of neat contrivances, drawers, bins, and lockers. In one of them Jeanette discovered a little sawdust and a few carpenter's shavings. They spoke eloquently of the newness and cleanliness of everything. There was a shining gas stove, too, with a roomy oven that had an enameled door and a bright nickel knob to it. There was even a gas heater connected with the boiler. All one had to do was to touch a match to the burner, the renting agent explained, and presto! The flame came up, heated the coil of copper pipe, and in a moment, oh yes, indeed, much less than a minute, there was the hot water. It had seemed so miraculous to Jeanette that she had not believed it would work. But it did, perfectly. No fault was to be found with anything connected with the wonderful establishment. There had been plenty of money with which to furnish it just as Jeanette pleased. The publishing company had presented her with a check for $250 as a wedding gift in appreciation for her faithful services, and Mr. Corey had supplemented this with one of his own for a like amount.
No, don't thank me, please, Miss Sturgis,
he had said, almost impatiently as he handed it to her.
I feel so badly about your going, and I can never pay you for all you've done for me. This is a poor evidence of my gratitude and esteem. I wish I might make it thousands instead of hundreds.
In addition, he had sent her on the day she was married a tall silver flower vase that must have cost, Jeanette and Martin decided, almost as much as the amount of his check. Her mother had borrowed $500 upon the old paid-up policy, asserting that she had done so for Alice, and the older daughter was entitled to a like amount upon getting married. And besides all this, Martin had turned over to his wife, on the day the lease had been signed, several hundreds more. It appeared that a year before, about the very time he had met Jeanette, his mother died. She had lived in Watertown, New York, where Martin was born, and where she had an interest in a small grocery business. Martin's father, dead for 16 years, had been a grocer and had run a back room in connection with his store, where Milwaukee beer had been dispensed but never hard liquor. Jeanette did not give her mother these facts when she learned them. It was nobody's business, she contended. Everybody, when he came to America, was a pioneer and began in a humble way. Paul Devlin's old partner, Con Donovan, who had come over from Ballahadreen with him in '73, had carried on the business after his demise, and there had been money enough to send Martin to school and to support the boy and Paul's widow. But when his mother had followed his father to the grave, Martin had no longer any interest in groceries, and he gladly accepted the $3,000 Con Donovan offered him for his inherited share of the business. It hadn't been enough to do anything with, Martin explained to his wife, so he had just blown it. It accounted for the theater tickets, the presents, the entertainments with which he had backed his wooing. There was nearly $1,000 left after the honeymoon to Atlantic City, and Martin had gone to his bank and transferred the whole account to his wife's name upon their return, telling her to go ahead and furnish the new home in any way she fancied. Jeanette had nearly $1,700 in the bank when she began. She had no thought of spending so much, but it melted away in the most surprising fashion. Martin, in a way, was responsible for this. Whenever she consulted him, he was always in favor of the more expensive course. She would have been quite satisfied with a $220 dining room set, but he decided in favor of the one that cost $350. When she said she would be contented with the simple white-painted wooden bed, he had chosen a brass one and ordered the box spring mattress that had cost nearly $100 more. He had also persuaded her against her judgment in the matter of the big davenport and the upholstered chairs that went with it for the living room. Then there had been the matter of the 2 oil paintings in ornate gold frames upon which they had chanced in Macy's while on a shopping tour. Jeanette had grave doubts about the oils. She did not know whether they were good or bad. Her misgivings in regard to them may have sprung from the fact that they hung in Macy's art gallery, but there could be no questioning the handsomeness and impressiveness of the gold frames.
"Why, sure, let's have 'em," Martin said,
eyeing them judiciously as he and his wife stood together considering the purchase.
"They look like $1,000,000, and anything I hate are bare walls. You want to have the place looking, artistic and classy." "The autumn coloring in this one is most lifelike," the eager young salesman ventured. "It seems to me they both have a great deal of depth and quality, don't you think? And while, of course, the size has nothing to do with the art, still I really think you ought to take into consideration the fact that this canvas is 36 by 27, and the other one is nearly as large. Now, for $25 and $30... "Sure, let's have 'em," Martin decided in his lordly arbitrary way. "And if I find out they're no good," he added to the beaming salesman, "I'll come back here and slap Mrs. Macy on the wrist."
This was most appreciated, and the very next day, in much excelsior and paper wrappings, the 2 heavily framed paintings arrived, and now hung facing one another in the front room. Jeanette used to study them, finger on lip, wondering if they had merit or were nothing but daubs. They appeared all right, there was nothing to criticize about them as far as she could see. But she knew they would never mean anything to her as long as she remembered they had been bought at Macy's. Her mother warmly shared her husband's enthusiasm. "Why, dearie, they look perfectly beautiful," she told her daughter. "And they give your home such an air of distinction. I wouldn't worry my head about where they came from as long as they give you pleasure." But if Jeanette had misgivings about the pictures, she had no doubts about anything else her perfect little home contained. It was complete as far as she could make it, from the service of plated flat silver her old associates at the office had clubbed together and given her, to the carpet sweeper that had a little closet of its own to stand in, along with the extra leaves of the dining-room table. There were towels, sheets, table linen, chairs, pictures, and rugs. She had indulged her fancy somewhat in curtaining, had decided on plain net at the windows with narrow strips of some brightly colored material on either side. She had picked out a salmon-tinted, satin-finished drapery at Wanamaker's for the living room, and gay cretonne for her bedroom, and she had had these curtains made at the store. "I'd be forever doing the work," she had said in justifying this extravagance to Martin, "and we want to get settled sometime." "Sure, have 'em made," he agreed genially. The dining room had puzzled Jeanette for a long time, but after the dark blue carpet had been selected and made into a rug to fit the room, she had found a blue madras that just matched its tone. It cost a great deal more than she felt she ought to pay, but she had bought the 12 yards she needed, nevertheless, and had determined she could save something by cutting and hemming the curtains herself. She could take them out to Alice's and use her sewing machine. It was all finished now, Jeanette reflected, pushing the big brass bed into place against the wall. They had been a little reckless, perhaps, but now they were ready to settle down, begin to live quietly, and to save. They owed about $200 at Wanamaker's, but would soon manage to pay that off. She went on calculating expenses as she ran the carpet sweeper about the room. Martin liked a good deal of meat, so she doubted if she could manage the table on less than $12 or maybe $13 a week. That would take half of what he gave her on Saturdays. She needed so much for this, so much for that, and she would have to get herself some kind of a silk dress for the hot weather. Still, she thought she could save $5 or $6 a week, and Martin ought to be able to do the same. They would have the Wanamaker bill paid in a few months. As she went on running the sweeper under the bed and pushing it gingerly into corners so as not to mar the paint of the baseboards, she reflected that, as a matter of fact, Martin had really no right to expect her to pay anything out of her weekly money on what they owed Wanamaker. Every cent of that bill had been for house furnishings, and it had been clearly understood between them that her money was for the table and herself. Still, it had been she who had wanted the curtains. She ought to help pay for them. When the bathroom was cleaned, Martin's bath towel spread along the rim of the tub to dry. his dirty shirt and collar put into the laundry basket, his shoes set neatly on the floor of the closet, the ash receiver in the living room emptied, and the cushions on the davenport straightened. Jeanette settled herself in a rocking chair at the window, her basket of sewing in her lap. She hated sewing. The basket was entangled confusion, but it was always that way. Spools and yarn, papers of needles, pins, buttons, threads, tape, and scraps of material were all mixed up together in a fine snarl. She found a certain degree of satisfaction in its confusion. Today she had a run in one of her silk stockings to draw together, and a button to sew on Martin's coat. She caught the coat up first, and as she held it in her hands, the song that she had been humming all morning died upon her lips. She looked at the garment with softening eyes, then she raised its rough texture to her cheek and kissed it. It smelled of its owner, a smell that was fragrance to her, an odor scented faintly with cigars, but even more redolent of the man himself. It was strong, it was masculine, it was Martin. There was no smell like it in the world, or one half so sweet. She mused as she searched for a black silk thread, needle, and thimble. When Alice had extolled to her the wonderful happiness of marriage, how right she had been. Jeanette pitied all unmarried women now. There was a freemasonry among wives, and all spinsters, old and young, were debarred from the mystic circle. She wondered what made the difference. Unmarried women were all buds that had never opened to the full beauty of the mature flower. They were the uninitiated, and so long as they remained so, would never attain their full powers. Miss Holland, now, was a fine woman, efficient, capable, executive, but how much more able and efficient and remarkable if she had married. She might be divorced, she might be a widow. That did not make a difference. It seemed to Jeanette, in the full bloom of her own wifehood, it was marrying that counted. It was that Mrs. before a woman's name that gave her standing, poise, position in the world, broadened her sympathies, increased her capabilities. She thought her own marriage perfection. She considered herself the happiest, most fortunate of wives. Her pretty home enchanted her, and Martin was the most satisfactory of adoring husbands. He had his faults, she presumed, and she, no doubt, had hers, but there were never woman and man so happy together, so ideally congenial. She thought of her honeymoon, the few days at Atlantic City. She had never learned to swim, but Martin was an expert. He had looked stunning in his bathing suit, straight, clean-limbed, with his big chest and shoulders and his slim waist, the figure of an athlete, as she indeed discovered him to be when he struck out into the sea with the freedom of a seal, flinging the water from his black mop of hair with a quick head-toss now and then, his arms working like flails. They had plunged through the breakers together, and Martin had held her high up as the curling water crashed down upon them. It had been cold but exhilarating, and a group had gathered on the boardwalk and down on the beach to watch the two battling with the waves. Then there had been the quiet rolling up and down the boardwalk in the big chair while the tide of Easter visitors sauntered past them in all their gay clothing. The weather had been warm, the sunshine glorious. She thought of their room at the hotel and the intimate times of dressing and undressing in each other's presence. It had been emotional, exciting, a little frightening, but there had been the discovery of perfect comradeship, and all the other phases of marriage, pleasant and unpleasant, had been forgotten. Companionship, wholehearted, unreserved, constant. That was the outstanding feature of marriage for Jeanette. Her mind carried her on to contemplate the future and what it held in store for them. Her marriage with Martin must be a success. There must be no quarreling, no disagreements, no bickerings. There must never, never be any talk of divorce between them. Ah, how she hated the word divorce now! She had never given the subject any particular consideration heretofore. It was merely an accepted proceeding by which unhappily married people won back their freedom. But how differently she felt about it today! She would die rather than ever consent to a divorce from Martin. She'd forgive him anything. He was a little spoiled, perhaps. He liked to have his own way, and he hated anything unpleasant. It must be her duty to humor and educate him. She must give a little, exact a little. A successful marriage, she believed, depended upon that. A husband and wife must become adjusted to one another. If necessary, she resolved, she would give more than she received. Oh yes, she would give and give and give. Martin had only one serious fault, and that was he too much liked having a good time. It seemed to her he was never satisfied with anything less than an epicure's dinner. He must have the best all the time. He loved cocktails and wine and good cigars, a snappy show, a little bite of something afterwards, a gay place to dine, lively music, lights, color. He wanted to go places where there was something doing, and he didn't want to go places where there was nothing doing. These were familiar expressions on his lips. His wife told herself she liked a good time, too. She loved the theater and to dress well, and she liked a gay restaurant, good food and music, but she didn't want them all the time. She wasn't as dependent upon them as Martin was. A husband and wife, she considered, should not indulge in too much of that kind of frivolous living, and no later than last evening she had had a talk with Martin about it.
"Oh, sure, my dear. You're dead right," he had assured her. "I know, we must settle down and stay at home nights, but we're still having our honeymoon, and I can't get used to the idea that you're my wife. It just seems to me we ought to celebrate all the time."
Martin was always so reasonable, thought Jeanette, recalling his words. She decided she would have a specially nice dinner for him that night to show him how much she appreciated his sweetness. She paused a moment over the decision, as she recalled that something vague had been said to her mother about coming to dine with them. She knew Martin would prefer to be alone, and she wanted to encourage the idea of his spending the evening quietly with her. She would go to see her mother and explain matters. She would have lunch with her. At Kratzmer's she would stop and get some salad, and she'd buy some crumpets at Henry's and take them along with her. Abruptly she determined to let the run in her stocking wait. She wound the silk several times about the button on Martin's coat, pushed the needle through the fabric twice, and snapped the thread close to the cloth with an incisive bite of her teeth. Then she carried the work to her room, hanging Martin's coat on a hanger in the closet. As she proceeded to dress carefully, she considered each detail of her costume. Her wardrobe was delightfully complete. She had plenty of clothes, a suitable garment for any demand. While an office worker, she had always dressed with certain soberness, an eye to business decorum. But as a married woman, a young matron who lived at the Dexter Court apartments, she felt she could allow herself more latitude. She ran her eye appraisingly over the file of dresses that hung neatly in her closet. Their number gratified her. She was even satisfied with her hats. Now she lifted down her blue broadcloth tailor suit, covered handsomely with braid, and selected a soft white silk shirtwaist that had a V-neck and a pleated ruffled collar. She drew on fine brown silk stockings and fitted her feet into tan Oxfords. Her ankles were trim and shapely. She never had appeared so smartly dressed. Her appearance delighted her, but she was in doubt about the hat for the day and finally selected the Lichtenberg model, a silvered straw with a flaring brim, trimming in gray velvet and a curling gray cock's feather. As she pulled her hands into tan gloves and gave a final glance at herself in the long mirror of the bathroom door, she decided that was the costume she would wear when she went to the offices of the Chandler B. Corey Company to pay her old friends a visit. Mrs. Sturgis had declared after Jeanette's marriage she preferred to remain in the old apartment where she had been comfortable for so many years. To be sure, the rent was $30 a month, but she said she could manage that. She had her music lessons, 4 or 5 hours a day, and there were other pupils to be had if she needed the income, but it did not appear necessary. Elsa Newman's cousin, Cora Newman, who had been studying with Bellini for 2 years, had developed a truly remarkable mezzo, and she preferred Mrs. Sturgis to any other accompanist. The very weekend Jeanette was married, Cora Newman had given her first public recital, and Mrs. Sturgis had been at the piano. She had had a very beautiful black dress made for the occasion, and the affair had been a great success. The critics had praised Miss Newman's voice, and the Tribune had given a special line to the player. The singer was sympathetically accompanied at the piano by Mrs. Henrietta Spaulding Sturgis. Now both Elsa and Cora wanted her whenever either of them sang, and there were plans ahead for a concert tour to Quebec and Montreal. If that turned out successfully, they were talking of an upstate trip in the fall through Rochester, Syracuse, as far as Buffalo. "You know what I eat, lovies," Miss Sturgis had explained to her daughters when keeping the apartment was being discussed among them, "is microscopic, and it won't cost me $5 a week. I can always get whatever I need at Kratzmer's, and a little tea and toast is often all I want." "But that's just it," Jeanette had expostulated. "You don't eat enough to keep a bird alive. Anyhow, if you live by yourself, you won't eat that." Mrs. Sturgis had assured them she would take good care of herself. "You can't imagine me happy in a boarding house," she had challenged, "and I wouldn't be able to have a piano there or give lessons." There had been no answer to this. Boarding in one place and renting a studio in another would be even more expensive than keeping the apartment. Today, Jeanette heard the familiar finger exercises as she neared the top of the long stair flight of her old home. Ta-ta-ta-ta-dee-da-da-da-da. Ta-ta-ta-ta-dee-da-da-da-da. And as she noiselessly opened the back door kitchenward, her mother's voice from the studio. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... She took off her hat and gloves, laid them on her mother's bed, and went to peek in the cupboard. There was a piece of bakery pie and a few eggs. She decided to make an omelette, and with the toasted crumpets and tea, a little jar of marmalade, and the potato salad she had brought with her, she and her mother would lunch royally. It was 10 minutes to 12. The lesson would soon be over. They lingered over their repast until nearly 2. Mrs. Sturgis had lessons from 4 to 6, the after-school hours, but until then she was free. She had had half a notion, she confessed, of going down to Union Square that afternoon to look at some new piano pieces for beginners at Schirmer's. Jeanette told her she would go with her. She wanted to get an alligator pear for Martin's dinner, but neither of them appeared inclined to terminate the little luncheon at the kitchen table. They had finished the crumpets, but there was still marmalade left, and Mrs. Sturgis produced some pieces of cold leftover toast with which to finish it. She was full of news and her affairs. In the first place, Alice and Roy were going to Freeport on Long Island for the summer. They had found a very nice place where they could board for $18 a week. Oh yes, both of them, and the baby too. Roy was going to commute every day, and the Bronx flat was to be closed. Just turn the key in the door and leave it until they were ready to come back. Then there was great talk about the concert tour. Bellini, who had sailed only the day before yesterday for Italy, had thought Miss Elsa and Miss Cora had better study another winter before attempting it, but a most encouraging letter had been received from Montreal, and both the girls were eager to try the experiment. They were in doubt as to whether they should take a violinist with them or not. Of course, a violinist would be a drawing card, but they would have his salary and all his expenses to pay, which would cut down the profits, if there were any. Jeanette's mother did not think it was in the least necessary, but if they didn't take one, Miss Elsa had said Mrs. Sturgis had better be prepared to do some solo numbers, and that meant she'd have to do some real hard practicing, as she hadn't done anything like that for years. She did not know whether to work up the Mendelssohn Capriccioso or the Chopin Fantasie Impromptue. What did Jeanette think? Of course, there was that meditation, but as her mother rambled on, Jeanette's mind wandered. Her thoughts were with Martin. She wondered what he was doing at that moment, with whom he lunched, how she could entertain him in the evenings and keep him from wanting to go out. He must have some friends whom she could invite to dinner. There was Beatrice Alexander, of course, and she had heard him speak pleasantly of Herbert Gibbs, the younger of the 2 Gibbs brothers. He was married, she remembered. His wife had a baby, and they lived somewhere down on Long Island. She herself would have liked to have asked Miss Holland, but she was hardly the type that would interest Martin. There was Tommy Livingston, but Tommy was really too young. Her mind rested on Sandy McGregor. He was a widower. His wife had been dead for over a year. She knew he would love to come to them, and Martin was sure to like him. The thought exalted her. Sandy and Beatrice Alexander would make an excellent combination. She accompanied her mother downtown in gay spirits, full of determination to put this plan immediately into effect. The dinner party, when it took place, was not altogether a success. Still, it was far from being a failure. Sandy unquestionably had a good time, for he and Martin took a great liking to each other. Beatrice had proven the unfortunate element. She had always been diffident, and the eyeglasses hopelessly disfigured her. Martin liked her because he knew her so well. One had to know Beatrice to appreciate her. But Sandy had been merely polite and amiable. He enjoyed Martin and Martin's cocktails, however. They had 1 or 2 before dinner, and each time they raised their glasses, Sandy said, "Saloon!" which had amused Martin vastly. The dinner itself was delicious. Even Jeanette felt satisfied. The baked onions stuffed with minced ham, Alice had suggested that and shown her how to do them, had been enthusiastically praised. The chicken had been tender, and the iced pudding ordered at Henry's could not have been more delicious. After dinner they played auction bridge. Martin loved cards in any form, and he undertook to teach Jeanette. Sandy was an old hand at the game, but Beatrice Alexander was but a timid player. After 3 or 4 rubbers the men abandoned the cards, which Jeanette could see bored them with such partners, and began matching quarters, and Martin had won $18. The last match had been for double or nothing, and Jeanette was hardly able to stifle the quick breath of relief that came to her lips when Martin won. She had always known Sandy to be liberal-handed, and he paid his losses good-humoredly, telling Jeanette in a way that made her believe he meant what he said, that he had had a wonderful evening, and would telephone shortly to ask the Devlins to dinner with him. He generously offered to take Beatrice Alexander home, and Jeanette returned from the elevator, where she and Martin had bidden good night to their departing guests, to the disorder and smoky atmosphere of their little home, with the feeling that it had all been worthwhile. "My Lord," Martin said that night as he lay in bed, waiting for her to wind the clock, open the window, snap out the lights, and join him. "I wish you had a girl out there in the kitchen to help you with all that mess. Damned if I like the idea of my wife doing all those dirty dishes and having to clean up everything tomorrow. It will take you all day." "Well," Jeanette answered, "I'll hate it tomorrow myself, but I really don't mind very much. I love the idea of entertaining our friends. But we can't have a girl yet. I've got to do my own work for a while at any rate. You see, Martin, I was figuring it out." She had crawled in beside him, and at once his arms were about her, and she had nestled close to him, her head on his hard shoulder. "Your friend Sandy's a corker," he said, kissing her hair and ignoring her plan of figures and economy. "I like that guy fine. You can have all that $18 I won from him." "Oh, Martin!" "Sure, of course. I'll put it in the till." The till was a small round canister intended for tea, but converted into a savings bank. "You'll do nothing of the kind," Martin told her. "You blow it in on yourself or for something nice for the house." "But Mart," she remonstrated, "I want to pay off that Wanamaker's bill. We can't have a girl in the kitchen until we don't owe a cent." "Ah, don't worry so, Jan. You're always scared we're going to go bust or something. I'll get a raise as soon as summer's over. Gibbs is bound to come through, 'cause he knows I'll quit if he don't. I bring in a lot of fine business to that outfit, and all my customers are dandy friends of mine. I'll not be working for him at 50 per much longer." "Mart," Jeanette said suddenly, "wouldn't it be a good plan to have Herbert Gibbs and his wife to dinner some night and show them how nice we are and how nice we live and what a good dinner we can give them? You know, it might help. He tells his brother everything, Beatrice says." "Great! Say, that's a bully idea." Martin was at once enthusiastic. "Herb would like it fine, and so would Mrs. Herb. I'll get some good old Burgundy and pour it into him and feed him some Coronas, and he'll just expand like a night bloomin' Sirius." And on this happy plan, still with an arm about her, her head pillowed on his shoulder, they drifted off to sleep. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 5. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 6 through 9 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 6 through 9. Some 6 weeks after her return to New York from Atlantic City, Jeanette arrayed herself in her braided broadcloth tailor suit, drew on her tan silk stockings and tan shoes, set the gray hat at a smart angle upon her head, added the touch of a fine meshed veil that brought the curling gray cock's feather close to her hair, and paid her long-deferred visit to the office. As she turned in at the familiar portals, she was astonished at the difference between her present feelings and those of old. A year before she had entered the building with a hurried step, a preoccupied manner, her mind busy as she hastened to her work with ways of attacking and dispatching it. She had been conscious then that she was the president's secretary, and had borne herself accordingly as she made her way through the groups of gossiping girls, aware they thought her haughty and unapproachable. Today she was Mrs. Martin Devlin, a matron, smartly dressed, come to pay a visit to the publishing house with the air of a lady who had perhaps arrived to select a book in the retail department, or to enter a subscription. The dusty office atmosphere was alien to her now. The bustling, eager clerks, intent upon their affairs, seemed pettily employed. There was something ridiculous about it all to her. Yet less than 3 months ago this had been her world. All the vital interests of her life had been centered within these square walls. She still loved it, loved the building, the cold cement floors, the bare ceilings studded with sprinkler valves, loved what evidences of her own handiwork she recognized, the window boxes and the miniature close-clipped trees that stood in the entrance, the name of the house in neat gold lettering on the street windows. Ellis, the colored elevator man, was the first to recognize her. He grinned, flashing his white teeth out of his black face, chuckling largely. "Well, it certainly is good to see you. It certainly is like old times to see you round," he said, rolling back the clanging door. She stepped out upon the familiar 4th floor. It was the same, no different, the old racket, the old hum and confusion. A minute or two passed before she was seen. Then there was a general whispering. Machines stopped clicking, heads turned. There were smiles and nods from all parts of the big room. Mrs. O'Brien, Mr. Kipps, stenographer, rose and came to greet her. Miss Sylvester and Miss Kate Smith followed suit. Presently there was a small crowd around her, with questions, laughter, little cooing cries of pleasure, a feminine chatter. She caught Mr. Allister's eye as she was leaving Mr. Corey's office. "'Pon my word!" She could not hear him say it, but she saw his lips from the phrase and noted his pleased surprise. He came forward at once, smiling broadly, pushing his way through the women who gave place to him. "Glad to see you, Miss Sturgis," he said, beaming. "Only, by Jove, you're not Miss Sturgis any more. Devlin, isn't it? Does Mr. Corey know you're here? He'll be delighted, I know. Wants to see you badly. 2 or 3 matters have come up he'd like to ask you about. Nobody round here seems to know a thing about them. Come in, he'll be mighty glad to see you." He pulled back the swing gate in the counter and walked with her toward Mr. Corey's office. As Jeanette passed within a few feet of Miss Holland's desk, and as their eyes met, she mouthed, "See you in just a minute." "Here's an old friend of ours," said Mr. Allister, opening Mr. Corey's door. The white head came up, and immediately a pleased flush spread over the face of the man at the desk. "Well, well, well," he said, getting to his feet and coming to take both her hands. "Miss Sturgis, it's good to see you again." "She's not Miss Sturgis any more," laughed Mr. Allister. That's so, it's Devlin, of course." "Well, Mrs. Devlin, you surely look as though marriage agreed with you." They were all laughing in good spirits. A few moments of inconsequential remarks, and then Allister withdrew, while Mr. Corey made Jeanette sit down. "Oh, I must have a talk," he insisted, "and hear all about you." The door opened, and young Tommy Livingston came in with a question on his lips. His eyes lighted as he recognized the caller. "My new secretary," said Corey, smiling. "Oh, is that so?" Jeanette was pleased. The boy had always been a protégé of hers. "Well, Tommy, this is a step up for you." "Yes, indeed," he said, grinning. "I'm doing the best I know how." "Tommy does very well," approved Mr. Corey. "I didn't know you understood dictation," said Jeanette. "I don't very well. I've got a stenographer in my office. 'Member Miss Bates? And I'm going to night school and learning shorthand. I can run a machine fairly decently now." "Well, isn't that splendid?" Presently she was alone with Mr. Corey again. He asked about her, about Martin, about her married life. She was frank with her answers. "I shall never thank you enough," she said, "for persuading me to accept Mr. Devlin. I never would have married if you hadn't made me, and I never would have known what I missed. I guess I'd have been here for the rest of my days." She was eager for his news, too. Yes, he and Mrs. Corey were quite reconciled. She was very sorry she had maligned Jeanette. He was going to England in 10 days and was taking her with him. Babs was about the same. She would never be any better. They had an excellent trained nurse for her, and she was to spend the rest of the summer at a camp in the Adirondacks. Willis had written a most interesting letter from Johannesburg. He and Erickson were trekking north through Matabeleland and Bulawayo. Mr. Corey did not expect to hear from him again for 3 months. Affairs at the office were about as usual. They expected to publish a big novel in the fall by Hobart Hauser. Garrett Farrington Trent had left his former publishers and come over to them. Advertising was bad. There was some talk of a printer's strike. The Lady's Fortune had been selling excellently on the stands. The pattern business was booming. There were 1 or 2 matters he wanted to ask her about. What was the arrangement with Hardy as to the dramatic rights of Harness? No record could be found of the agreement. And did she recall from what concern they had bought that last stock of special craft wrapper? In the folder containing all the correspondence with the electrical manufacturing company had disappeared. What could have become of it? She answered as best she could. When she got up to go, he accompanied her to the door of his office.
"I can't begin to tell you how we all miss you here," he said gravely, "and how much I do especially. It's been hard sledding without you. I've thought 100 times, 1,000 times, of how much you did for me to make the work easier, and how much you lifted from my shoulders. I got used to it, I'm afraid, and took a good deal for granted, but I'm glad you're married. That's where you belong, making a home for yourself and leading your own life."
There was moisture in Jeanette's eyes as she turned away. She loved Chandler Corey. She said to herself, he was a wonderful man. She knew she was the only person in the world who truly appreciated him, and she knew he loved her too. It was this glimpse of his affection for her that moved her. Theirs had been a rare comradeship, a fine communion, a beautiful relationship. It was ended. It was past and done. They could no longer be together or even find an excuse to see one another without having their actions misinterpreted. It had been the business, the common interest, that had wrought the tie between them, and now that there was no office, the intimacy and companionship was at an end, the bond sundered. Soon they would have but a casual interest in one another, and she had been closer to him than anyone else in the world, like a daughter, and he a father to her. It was sad, a matter to be mourned, each going a different way, only memories of a splendid cooperation and friendship remaining to remind them of happy years together. Jeanette stopped at Miss Holland's desk and made her promise to take lunch with her at the noon hour when they could have a good talk. As she left the scene of her former activities, her progress through the aisles between the desks was once again a succession of hand-clasps, congratulations, well-wishes, nods, and smiles. It touched her deeply. She had no idea she had been so well-liked. Everyone there seemed to be her friend. Miss Holland joined her at 12:30 in the lobby of the Park Avenue Hotel, and they had a delightful luncheon together at one of the little tables edging the balcony about the court. News was exchanged eagerly. Jeanette's was scant, but her companion had endless gossip to retail. Miss Holland's nephew, Jerry Sedgwick, was a midshipman now, and on his summer cruise in Cuban waters aboard a big battleship. She and Mrs. O'Brien had a little apartment down on Waverly Place and managed quite comfortably. The office was getting dreadfully on Miss Holland's nerves. It was so different from what it used to be. In the old days, everyone had done the best that was in him or her to make the business a success. No one had cared what the returns were to be. The idea of doing more and better work had been the thought actuating all. Now that the Corey Company had become one of the largest and most prosperous publishing houses in the country, the spirit had changed. Everyone thought about profits. They had conferences of all the heads of departments each week, and no one was interested in learning what was going on in the different branches of the business. What commanded their attention was how much profit was to be shown. It disgusted Miss Holland. There was no get-together club anymore. Mr. Kipps was becoming more and more critical and fault-finding. He had headaches all the time. Miss Holland believed he was a sick man. He never took any exercise. The pattern business had grown enormously. Mr. Crookshanks had done wonders with it. They had had to lease a whole big building over on 10th Avenue to take care of it. The lady's fortune had a circulation of nearly $500,000. Horatio Stevens had had a very substantial raise, and had grown awfully opinionated and disagreeable. There was more gossip of lesser significance. Miss Hoggenheimer of the mailing department had gone on the stage, and had a part now in It Happened in Nordland, while Miss Gleason had married that big George Robinson of the press room, and Tommy Livingston would soon be engaged, if he wasn't already, to Mrs. O'Brien's little sister, Agnes, who worked in the mail-order department. Oh, yes, and had Jeanette heard what had happened to Van Alstyne? It was terrible. He was in the penitentiary at Atlanta for using the United States mail for fraudulent purposes. He had become involved with some unscrupulous men who advertised worthless stock, and the federal authorities had put them all in jail. And poor Mrs. Innes was dead. She died at her brother's house in Weehawken. Jeanette devoured these details. She sat absorbed, fascinated, listening to every word that came from her companion's lips. She could not get enough of this chatter about her old associates. She was hungry for every scrap of information, fearful that Miss Holland might neglect to tell her everything. She walked back with her friend to the office and would not let her go for another 10 minutes until she had heard the final details of a violent quarrel between Miss Rubens and Mr. Cavendish. Miss Holland promised to dine with her and Martin soon, and Jeanette promised in return to come with her husband to dinner with Miss Holland and Mrs. O'Brien in the Waverly Place apartment. They parted with many such assurances. Jeanette walked all the way home in a daze of memories. Thoughts of the old times crowded upon her brain, her interest in business affairs and personal happenings in the Chandler B. Corey Company awake again, stirring with all its former keenness. The dinner to which Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Gibbs were invited, and to which after various postponements they ultimately came, was a dismal failure from Jeanette's point of view. First of all, she was late with the meal itself, and in hurrying spattered grease on her gown. The yeast powder biscuits would not rise, and the leg of lamb was underdone, the meat pink when Martin carved it. Then Martin himself was nervous and excited, and the cocktails he had with his guests before they sat down went to his head and made him talk and act sillily. Lastly, and most important, the Gibbs were hopeless. Herbert Gibbs was flat-headed, and there was no curve at the back of his neck, while the hair grew down under his collar sparse and short. He had an expressionless, stupid face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was being bored or amused at the attempt of young Mr. and Mrs. Devlin to entertain him and his wife. Mrs. Gibbs was even less prepossessing. She was a plump German girl, with thin yellow hair done up in a knob on top of her head, which frankly showed her white scalp through wide gaps. She was irritatingly voluble, had a piercing, sharp, nervous laugh, and exclaimed shrilly about whatever Jeanette said or did. She chatted unceasingly about her child, little Herbie, who it seemed was only 10 months old, but could already both walk and talk, and she embarrassed Jeanette by asking in a whisper how soon there was going to be a little Devlin. There was nothing spontaneous in the conversation during the whole evening, neither while they sat at table, nor later in the living room, where Mr. Gibbs sat stolidly puffing at cigars, sipping the red burgundy with which Martin kept his glass filled, and Mrs. Gibbs rattled on about how they had found their home at Cohasset Beach on Long Island, and the involved circumstances connected with its eventual purchase. Mercifully, they were obliged to take an early train home on account of Herbie, but did not depart until they had warned their young hosts that they would soon be expected to spend a Sunday with them in the country. That night, going to bed, Martin and Jeanette had their first quarrel. It left her shaken and unhappy all the next day. She ridiculed their guests, and Martin defended them. She declared they were stupid and common, he that she didn't know them, that they were a very good-hearted sort, that she had been cold and patronizing with Mrs. Gibbs, that her husband had noticed it and become awfully sore. It would have been a damn sight better, Martin concluded stormily, if they had never been asked. "And after all the trouble I went to," raged Jeanette to herself, hugging her side of the bed, rebellion strong within her, "cooking all day long, planning everything out, going over to Columbus Avenue twice, getting flowers for the table, working myself dizzy and ruining my organdy, just so he could make a good impression on them and perhaps help himself a little at the office." A tear trickled down her nose, and she wiped it off with a fingertip. She would never give in to him, never. She would make him beg and beg and beg for her forgiveness. It would be a long, long time. With head aching and trying to choke down a sniffle that threatened to betray her, she fell asleep. There was an eager reconciliation the next night, promises, vows, assurances, harsh self-accusations, and Martin carried her off after dinner to $2 seats at the Broadway, where Jeanette, whispering penitently, hugging his arm in the dark of the theater, that if the Gibbses did ask them to visit them some Sunday, she would go and be her nicest to both. The occasion when Sandy McGregor had the young Devlins to dine with him in style on the roof garden of the new Astor Hotel was another affair that turned out unfortunately. The lady whom Sandy asked to be fourth in the party, a Mrs. Fontella, was not the type with whom Jeanette had been accustomed to associate. She was boldly handsome, with great round black eyes, masses of auburn hair, a cavernous red mouth, and a large prominent bust. She was noisy and coarse, and when she laughed she showed a great deal of gum and rows of glittering gold-filled teeth. Jeanette froze into her most rigid and uncommunicative self. Just before dessert was served, Martin and Sandy excused themselves from the table and disappeared, leaving her sitting for almost half an hour alone with her noisy and conspicuous companion. It was evident when the men returned they had been downstairs to the bar where they had had drinks and had been shaking dice. Jeanette was thoroughly incensed, and although Sandy had seats for the theater, she complained she was ill and insisted upon going home. There was another quarrel between her husband and herself that night, but before they went to sleep he won her forgiveness, abused himself for treating her shabbily, told her again and again he was sorry, and promised never to be guilty of neglecting her again. He could be irresistibly winning when he wanted to be. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 6 through 9.